Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, bloodstains washing underneath the waves. I'll be reaching out to keep you safe. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down to the other side. Try to pull us under. Keep holding out for the other side.
The LEC was forged by tons of great moments that forever changed the EMEA landscape. In match history, we look back at the games that will live in the memory of all of our fans, and of course, highlights from the LEC 2023 season.
Let's see what we're gonna eat today. This side of G2 as we are heading into picks and bets. As we said, Astralis is gonna be playing on the blue side, G2 on the red side. Any bans that we can expect or should see on the side of Astralis playing this blue?
Draven, please.
Yeah.
Let's remove
That's the
Draven.
opening.
That's a good opening. I'm curious what happens with Heimerdinger, because I think Heimerdinger got nerfed, but it also got buffed with Yuumi and Lulu being less prio. So I'm hoping that Heimerdinger either is heavily contested or we see it removed from the pool,
Yes.
so we see more Zaira Khan.
I think it's important to highlight that with Heimerdinger as well, that the thing that was nerfed about him was his AP scalings, and that meant that was mostly the laning phase that was nerfed, but he does build full AP in his build pattern, so he is buffed in the late game as well. So even when you see champions like the Thresh come through, you will still have your value, because you just stop the hook coming through, you get a free laning phase, and you get the free scaling.
Removing the Elise also on the side of G2. We know that leader likes these AD picks and 113 priors this champion. What are we gonna see on the last bans here on the side of Astralis, and how do you want to open the draft?
I'm curious if they're just going to slam the Sejuani. I think that opens up a lot of synergies together with leader. Now with Elise and Gragas out of the picture, I'm hoping to see that. I think one edge that Astralis have in the draft is the fact that they are willing to play the Caitlyn and they can slam that 2-3. And they might put G2 in a position where they have to pick Varus.
Yeah, I was going to say, so far as well, we usually see Annie as the red side ban, but this time around, that's not going to be the case. I didn't think that the Sejuani would be first pick, because we've already seen what G2 does with this. We've seen the Lilia multiple times from Yike. We've seen him absolutely dumpster these Sejuanis whenever they did come out. So I was a bit surprised not to see the Caitlyn there.
A bit of trolling on the side of BB here. Love
Well,
it.
that is on
The
brand for
hover.
him after
Yeah.
all.
I think the key thing is just that G2 haven't shown any prior at Kate at all. So I'm
No.
curious if they're going to leave full counter pick to third and maybe pick mid and jungle. Oh, there it is.
There it is.
They've hit it. They're busting it out. I shouldn't be surprised. They play everything.
Yeah, so let's see if they just want to pair it up with a jungler now. Once again, usually if you go for an AP jungler here, then you still want to secure really good support on 3 here before you move into solo laners, because you want something that has good value with the Caitlyn as well. So that would mean that some of the AD junglers, or AD solo laners rather, when we got into the second ban phase, would take a halter. But for now, they're just going to secure the support immediately, and it is going to be that Heimerdinger.
Yeah, the tricky thing is so hard to find champions to pick into this. It's like Ashe is out, and maybe you can play like Varus X, but everything into Heimerdinger and Kate, you know, it's so hard to pick Engage into it, so hard to pick Poke into it. It's just a very difficult lane to break.
Yeah, we could still see the likes of Karma as well if you want to go for that kind of utility to deal with the turrets as well. You have the range and some of the wave clear as well to assist your AD carry with the wave coming through. Xayah would be good self-field. The thing with Xayah into the, what is it again, the Heimerdinger specifically, is that if you have to use your ultimate to dodge the nade, well then that's very conditional, and Heimerdinger can just get out of the way for free.
Yeah, the tricky thing, even though Xayah is very strong on the patch, already G2 is showing a composition that doesn't really want to go in. The fact that they have the range advantage is going to put G2 in a position where they can really poke out Xayah before the fights even start.
Okay, with this Leona pick, that kind of tells me,
now
there comes Kled. But with the Leona pick as well from Astralis, that kind of tells me that we want to flip this in the early game. We want to just be aggressive. And yeah, you're going to try and set up the turrets, so it wouldn't surprise me if we also went into the early game and saw a lot of the fighting just before the minions even spawn for the bushes here. Now as Astralis, you don't know where this Kled is going. We've seen it both mid lane, we've seen it top lanes. You kind of have your flip your bans a little bit. You can go for some of the junglers. Maybe they even think the likes of a Lilia now would be really good bans, since they already know there's an AD here that could be flexed into the mid lane with the Kled.
I'm kind of thinking that Astralis is going to slam something like the Irelia and just pick another AD champion top and just roll with it, because already the fact that they locked in Leona Sejuani makes the Mercs value super, super high. So I'm hoping they're going to just lock double AD F45 with like Renekton, Irelia and just try to brawl the game out with the Sejuani.
And they saw the Lilia threat here, of course, with the ban coming to be.
Yeah, I think it was quite telling from what we've just seen so far. What I'm really wondering is that how far down the rabbit hole of AP junglers would Yike be willing to go as well, because you don't necessarily have to go that route. Like, we still see the Bellwether is something he wants to play, and then all of a sudden, you know, Caps can just play something more supportive in the mid lane that can still has that AP threat itself. So the damage composition of G2, like, it's the flexibility of them once again. It's the fact that you don't really know what to expect from them.
Oh, it's very tricky. I'm just going to wait until G2 pick the fourth champion.
See, that's the thing, right? Because you're going to try and predict it. It's like, it's hard for us and it's hard for the coach and it's hard for anyone that plays against G2 because of this specifically.
They're going to lock a Trundle because it's good into Sejuani and Leona. Something like this. It's hard to predict. I'm trying to think AP jungles, but I'm just going to sit here, quiet
Viable
moment for
ones?
fourth pick.
Yeah, no, there's not many options. But I mean, who knows? Who knows? They usually try a lot of stuff during scrims, so... And the Jarvan here. Oh, okay, this one is a surprise though.
Now, Jarvan could be flexed into solo lane as well, just for the record. I do believe we have seen some. Yes, I do believe we have seen some of that on solo queue accounts as well with Jarvan, but also just with AD buffs that kind of benefit your W. And there's the Irelia. You were actually just talking about it. It has that potency with the Sejuani in the jungle.
Yeah, the main thing for me with picking Jarvan is that you know these melee bruisers are coming 4-5, and Jarvan is terrible into them. Irelia Sejuani is going to win everywhere Jarvan shows up. Same thing with the Renekton Sejuani, so Jarvan's going to struggle. He's going to have to gank bot. All right. The brother matchup. Jon versus Yasuo.
It's the classic.
I like we just are quiet when G2 are picking, because
it's like, what do you want, right? And actually, Malphite as well is a genius pick here on 5 as well, because you know you're playing into 2 bruisers anyway. You can just itemize into that armor immediately. You want early Bramble, you want early armor, you want play the steel cast. You know, you got it coming. So it's a great front line to have in that regard.
I have to say, I think the top side of Astralis here is looking super, super strong, and I think they can really fight back. But if something goes wrong, champions like Kled and Malphite definitely have good itemization to counter this. I think the main entry point for G2 is the fact that Caitlyn Heimerdinger is going to be able to have Prio always, and Heimerdinger should be first to any of the engagements that happen around mid. And this is something that Mickey has converted so brilliantly in all of the games we've seen so far.
What are we looking at here in the early game, GB? With high lane Prio on the side of G2.
Yeah, I'm mainly looking at the fact that Astralis needs to leverage the fact that if either you just say we sack the bot lane and you guys just gonna have to survive, we play topside, or you try and attack the same thing with a Leona and Sejuani, who's also just a CC bot in itself if you want to come down there. I think with the engage that we see from the side of G2, that's going to be super beneficial against the solo laners. But for Cover specifically, if he gets ahead, he's got a lot of self-heal, he's got a lot of good kiting back. So there's still an opportunity for Astralis, but I think with the champions that there is on G2 right now, I think they're happy with some of the solo lanes they're playing into.
It doesn't just come to the draft when you play against G2, unfortunately, Yamato.
100%. I do like what Astralis brought to the table, but this game will be bloody and it will be fast. We will have a game decided in very, very fast fashion, but it will be bloody and delicious.
That's what I'm waiting for, especially in this game opposing G2 to Astralis. But without further ado, let's get into the game. VIT, take it away.
Thank you very much, Law. Already a great breakdown of the teams and of how these drafts are going to interact. As you can see, Astralis already got a 5.6 thousand gold lead in the mid lane, Betty.
Wow.
That's humongous.
That's massive.
No one has any summoners either.
Again,
It will
perspective,
work. I promise, guys.
5.6 thousand gold advantage, very big. 5,600 ants, very small. A lot of ants, though.
It is a lot of ants. If the ants were coordinated, we would be in trouble.
Danger.
We'd be in a
It's
lot
that
of
whole argument of duck-sized horse or 100 horse-sized ducks. Yeah.
No, other way around.
No, it's not. Duck-sized horse.
I will take one duck-sized horse. I'll be honest, that's a much easier battle. Anyway, as usual, we see both the teams going down towards the bottom lane to try and get Prio. Heimerdinger at Caitlyn.
Wait, so there is one thing I wanted to say, because
okay.
I loved how you said the analyst says there's great insight into the comms. I wasn't listening because we were too busy talking about Malphite builds.
Yes.
And then we looked up Showmaker, who built what?
He built Frozen Fist, or Iceborne Gauntlet, Wit's End Manamune mid.
Nice, right.
With lethal tempo, and it's Grasp this time, so I don't think Caps is going that direction.
Yeah, we were looking at some of the cap Caps builds. Yesterday he went pretty tanky. But Caps has been cooking. His solo queue, like history, it's an adventure.
Rakan mid.
So I'm really excited to see what he does today. Now, one of the things I love about Malphite into Aurelia is E, the attack speed slow, really effective
Flash
flash.
forward from Jonghoon. Mickey's been ignited here. Ticking down the heal coming out as well. Jonghoon will have the second Q up in just a second. Gets the stun. Kobe misses the feathers though and has to flash into it. Now, 113 coming in to join the party. Kobe low, gets taken out by Hansama. Hansama has cleanse, has flash, isn't going to use either of them. He knows he's dead. 113 will claim the kill. Astralis 2-1 to the good.
Now, the wave is in a fantastic spot for Astralis as well because G2 tried to get that early push, which means that both jungle and support can look to go immediately back to base, and Kobe can catch all of this farm as well. The bad news for Kobe is he wasn't able to secure any of the kills, but overall still a great advantage gained very early on in the 2 versus 2.
That play actually reminded me a little bit. Remember Misfits? Ignore Hansama?
Oh, yeah.
With the Fervor of Battle Leona level 1?
I do.
Well, Hansama on the receiving end of it this time. No Fervor of Battle, obviously, on the Leona. Glacial much stronger, and Fervor of Battle no longer exists, so it'd be quite hard to build it. There is a lot of physical damage on this Astralis team. We'll talk a little bit more about that after we see this, because this is Jonghoon just being like, Mickey's overstepped, let's go.
Yeah, and you can see they were like, I mean, this is only the first wave, so it's not even a matter of like being close to level 2. Astralis just all in with the power of the level 1. I think it's the best play that you can make in this situation. The headshot does come through from Hansama, and there was a world where he was thinking to himself, maybe I can get out, but without the E, and with 113 still having the Q up and flash up, he decided that it wasn't worth spending the summoner spells.
And also, if he spends those summoner spells, Jonghoon has Hex Flash, so he can always just Hex Flash, try and engage with the Zenith Blade. The Q level 1, I love, only has a 6-second cooldown. It was 1 point wonder there on the Leona, so Jonghoon using that very well in the early game. Yikes cleared his entire jungle apart from the Krugs, now working his way towards this mid lane as leader, and 113 will try and answer the push that comes out from Caps and his jungler.
Now, this was the duo that Yamato was talking about on the desk, with Aurelia plus Sejuani being a very powerful 2v2. Jonghoon has made his way up, and the flash will be forced from Caps. As the all-in from Astralis is looking good. Jonghoon is being very proactive in this early game. Kobe stunned.
Huge stun. There's the root as well with the snap trap, and Kobe doesn't have an opportunity to breathe. Taken out by Mickey and Hansama underneath the tower.
It's a very clean play from the bot lane of G2. They punish the roaming of Jonghoon, and Kobe, with no summoners himself, was, well, he really had very few options in terms of how to get out of there. And I was just about to praise Kobe as well. Last split, this bot lane had an incredible performance, and already this split, the bot lane of Astralis is continuing to look good. Let's not forget that they 2v2 killed the bot lane of Koi. They just successfully 2v2 killed Hansama and Mickey. Like, this bot lane making a very fair argument already as one of the best bot lanes that Europe has to offer.
Yeah, and even though they were able to make some plays early on in this game, they are 600 gold down in that bot lane. The plate, Hansama having 2 kills as well. Kobe not picking up either of the kills in that bot lane was a little bit of a struggle for Astralis, and so even though they have played well, they are a little bit behind.
Now, hang on, I was just about to talk about this mid lane matchup. You can see Astralis threatening a dive onto Hansama. Mickey is looking for a roam. This is a very common Mickey play, and Astralis is looking to punish it.
113 can step forward, only 2 minions here for them. Hansama able to dodge to the side, still has the cleanse, still has the flash, uses it underneath the tower, stunned up, CC. Kobe takes the kill, 113 will fall in response.
Wow, props to Hansama. Is forced to use all of his summoners, but is actually able to trade 1-for-1 in that dive. But Mickey's roam effectively punished. Now G2 looking to get something back.
Kobe wanted the plate there, wanted that little bit of extra gold. Stunned up though, and Kobe has nowhere to go once again. The turrets will do their work, and Kobe will fall to Yike. Tried to get some damage back with the blade caller, but it just was not enough.
Every single play that Astralis makes, G2 is quick to respond. A very bloodthirsty early game between the two teams, as top lane just continues to farm. But what an action-packed bot side of the map. Kobe Jonghoon working very well with 113 in terms of trying to find these early game advantages. We saw glimmers of this early game last split from Astralis, and it's great to see them continue this level of early game aggression and investment in the bot side of the map. The play is pretty straightforward, but let's keep track of what Hansama does here. He sidesteps the Q, he places down a trap, uses the E to dodge the W, flashes over to try and escape the feathers, does get rooted up, pops the cleanse, but the CC is still too strong, which means that he ends up losing his life, but able to keep 113 underneath the tower long enough and do enough damage that he's able to trade back. And then Mickey puts the turret down, lands the stun, gets more than enough damage to assist with Yike in securing that kill. Kobe doing what damage he can, but it's not quite enough. It ends up being a 1-for-1 overall.
Does even out that gold a little bit down towards the bottom lane, though. You can see only 100 gold, the lead for Hansama and Mickey apiece now. So now Astralis able to fight back a little bit as G2 take the first dragon of the game. Leader in the mid lane has a sizable CS advantage over Caps, who was forced back earlier on. 20 CS at only the 7-minute mark. Leader very well known for his Irelia. 73% win rate on it as his second most played champ throughout his professional career.
The man, well, in the past was always criticized for his limited champion pool. It was interesting hearing in an interview from him yesterday where he talked about how like he wants to work with his team to better enable these picks, and so far he's being well enabled. But G2 level 6 is Zhonghun here to cover though.
Camp's relatively low on mana, should have enough for the ultimate. 1-1-3 covering, as you say. Vanguard's edge going out as well. The flawless shoot out for the double stun. It's beautiful from Astralis. Camps goes back in with an ultimate of his own. Leader dodging around as much as he can and rallying the hell out of that fight. A double for Leader. In the end, they trade it for 1-1-1-3.
Ends up being a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Astralis, and both kills go on to Leader though. Really great awareness from Astralis, and their proactivity in this early game is incredible to watch. I feel like that we're seeing so many dramatic changes from teams here in LEC. A single player change, and often the rosters can look so different, and Leader working so well with his jungle support to find those early game leads. Kobe though needs to be careful. Very low, doesn't quite have the level 6. Now secured it. Good trade onto Hansama there, forced to burn the pot. Let's see if anything else can come off the back of this as we get a replay. So, again, Zhonghun and 1-1-3 are here to protect. 1-1-3 doesn't have the ultimate yet, but they see an opportunity to engage. They know that they win in the damage department here. They lock up Mickey. They get the follow-up CC from Leader as well from his E. The ultimate comes out from Caps, but it's too late when Broken Blade does finally join the fight. He's able to get that kill onto 1-1-3, but Leader, after securing that kill onto Caps, just chooses to disengage. And the fact that they're able to walk away with a numbers disadvantage, with 2 kills for 1, which is very well played fight from Leader and the jungle support duo.
There's now 1,000 gold ahead. Broken Blade's going to be stunned up here. Finn looking for engage as well. Broken Blade flashing away. Good flag and drag from Yike, but Leader's still on the chase. The Cataclysm coming down. Leader having to dash back. And G2 find a kill in the 3v3. Mickey doing some damage down towards the bottom side as well. Kobe had to burn the heal here. Ace in the hole available for Hansama means that Kobe has to walk all the way back to his tier 2. 1-1-3 caught out by Yike. Dashes across the wall. Ooh, Zhonghun was looking for it there. Flashes forward, Mickey flashes away, but it's going to be more plates lost for the Astralis bot lane.
Just aggression across the board from G2 and Astralis. The problem now for Astralis is that while they are willing to match G2 in these skirmishes and in these fights, you can see it is G2 that is the overall winner. Now, Astralis trying to get something back.
Caps has the flash, they're looking for the CC chain here though. Land it, Glacial Prison not available for 1-1-3. Leader still trading in. Caps has a hell of a lot of armor already. Pretty healthy as well. Finn gonna join the party. Flag and drag away from Yike. They turn back towards Caps, who's just built up a rock-solid shield. Astralis continue this chase in. Get the slow. Caps, unstoppable force across the wall to escape.
So big overcommitment there from Astralis. Really, with not much gained off the back of it. And you look at that bot lane tower. 1 plate left for Kobe, who's largely been isolated against Hansama. And Hansama, leveraging his range on the Caitlyn, has just been bullying out and has built a 1k gold lead. And while there is that same 1k difference in the mid lane, Caps' role and responsibility is not necessarily to be the carry in this game. It is to just be a frontline and someone that can't be shut down by the likes of Astralis' composition. So while the gold difference isn't dramatic right now, it still feels like the G2 have the primary control over this game, given that Kobe continues to fall behind. And remember, you mentioned it, a lot of AD on the side of Astralis, and it's going to be harder and harder to be able to win out on these fights as Caps, Yike, and Broken Blade just continue to stack that armor.
I will say G2, a lot of physical damage on their side as well. Caps will put out some magic damage, obviously, on the Malphite, but he's unlikely to go for a full AP build, just using the base scaling from the Malphite. And Heimerdinger can provide you a little bit of AP as well, but not the traditional sort of mid-lane mage comps that we have come to see across the course of League of Legends history.
Now look at what's happening on the minimap, because Astralis are trying to cross-map and threaten to dive onto Broken Blade, but Caps is making his way there as well to try and protect.
But how do you dive Broken Blade? He just gets off Skull. They're looking for the CC afterwards. They hold the stun forward, and they do exactly that. Caps is here, though. No unstoppable force for him. They might try and turn and burn back onto him. Zhonghun coming in, looking for those melee auto attacks for the Icebreaker. The CC chain onto Caps is good. Ignite ticking on him now as the stun comes in once again, and Caps trying to walk away. Not allowed to. Leader turns back straight onto Mickey, dives in the first duet. That was gorgeous from Leader. He takes him out in the 1v2. Just lying in wait in the darkness, and Astralis coming online across the board. They get all 5 plates in the top lane as well.
That is some nice Aurelia-ing from Leader. The combo was flawless, and he finds a quick execute onto Mickey, sending him back to the fountain as Astralis also find 2 kills in top. A nice dive onto Broken Blade. I thought that he was going to buy enough time for Caps to arrive and prevent the dive from really working out, but they play it patiently, they play it clean, and then Cap shows up, he uses QE, realizes I've got nothing left because I don't have ult, and then it's an easy kill for Astralis as Zhonghoon continues this roaming style. He's been involved in 6 of the 8 early game kills so far, and yes, he has completely abandoned Kobe pretty consistently throughout the early game, which has kind of sucked for him, but the advantages that Astralis have gained elsewhere on the map have been significant.
Ever since Zhonghoon came over from Korea, I think this roaming style has suited him well. Remember his Pike games in the first split that he played. He was always everywhere on the map, and it's something Mickey loves to do on the Heimerdinger as well, but he consistently is caught out. Hansama solo, Leader takes a Kobe in the end, gets the kill. Leader tanking the tower, will be shut down, but that's a shutdown over to the Donger. And it's probably the priority target if you're Astralis. Give the gold to the support.
That was really cool.
It was really nice.
That was just cool. You know, like, I know a lot of people don't like Aurelia when they see her in solo queue, but man, seeing some high-level play on that Aurelia, the confidence and the understanding of your limits there by Leader was just incredible to watch. These are the champions that this player is known for, assassins. And getting his hands on Aurelia. Obviously, I had my concerns. We looked at this draft. Okay, where's your AP damage? But right now, he's making it work. As G2, though, will be the ones to secure a dragon, losing your mid laner and coming back out onto the map. G2 is still in a very good position.
And our second dragon of the game will be secured for them. They had some deep vision in the Astralis jungle as well, making it hard for Astralis ever to step up towards this. But across the board, Astralis in an okay spot. You know, 1,000 gold ahead at this portion of the game. We'll have another look at this from Leader. Dashes, gets the Q resets from killing the minions, lands the flawless duet.
It's the fact that as he Qs that caster minion, he started his E, and he kind of covered it with his own body. So then when the second E actually comes out, it's a lot quicker and harder to react to, which caught Hansama completely off guard. And then he's able to set up for the extra Q. That is some just really clean Aurelia play. Great stuff from Leader. Of course, does lose his life, but giving that kill over to Mickey, not the end of the world. We'll secure that Rylai's, though, to provide that extra bit of utility. But I was not expecting this amount of violence between Astralis and G2. As we mentioned, a single roster change with the addition of Leader. There were questions like how much of a dramatic difference is this really going to make to Astralis, but I feel like that we can already see that difference, the level of aggression that they're willing to bring out. And yesterday, Leader did get bullied. He made a couple position mistakes here and there, but here on day 2, getting used to being back on the stage, he's looking confident and he's looking clean on a champion he's very comfortable on.
But even yesterday against Koi, it's actually quite a disparity between the two Astralises we're seeing. Yesterday was really slow, really methodical at times, very willing just to wait out the objectives, fight around these big goals on the map, and then suffocate Koi out of the game. Here, they're taking the fight to G2, trying to get Aurelia ahead, trying to get Kobe ahead. Have struggled, obviously, in that bot lane, but mid lane, Leader is in a very strong spot.
And let's not forget, Astralis were fighting to secure playoffs last split. They were at the bottom of the barrel, finding themselves in, what was it, 8th place? Just short of Fnatic and XL. They had to make sure that they got those crucial wins, and they got a big one against Fnatic, securing them a comfortable spot in the best of 3. So they actually look pretty good, taking down BDS in the best of 3 as well. And but already, if they are able to get a win over G2, this will be the only time that they meet in terms of the best of 1s, and it'll be massive. Zhonghoon finding the flank, the TP coming in.
Double TPs have been invested. They're going for Hansama. Does still have the cleanse, uses it to get away from the solar player, but the dive in is beautiful. Astralis already taken one. Hansama's fallen. Leader dodging onto Mickey, trying to get rid of the support, and it's another 2 for 2 so far. Yike chased underneath the tower. Cap's trying to put the damage down as well, but no ultimate for him. Means that he just has to back away. 2 for 2 traded in the mid lane.
It's impressive that G2 was actually able to get 2 kills off the back of that, because that fight just looked completely in control of Astralis at the start. They were able to lock down Hansama, who only had the cleanse available incredibly quickly, and the TPs were coming in from multiple angles. So you can see this incredible collapse from the top, from the right, and and it looked like the G2's just getting funneled in as they all dive on top of Hansammer. He creates a bit of space with his E, but then you can see the damage onto Jonghoon with the AoE damage that's coming out from Mickey, from Caps. And they're able to get that additional kill onto 113 as well. Means that it ends up being a 2v2 trade overall.
It took Cobby a little while to really be able to get involved in that fight as well. So a bit, maybe just a tiny bit miscoordinated from Astralis. Didn't have all 5 members firing at the same time, but still 2-for-2 trade is what they'll take.
I mean, it's something that you have to bear in mind as well. You know, you think about it. Oh, hang on. Ultimate in from the Kleds.
Charging down here. Finn, isolated. Gonna try and recall, but that B's not gonna help you too much. It's just locked in place, not really much the Renekton can do. It's a very sad Crocodilian as he goes 1-2-2.
The punish is good from G2. They find another kill and keep the gold very even. Renekton, though, still has a slight gold advantage over his lane counterpart. As Astralis now threaten this mid. You can see Irelia pushed in the top wave, now moving down towards mid. The Herald now dropped. They've secured a bit of vision in the top side jungle, as G2 did just commit to 2 members bot, but now they want to make sure they walk this Herald in. I'd be surprised if they commit to another push, but they're going to do just that. Renekton's going to be up in 3 seconds, doesn't have the TP available. They should be able to get that additional knock, and Astralis can walk away happy. Renekton can go catch that bot wave, and now Astralis need to reset. What can G2 do with this window that they now have to reclaim some vision? It looks like not a lot.
I like the fact that in our split break, you know, the 1 week we had off, we decided that buying Shirley a GoPro was one of our priorities. Just strap it on her, see her go down the slopes.
Sometimes those accidents are not your fault, and you need to be able to catch that on
That's
camera.
true, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Dash cam.
It's really important for the insurance.
Do you think Shirley has insurance? Do you think Reptile has insurance?
I mean, you know, when she knocks someone back, like Shirley's job is to break towers. You know, Hansammer's going to be like, well, I got whiplash. You know, it's very common. It's very common. Yeah. And now she's got proof that she was only going into the tower,
she was just doing her duty.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
True. For king and country.
Exactly.
Just charging.
I don't, well, didn't know that Shelley was British, but all right.
You've got Jarvan. He's prince at least.
True.
Right? Like,
very true.
For Jarvan.
Who is on the other team. In any case, Kled engages onto Jonghoon.
Only onto Jonghoon, though. He does have the Eclipse for a bit of extra tankiness, but that tankiness is just not enough. G2 shred through him. They find a kill as they were setting up around this 3rd dragon of the game, and Astralis caught a little bit unaware there.
Felt like for the first time, it was Astralis who, as you rightly said, were caught unawares. A lot of these fights, they've been the initiators. They've been the ones starting off with Jonghoon, finding good flanks, finding ways to come in, especially that mid-tower dive that G2 tried to set up that Astralis responded with. But this time around, G2 found the advantage. The stun onto Kobe.
Ultimate grenade there. Kobe pops a Featherstorm. Yike holding onto the EQ combo. Gale Force enough to get him out of range.
Kobe able to walk away to safety. Will be forced to go back to base after losing that HP. But now the game returns to a net neutral. G2, though, even after all the chaos, have been securing these neutral objectives. 3 dragons. And it will be Soul Point up next. Irelia now at 2 items. And she's going to be that much stronger as she looks for a fight against Broken Blade.
Does she beat Broken Blade? Hits the stun. Flawless duet there, dodging with Broken Blade. Vanguard's edge coming out as well. Broken Blade flashes. Leader flashes forward, straight into the waiting arms of Yike. Now can Leader win the 1v2? He's done it before, but the remount onto Skull is too much. Leader almost takes down Broken Blade in the 1v2, but just can't do enough.
Junglers, man, they always ruin Aurelia's fun. Leader overcommitted a little bit there to try and secure that kill onto Broken Blade. After he'd secured the flash, he should have been happy with it, but he was not expecting the jungle. Now engage from 113.
Finn coming in from the side as well. Mickey doesn't have the flash, has a stopwatch, but that's only going to buy you a couple of seconds. The Solar Flare on a control ward there, perhaps thinking Mickey might flash the wall. They hadn't quite timed that one properly. Cap's now caught up in the CC. The charge from Broken Blade as they look for a little bit more. Yike coming in, no Cataclysm on him, but already Finn's down. G2 on the advance as they continue to chase.
And another overcommitment from Astralis as they lose another member. Ends up being a 1-for-1 trade, but Finn losing his life in exchange for Mickey's. He really has been the punching bag this game for G2. But now they've secured the kill lead and the gold pretty much remains even. This entire game has been a bloodbath. The tower leads in favor of Astralis. The gold lead ever so slightly in favor of Astralis, but G2 firmly in control of the dragons. And 113, he sees an opportunity here. He thinks he can catch Mickey out with Finn coming in from the flank and with the bot lane moving in through the mid lane. But this stopwatch just doing a great job of buying time. Jonghoon does ult, as you suspect, predicting the flash from Mickey, as that's really the only direction he can go. Of course, doesn't have his flash available. It means that there's nothing to burn. And then Finn, well, he didn't have any tools to escape, so he ends up losing his life on the back end.
And the difficulty for Astralis now is you're facing up against a lot of armor on the side of G2. You're facing up against Soul Point for the next 4 dragons or so. A single misstep gives G2 Soul, or gives them a Baron. Unless, obviously, they're not up at that time, but Astralis are fighting from a deficit in terms of neutral objectives. Yike looking for a flank here, Cataclysm in. Jonghoon's going to look for the Solar Flame as well, and Yike's just gone a little bit too deep here, shut down already. Broken Blade dashing away, the tower will fall. Caps going in as well, but he's rooted with the Blade Caller. Stun's going out, Caps looking for the ult, but Kobe flashes it. 1-1-3 will fall, though another route onto Caps. Jonghoon going back in, and Leader has not been here for this entire fight. Hunt Summer with a double, Kobe gets one in response. Another's going to follow up as Broken Blade will fall. And Astralis, as G2 dived, all they could see was blood. They take 3, and they might even turn towards the Baron.
Kobe is just so damn good, man. The react flash onto Caps in the midst of that whole fight, positioning perfectly to set up for the Feathers to deal as much damage as possible, landing 2 separate routes throughout the fight. Looks good, but now they commit to the Baron, and Hansummer and Mickey are still alive.
Finn flashes in, he was looking for someone, but Hansummer and Mickey backed away in perfect unison. Hansummer gets another ace in the hole. Gonna chunk out Kobe. Leader and Kobe now all hailing the retreat, trying to get back to the safety of their tower.
And now look,
Hexgate's helping out.
He is back on the map, but so is Jonghoon and 1-1-3. The junglers return as Kobe needs to reset. But Hansummer, he hears his praise Kobe, and he immediately answers back with a play of his own. The AD carries are on form today. And it is fun to watch these two duke it out. The gold continues to stay even. The dragon spawns in a minute's time, and this has to be the objective that both teams have their eyes on. The last fight did not have Leader in it. And you can see G2 trying to punish the fact that the Aurelia is top lane and has no way to join the exchange. Yike, far too deep though. It's way too difficult for the rest of G2 to really follow up with 1-1-3 and Jonghoon. And look at that, Kobe uses his ultimate to dodge Mickey X's ultimate, which means he doesn't get CC'd initially. Look at the positioning of the Feathers, roots up Caps to make sure that they can continue. The flash immediately, the second that he sees another route onto Caps, sets up for Jonghoon to follow up to secure that kill. And then they get another one onto Broken Blade. Now another engage.
Jonghoon onto Mickey. Solar Flare going down as well. 1-1-3 looking for it, but Mickey has time to flash away. Has Merc Tread so he can get out of it. Leader going onto Unsummer. Stop with the Unstoppable Force. Unsummer cleanses away and Leader still takes him. 1-for-1 so far. As Broken Blade will take the counter kill. Yike in a good flank position here. No Cataclysm on him, but an EQ could spell doom for Astralis. Dragging up in 18 seconds, as you say, Betty. Leader will be back up in 35. Hansummer in 30.
But it is crucial that Kobe is still alive. Right now, Astralis have control over the objective. G2 is looking at their options, and there's a world where they could have potentially traded for something like a Baron, threatened that as an alternative. But without their AD carry, they don't have the speed with which to take it down quick enough. So they're going to instead choose to push in mid, clear out some of this vision, and look to reset. That trade from Leader was crucial in preventing G2 from doing anything else as Astralis buy enough time to prevent the Soul from falling.
I'm going to be honest, Veddy, it's been a while since we've seen G2 really pushed in a game. It definitely didn't happen yesterday. Didn't really happen even in the finals. A couple of games maybe in playoffs. Astralis putting them on the ropes here, making them...
I mean, we were wondering when G2's draft creativity would be challenged, right? And you look at the Malphite, and on paper you sit there and think, oh, against this Aurelia, against a full AD composition, it makes a lot of sense. But so far, it's not proving to be as effective as I think that people were expecting. A lot of the damage from G2 rests on Broken Blade and Hansummer, whereas Astralis have damage dealers across the board, and their ease of execution when it comes, as long as they're starting the fights, Astralis have been able to find ways in which they can come out on top.
460 armor on Caps. About 200 to 300 on
is
Yike
that
as well.
all?
Only 460, man. There's a last whisper, though, for Kobe, though, so he's going to absolutely melt through that.
Starting this Baron off.
Baron has been started. Charge available for Broken Blade. Ultimates across the board for G2.
They have to be suspicious.
They're definitely suspicious. Astralis trying not to be.
They're flipping it.
They're going for the flip. Yike goes in with the EQ. It's secured by Kobe, and now Yike tries to flash away, but can't get over his own wall. He built it, and he pays for it. The Solar Flare short from Jonghoon. Mickey sidestepping the Zenith Blade as well. G2 could have lost a lot more out of that fight, but good sidestep from Mickey means that he stays alive, and G2 can back and defend their base.
But Astralis walk away with the Baron, and what a convincing call. Kobe stacking up the Feathers behind the Baron to make sure that they had that additional bit of burst when going for the Smite fight. They coordinated it well, and Yike wasn't able to secure the steal, meaning now that he's lost his life, that's one less member to help defend the gates, as Astralis have come a knocking. But for now, they'll take the tower, they'll look to reset, and they'll look to spend some of that gold that they have secured. Look at that big spike. Finally, one of these teams has secured a pretty big advantage, and I don't think anyone was expecting for it to be Astralis. We're going to get a slow-mo. The feathers at the back of the pit, you can see them stacking up. Goes in. I think that initial smite came out from Yike.
Yeah.
And then Kobe, actually, with his burst from the feathers, is actually what secured it in the end.
Yike caught out a little bit here. Glacial Prism slides in from 1-1-3. Yike's going to try and get across the wall. Cataclysm's in. Leader going on to Hans Summer as well, but Leader's locked up and can't get the kill. Hans Summer able to survive off the back of it. And the push delayed now for Astralis. They were able to take a top tier 2 out of this Baron. They'll look for a bot tier 2 as well.
I will admit, visually, very confused as to what happened
This
in that
whole fight is
space.
just everyone jumping on top of each other and
They were
someone
like
dies.
sliding on top of each other. Leader did actually use his flash, so did Caps in that last exchange, but they kept Hans Summer alive, which in the last few fights they've struggled to do 5 deaths on the AD carry for G2, and that's not to say that he hasn't tried his damnedest to stay alive, but Leader has been creating a huge amount of pressure in these fights and making his life difficult in the 5v5s. But wow, what an incredible game between these two teams. Kobe, he had a strong split when we look back to Winter. Him and Jonghoon were able to find 2v2 kills in lane. Their team fighting was a large part of what made Astralis successful. And now it feels like that they've just been further enabled by Leader. 1-1-3 Leader and Jonghoon as a trio are just ready to fight at every opportunity. It feels like that every exchange we see is often started by these three in tandem. And G2, I don't think they were expecting this level of aggression from Astralis, but we heard the conversations, we heard the comments, we heard G2 yesterday saying they're excited to face Astralis because this team has been looking good behind the scenes. And we're seeing it come to fruition here on the stage today. Let's see if they can still win this game, though. The deficit isn't so large that G2 can't bounce back. And with a minute until the Dragon, G2 have a very clear win condition or a potential way back into this game should Astralis falter.
And that's where the battle lines will be drawn. The next Dragon will be Soul for G2, Hex Soul as well on a Caitlyn. It's just absolutely disgusting. Astralis trying to get some information behind enemy lines, placing wards into that G2 blue side, and G2 start to move Broken Blade down. Importantly, doesn't have the TP. So while this setup happens around the Dragon, while Astralis can lead Finn up towards the top side, Broken Blade has to decide either to come down or to chase onto Finn up towards the top side of the map. And looked like they were trying to collapse here for a second. Finn could TP out. G2 realized that Finn is not being greedy, not pushing the extra wave. We're now back towards
But with
bot
such
side.
a large investment, they now know that they can push this wave in bot lane all the way in. But this could be a window for G2 to try and force a fight in mid.
TP's coming in, one behind Hans Summer here as well. Jonghoon trying to get in, Kobe's still alive. They've dived onto 1-1-3. Off towards the back, Leader has to pop the stopwatch. He's against 3 players right now. G2 just distracting Astralis. Finn and Leader doing everything they can. Onto Hans Summer, down to a 3rd HP. Finn almost gets Mickey, but Mickey flashes away. 1-for-1 trade so far. Broken Blade now in the stopwatch of his own. Jonghoon stepping forward. Broken Blade will fall as well. 2-for-1 in favor of Astralis as they look to push down mid.
The fight was split thanks to the TPs committed by Astralis. Finn coming in from the river, Leader coming in from mid lane. Once G2 had committed with Broken Blade and Yike, they effectively got separated from the backline, from the damage of Hans Summer, thanks to Leader basically being a backline threat. He did lose his life in the exchange, but it was worth it as Astralis break into the base, find 2 kills.
Jonghoon's going to die here. No way for him to get out. He looked for the Zenith Blade onto Hans
But the
Summer.
Dragon, remember, that is now going to be up and is something that with Yike spawning in 5 seconds, G2 will have their eyes on.
Leader 10 seconds away. Finn still with the team right now. Astralis trying to take some control over the top side, but as you say, Betty, the Dragon, the key focus.
Raptors right now.
I think they're looking for double inhib. I think Finn is going to try and push in top side. They give up the Hex Soul and they get double inhib instead. Broken Blade has back to try and answer that. The Dragon now started. Astralis realizing with Jonghoon dead, they cannot fight it.
All right. Wow, okay, so at the end of the day, by going for that mid inhibitor, they sacrificed this Dragon. And we look back at the fight. So 3 members in mid lane right now with the 2 side laners from Astralis. They tried to tank the shot from Hans Summer, but you can see here when the TP's coming in, Caps immediately retreats to provide protection along with Mickey, which basically creates a 2 versus 3 situation on the front line. Yike is perma-CC'd. The stopwatch buys a little bit of time, but when Finn arrives to the fight, Leader, look at how much damage he's able to do with the assistance of Finn. Almost getting the kill onto Hans Summer, but doesn't quite have the tools needed to secure it. But it doesn't matter, because he bought enough time. He forced that back line away from the fight, allowing Astralis to come out the victors. And at this point, they probably should have gone for the Dragon. They probably should have denied that win condition, but instead they opened up the inhibitor, and now G2 have the Soul. And again, I would not count G2 out just yet. They still feel very strong, and one good team fight can turn the game. The Baron now back up. The battle line's drawn once more.
And Summer has both sums as well. Vision control for G2 around this Baron side. Astralis trying to shepherd in their super minions. 1-1-3 going on to camps, but not really the target that you're looking for right now. Broken Blade's going to catch the wave in mid. Astralis continue to push forward.
Look at these waves on the side, though. G2 have a massive stacked one on bot, and Astralis are just walking in the super minions in mid-wave. Engage.
1-1-3 only gets onto camps. Once again, not the target you want. That's Glacial Prison burnt. Big ultimate for the next fight. As you say, the minion wave in the bot lane crashing.
But they have no TPs. They have no TPs, so they can't afford to go and catch it. As you rightly said, they're doing a lot of damage as well. But Astralis, they're in this awkward position where they don't know what to do. G2 are in a better position as they just waste Astralis' time. That tower is likely to fall. They have position around the Baron, that top lane wave in a good spot as well. And G2 are just passively gaining these advantages, leveraging the fact that Astralis do not have the TPs.
Broken Blade looking for it. John who tries to get onto Hans Summer but can't get close enough. Leader onto Yike, knocked up. Leader solar flare on the backline though. They're going for Mickey instead, and Mickey's already dead. Leader still surviving in the midst of it all as he continues to dish out the damage in the fight. Kobe doing it too. It's a double with the root, and now Hans Summer left alone. Yike flashes out, but there's nowhere for him to go. His base, his team, the win forfeited to Astralis.
G2 force the fight, but Astralis walk away the victors. Once again, this top side for Astralis acting as a meat shield for Kobe to freely dish out the damage and tear G2 apart.
And we wondered what the change would do for Astralis. Was bringing Leader in the right choice? Well, right now, they're going all the way to the stars. Astralis 2-0.
Thank you for watching Match History. Every single week, new moments and legends are born, and today's action is just about to begin. Stay tuned.
When did we stop doing it? When did we settle for technology that keeps us still?
So move me, baby, like you've nothing left to prove.
The Kia electric range. Technology that moves you. Kia. Movement that inspires.
Where legends have walked, and even bigger legends will continue to make their name.
That was such a great game.
It was amazing. I can't wait to see what happens in
Right?
Picks and Bands in the next one.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
What's up, guys? Guys, I was saving that for later. I called dibs.
Just a scar somewhere down inside of me, something I cannot repair, even though it will always be. I pretend it isn't there. I'm trapped in yesterday, where the pain is all I know. And I'll never break away, 'cause when I'm alone, I'm lost in these memories, living behind my own illusion, lost all my dignity, living inside my own confusion. But I'm tired, I will always be afraid of the damage I've received, broken promises they made, and how blindly I believed. I will never break away, 'cause when I'm alone, I'm lost in these memories, living behind my own illusion, lost all my dignity, living inside my own confusion.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light.
work? You're not going to school? No, the school of the LEC.
I don't have school. I do have work.
You do have work. And Leader might be schooling some people today on the Rift.
Hey,
hey,
transition.
Fun. Is it going to be this guy? I don't know. Maybe they both want to pick Akali. Maybe it's Akali versus Yon. Maybe it's Akali versus, what did he play yesterday? Irelia.
You know what we need? We need like old school OGN blind pick. I want to see some Akali v Akali. Like, could you imagine if we had Ryu versus Faker, Akali v Akali? Oh, that would just, that would juice me up.
Lee Sin's favorite game mode, by the way.
Lee Sin's favorite game mode? Oh.
Blind, yeah.
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 Good one.
My bad. It was hilarious. I just didn't laugh.
This guy is a comedian.
Anyways, it's Monday Fun Day. That's what we're going to dub it. We got a little loopy yesterday making the show, but it's fine. It's going to be fine. We're going to start by talking about the bot lane, by the way. Shox, Ender, Goldberg, and Yamato. The bot lane in the LEC, it's stacked. It's amazing. So we're going to have a discussion about all the bot lanes overall, but we do want to get you involved. So if you're on Discord, tell us who is the best bot laner in the LEC right now. If you're not on Discord yet, head over to discord.lec.gg and tell us. Goldberg, you are our resident bot laner expert, so who would you like to go with? Who has impressed you the most?
Oh, so in terms of surprise factor out of the AD carries who impressed me recently, then I would actually have to go with Koppe out of all of those.
Koppe, nice.
Just due to the fact that I actually think that, you know, Koppe is such a storied AD carry in our league, but it felt like when he went to TSM, he kind of lost a lot of what he brought in initially before he went there. Then when he came back and he was playing on Astralis, it felt like he had a hard time getting back to that point. And then recently, Winter, he started showing up together with Junghoon as well. They got a few 2v2 kills, but they were more reliable in the mid to late game. This time around, though, and specifically yesterday, the man was popping off both 2v2 kills and also in the later game where he just had pop-up performances, montage plays on the Sire. I have been pleasantly surprised by the Danish dynamite that is Koppe.
Honestly, I wanted to call out Danish bias at first because you called out Kobe first, but honestly, I had the pleasure of working with him in his rookie year, and already then he was a really, really strong player that I just knew had a strong future, but sometimes you get dealt bad cards, you know. He was always the guy who had to, in his teams, just play a late game role because he couldn't find that lane power. But now with the combination of Kobe and Junghoon, they've been dominating lanes this entire year long. So even when they went on their lose streak, they were 2v2 killing everybody, and it's continuing. It's not slowing down at all, so I'm really, really happy to see this new version of Kobe.
I'd like to add too that when it comes to like the team fights for Kobe as well, even last bit, the Xayah always sort of stood out to me as like even his team, like everything is on fire and he's still pumping out like ridiculous damage numbers within the team fights, positioning very strong as well. Like there are games like he's not even like playing for KDA, but like he's just not dying. It's like, okay, my entire team is dead. I killed like half of them, but it's just not enough to pull away a win. Like he has been quietly performing game after game after game.
And he's also one of those constants in the league, and I always have a lot of respect for players who have a long career and who aren't the people that have won everything, because then, I'm not saying it's easier, but when you have that motivation, you get the title, you keep grinding. But he's been, as you say, had some situations where he's been dealt some bad cards, but he kept evolving and reinventing himself when necessary, and now he's showing up. Yesterday they beat G2, and he was up versus Hansama. Hansama, who I guess before that was lauded as the best performing bot laner.
Yeah, and well, I mean, even before that, he took a little trip to NA. It was like, where'd this guy go? We need to bring him back home. What's up?
There's a common thread here.
There is a common thread here. I mean, we had so many AD carries that just left the scene in the last 12 months. They left the European scene. That is Hansama, a perfect example, going over to TL, having some mixed results over there. But ever since being reunited with Mickey in the bot lane, this duo was just the best duo during the winter split. And I just think when it comes to his lane dominant picks like the Draven, he's been on another level.
I think the key thing always is like you have to judge players by their context. Like when he was over in North America, he was forced to play Seraphine. I saw moments where he was like hovering Lucian. I want to dash in, I want to lane good. I got Code JJ next to me, and it just didn't happen. He was always playing Jinx and Seraphine. And I think always a player can only be as good as the context allows them to be. And him now joining G2, playing together with Mickey, he can flourish again. Back in Europe, playing European solo queue, you know, that must feel fantastic. Like he came back wanted to prove himself instantly, just went all the way to rank 1, spammed like 500 games in the off-season. He is as hungry as ever.
Speaking about coming back, Upset on Vitality had a dream start. And Yamada, do you want to repeat what you said yesterday about the Winter Split?
My goodness, Winter Split was just the biggest advertisement for Upset ever. Like Fnatic was in shambles, Mad Lions, you know, had such struggles in the bottom side too. Vitality as well, the super roster were also struggling in the bottom side, and we're just, you know, everyone was just waiting for Upset to come back. That of course comes with a lot of pressure, but I know that Upset is the type of person to just deliver because he gains all of his confidence through his practice. Even though, you know, he wasn't in a team, I saw him in every Champions Queue game. He was spamming solo queue and he kept up in shape because he was waiting for his moment to strike. And him together with Kaiser, the German bot lane, it's really working out well. 2 games so far, Zion, Caitlyn. I am hoping that we even see his Draven at some point because that is lethal.
Still haven't died yet either, so the KDA is still up there for grabs. Could go deathless the entire week. But I also think it's the fact that we saw 2 different iterations of playstyle for Vitality. In the first game they were playing for Offset down in the bot lane when they were playing that Caitlyn. Then when he was playing the Xayah, he had less resources. He was still as deadly though, nonetheless, when we went into that mid to late game. So yeah, Upset, he was greatly missed in Winter, and I think he's the one where everyone thinks who's going to rival Hensama. Well, Upset is the one you're looking at.
Well, I just love with like all these AD carriers returning to the LEC. I think there's a lot of times like a discourse surrounding like, oh, you know, players that maybe had a rough split, have they fallen off? Players that maybe get demoted down to the RLs and have to prove themselves to find a way back. But these players have shown different ways of staying relevant, whether it's Hansama going to another region, not finding success there, but still coming back and performing. Upset, not having a team in the Winter Split, but is grinding solo queue, still very much keeping up in form. We had players also falling down to the RLs. And I think like Crowny was a great example of last year, again, struggling to find a spot here in the LEC, but continues to show that you can stay relevant even regardless of the results you have within the LEC or outside of it. You can continue to improve very hard behind the scenes.
I think there's the story of Crowny, the fact that, you know, his first rendezvous, it wasn't that great. I think he was sharing time with Com, got replaced and so forth, and was a bit messy all over the place. He came back in, he was the so-called shot caller and so forth. And then he spent 1 year, and I think he was just cooking and boiling, watching the BDS main roster with Xmatis. Like, everyone was just thinking, why is Crowny not getting in there? And they were just saving him for this moment. And I think the timing is so good. How you transition back and what opportunity and what team is built around you, I think that's so important because the context matters. And I feel like the story of Crowny is very similar to the Adam story. They were in the LEC, fell back down to the academy, and now they've learned from their experience, and they're truly squeezing as much out of this opportunity.
We heard Adam. Adam spoke to us about how he, you know, it was the first loss he had really in his career, getting demoted down and having to grind him back, and how much of a fire that put in him. So I think definitely for a player like Crowny and for all of our returning AD carries, it's been a big motivation for them this year.
It's been great, and it's you know, probably also interesting for the likes of Exakik, who was doing super well, and now Upset is in the mix as well. Kavi stepping up, so it's going to be a great season for bot laners. Discord thinks that Hansama is the best bot laner. Upset second.
Reasonable, perfectly reasonable.
Not surprised.
Indeed. Not surprised. Okay. Well, SK and Astralis, they seem to be unbeatable right now, and before the game, we decided to play some fun games with the players. Let's check it out. Astralis versus SK is our first match of the day, and they can't seem to lose on the Rift, so we pulled them out of the Rift. We've got Markoon and Finn, who are also ex-teamies. So, yeah, that's fun.
Teamies.
Teammates, I guess. And the reason I have gathered you here is because, well, you are doing so well on the Rift, and you're playing, so we wanted to spice it up a little bit. Now, yesterday we had a couple of delays, and we told a lot of bad jokes, and I figured you could all have water in your mouth, and then if you laugh, the water will hopefully get ejected from your mouth, and then your opponent gets a point whenever that happens. Are the rules
Sounds
clear?
good, sounds
Are
good.
The rules clear?
Sounds great, yeah.
Okay.
Should be easy.
As easy as the game, or?
Yeah, hopefully, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, good. This is great. You can put your mics down, and you can take a big sip of water, so that's really like, you know.
Full cheeks?
I think so, cheeks, yeah. Because then even if you laugh a little bit, it like... Okay, we'll start off slow. Why couldn't Twisted Fate immigrate? Because he didn't have a green card. Close. Why did Sivir do really badly at the spelling competition? Because she can only spell shield. Okay. What's the difference? That's 1 point for Finn, I think. Okay.
Wait, I gotta reload.
Yeah, you gotta reload.
Wait, you gotta take more water.
I mean, if you make him laugh, it's also a point for you. If you have jokes. Oh, he swallowed it. I mean, good. Stay hydrated. Actually, OP strat. Okay, I thought this was going to be more difficult, but it's fine. You okay? 1 point for Marco. 1-1. It's in your head. Oh, okay. Right. Why did Astralis not...
What about the joke?
Astralis was the joke?
No, just Finn's face, you know, chopping.
I mean, we didn't need...
Good very well, Finn. Horrible, this is horrible.
It's 2-2.
I went into my nose.
It's 2-2.
Because in and out.
I still don't know what's funny.
I can't look at Finn, you know.
Okay, I see.
It's actually, no, it's a joke. It's very good.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm gonna do 2 more. 2-2. Okay, you ready? What do Astralis and Perks have in common? They're both happy being mid. What's the difference between Valorant and Vitality? Valorant has neon. We need one. Oh. What is Vane's favorite social media platform? Tumblr. Why does Timo live in a really small house? Because he doesn't need much room. What? I'm out of jokes. How are we gonna solve this? Okay. Fnatic walks into a bar. There's no pun. It's just, it's week 3, day 3, and they're out of the competition. You know, it's a tie.
That was a good one.
That was a good one. So we'll end on that note. Thank you so much. It's a tie. Back to me. Yo, oh, it came out good. I'm really happy it did.
Don't you dare look over here. Don't you.
Oh, actually, the reason we couldn't do it is because now you have a mic, so we can't do it with you. Actually, are not allowed to spit it out. Okay, for 1 minute 40. Got it. It was really good. Thank you to Markoon and Finn for playing with us. I asked them would they have done this if they were 0-2, and they were like, absolutely not. But I guess that's also fun about winning. You get to do content like this, and they're undefeated.
Yeah, I mean, you're always happy when you go 2-0, and it's crazy to think that the matchup last year, which would have been SK and Astralis, would have been a banger, but because they would have been the 2 last-place teams, now it's a banger because they're actually both competing for a 3-0 week, which is absolutely unreal to think about.
It's insane. And in winter, 3 wins was actually enough to qualify you for the group stage. So...
wow.
They're on a good track, and one of them has to win today. So let's talk about what's been going well for them and start with SK, maybe Goldberg, because I only have
I'm sorry.
one analyst.
I'll take half your salary later for today. That's fine. Great. Okay, sorry, what was the question again?
It's about SK and their story so far. Super impressive throughout winter, making it to the playoffs, and now 2-0 again. So it seems that they're going on the same level as they ended.
You know, out of all the playoffs teams, SK is the one to have the best week so far coming into it here. So that, oh, you better not. Go on. Best one to have the best starting week so far with the 2-0 out of all of them, and it just speaks to the consistency and the players we have. This is so distracting.
I'm sorry. We owe it to them to be serious.
3-0. Oh my God, my.
Okay, we're going to casters.
So wait, now we have to be serious after that?
What is he doing?
Was that part of the
I feel like...
Oh, the slow-mo replay.
Oh my
They're just
God.
unleashing.
I feel like ever since the pauses yesterday, we've just...
been unhinged.
It's just been unleashed.
Yeah.
And we've never come back.
That was a really funny segment.
But It was great.
Ex-teammates.
Shout out to Finn, shout out to Marcoon for participating before a big game like this, because it is a big game. The devs talked about it. It was hard to, again, take it seriously because Ender looks like a little chipmunk there on the side of the desk. The man's got cheeks.
Got them full of water. But no, it's time for serious mode because we saw the graphic in the standings. SK and Astralis, both 2 undefeated teams, both tied for first right now with Vitality. Looking good, and especially Astralis just coming off the back of beating G2. That's got to feel real good with a new starter in the mid lane.
And any other year, you might have called this a fluke, you might have called this a result of best of 1, but we saw Astralis and SK both getting so much better, showing us consistently good performances across the winter season, and we have to wonder if this is just the next step in their evolution. And I'm ready to see how far they can go, because as a lot of the more veteran organizations are beginning to fall down, there is room for organizations like SK, for organizations like Astralis to step up, and they did step up in these last 2 days. But this one, I don't know, man, that was an Aurelia montage I saw yesterday, which gives me a lot of faith. Because I've seen a lot of leader montages in my time. You know, he was like the promised Yasuo prodigy for many years. I did not ever see them on stage until yesterday, but that was masterclass.
He's got a wheelhouse. He's got Sylas, Akali, Kassadin, all of these melee champs, Yone, Yasuo.
Your auto attack range is under 150. Leader will bust it out.
Iconic duo. Leader just looks at you and he's like, you know what, I'm going to pick up that champion instantly. I feel like Leader is the kind of player where if the game is messy, because I've heard a lot of Leader's comms throughout the ERLs and I played with him, like if he hears a fight's happening, no matter what, even if the fight's disadvantageous, he'll join it and just say take the fight because he'll just try and outplay them. Like I think his biggest strength is mechanical outplays, and that's something he'll always strive for, and that's why he loves these kind of champions. We'll see if he gets something this game. Koi banned Zed against him yesterday.
I liked the Koi ban Zed against him yesterday remix that you just put together for us there, Mark. Of course, we're talking about one side right now. We talked about Astralis, we talked about Leader. It was a great performance from the entire team. And on the opposite side, we've seen from SK Gaming as well, especially day one, immaculate team fighting, Irrelevant really popping off, really showing up. And this is a matchup where, again, when you looked at these rosters at the start of winter, you might not have known where to focus. You might not have been super excited, but coming into today, I feel like we can look anywhere and we have an interesting matchup based on what we saw. That said, bot lane remains the most interesting to me by far. Had to say by far because we're going to talk about AD carries here. Exekick DOS versus Kabe Jianghun. I mean, already we're seeing 3 AD bans. These are the guys who have the potential to carry their teams, who have been star performers. 2 AD carries who are fighting to be in top 3 right now, I think it's safe to say, alongside Upset and Hansama based on the performances we've seen thus far.
Wow, look at all these AD carry bans. Xayah, Varus, Zeri, Lucian, Caitlyn all taken off. What does that leave? Sivir, Ezreal, Aphelios, Draven are like the next in line of AD carries that we'll see. Looks like Marcoon will be on tank duty as his goes towards the Sejuani. I think it's his most played next to Vi. And I think the importance of Vi might drop slightly with things like Zeri being out, Lucian being out, these mobile AD carries that you need to lock down, so they value tank and engage over everything. Oftentimes here you'll see things like Jace Flex, Gragas Flex, Veigar Insta locked in there.
Veigar.
Alongside the Vi as well. Will be good setup.
Now, while it is a giant meme that Leader only plays melee champions, that is what we've historically seen him tend towards. So seeing an instant lock Veigar here.
This is a Veigar flex, I think.
It is. It must be, because I'm not ready to call it mid laner yet. Support? Is that the angle here? I don't know what you've seen in solo queue so far.
I think it's probably AD carry Veigar flex, because I remember Kobe used to play a lot of Veigar bot, and I know that Kobe has always been a pretty proficient mage player on the bot side of the map. So. And Leader's champion pool is very AD heavy, so having AP somewhere else, especially on bot lane, is great. If they can play some kind of like Veigar Gwen or something along those lines with a Zed, that would be Astralis bread and butter skirmish heavy. It was in the BLG series today, Yagao was playing Veigar. It looks so strong when you have champions like Gnar even, anything that can knock them into the cage.
And I think the big thing here too, as well, is that the premier duo that is left on the table based on what we've seen over the last few days is Aphelios Thresh, but the Thresh Lantern is just essentially hard countered. And you talked about pulling someone into the cage, and I think you're right. I think your read is completely correct. Now, of course, Kabe played the Veigar last summer. Shout out to our stats team for getting us the stats there pretty quick, but this is a ruthless combo. If any hook hits you, the cage is guaranteed to hit you. If the cage comes down, you get out of it, you can get hooked back into it. This is merciless.
SK should know this is 100% Veigar Pyke bot. Like, you don't pick Pyke like that if you're not playing with a self-sufficient, like, mage wave clear champion. Unless they are playing something like Veigar mid with Ziggs. You can see the Aurelia bans already. They read it. They know Kobe is going onto that Veigar. It's a bit of a fake flex, I think, you know, when you have players like Leader and Kobe on your team, because Kobe likes it, Leader's not really played it at all. So SK won't fall for that trap. I'm yet to be surprised. If they do put it mid, I'll be very surprised, but we'll have to see what happens. But I'm really excited for this draft already. The execute damage on Astralis already is absurd. Pyke Veigar, if you're within that threshold, instantly gone.
And if you're not, you're going to get to the threshold pretty damn quick with the amount of easy setup. These 3 champions alone should be able to kill Aphelios in any and every team fight, assuming they get close enough. And I think that's part of the reason why the Scion is now banned away, is they do not want to give SK the avenue to fight front to back, to be comfortable. GP taken out 2. I like SK taking that one away because, again, Finn has shown excellent performances in Winter, but also this is something that a champion like Veigar could really struggle with. You get caught out by a GP ult, you don't really have the mobility to get away from any champion that wants to dive onto you.
What do you pick here? Jace would be quite nice. Do you want to flex Jace? Yeah, Jax also works pretty nice. I think countering mid is important. See where this Annie goes. Give Leader all the tools he needs to find a pick into it. See what the relevant matches it with. Often we see Gragas into Jax, Gnar, something that can just go even. You never really see any kind of explosive matchups. Fiora is something Irrelevant could opt into, but it's a bit of a risky matchup to go in towards. It's more of like an Eastern answer. Ornn is another one if you just want to play a raw tank. They have got an immobile mage, but it's actually going to be Sejuani top by the looks of it. And they're going to put Marcoon on the Lee Sin jungle. Now that opens up things like Ahri here, and Talia especially, for Certus if he wants to go towards a control kind of style alongside the Lee Sin to pair well. We'll have to see. It could also be any mid.
Is he a Lee Sin solo lane enjoyer? I'm inclined to agree with you. So 20 top feels like the safer bet. Obviously, it was popular in metas past. And so now, again, we're going to get to see the Rakan come out for DOS. This was a massive factor in their win on day 1. Massive team fight, team play, engagement. All those options is now Leader debating here. Yone is like at 20-30% magic damage, so it doesn't hurt too much. You've got a lot of champions. Jax and Yone both going to do a little bit of magic damage, but I think it should be more than enough AD alongside a Pyke to be fine. Instead, the Sylas now coming out. You got a lot of good ults to take away.
Interesting. I think maybe a little bit more on the AP side than they would have wanted, because Jax does have a nice little bit of magic damage there as well, and they're not playing an auto attack damage champion. Oftentimes when you have a comp with a mage bot lane, you want to play something that can actually burn Nash down with DPS. An auto attack based champion, Tristana Lucian mid was the old school way of doing it. Now they don't have something like Yasuo or Yone to like on-hit crit to get things like the objectives down, so that's going to hurt them a little bit, but their skirmish will be good, their team fights will be good, they have a lot of control. I think Leader has a lot of good ults to take away, but his champion innately, they have quite short range, so he should be able to find his way onto the backline.
Incredibly short range. This has to be, I mean, Veigar is going to give you a little bit of protection with the cage to walk up for only himself to auto-attack the tower. This is going to be a little bit tricky if they cannot snowball a lead. If we get to a point where SK can maybe secure a Baron, this composition can fall apart very quickly. They don't have good wave clear, but as you highlighted, 3v3 skirmishes early, these first heralds, these first objectives, it's going to be so hard for SK Gaming to match in terms of just the sheer amount of utility coming out from these champions on the Astralis side.
And I think we're already seeing in the first week here that Leader's champion pool kind of unlocks Kobes a bit, because he can play these mages, but if you have a mage mid player, it's really hard to play mages bot because he doesn't want to lean into these skirmish heavy champions. And the meta is so kind of fluid right now that you can play whatever you want. Even Closer in Sandbox is playing things like Irelia mid. So you can play anything in any situation if you think it's a good angle, and Leader has all of these pocket picks that pair well with mage bots, so I think their drafting has just become a little bit easier when it comes to flexes. Quite easy to read into sometimes though, but it does get you some of these weird skirmish heavy drafts.
Wow! From the USA, welcome to EMEA, welcome to Berlin, and welcome to SK Gaming versus Astralis, our first, and I'm gonna say best matchup of the day.
First place versus first place.
And you know what? I'm just going to call it out right now. Junghoon, Halo Blades, Pyke. If you pick anything else in solo queue, you're a baby. You're a little baby, and you should be braver and pick Halo Blades.
They're trying to cheese the Sejuani. I saw this, I don't know if it was in the LCK, but there was an Ignite TP Sejuani top, and they always tried to go for level 1. In their game, it did work. Because obviously they're not running Flash, right? It's just an easy kill if you can get any CC on them, but then it looks like they're not able to pull that off. Nice idea. Won't result in anything.
Not able to force Irrelevant to take an unoptimal skill either. So just a bit of an information trade. DOS does manage to get that vision down. We'll see where 113 starts, but the second that ward is placed, you know where the jungler is starting.
And I think it's always fun to look at the minimap. You just saw 113 ping Raptors red Krugs. red pings on the bot side jungle of Marcoon. I think he's just guessing what he's going to do. Might be right, actually. If he does something like red Raptor's Crux, anything along those lines, go towards bot. But I think top side is where both these junglers should look to focus. The Lee Sin Sejuani can be pretty strong in the 2v2s. And a Pyke Rakan lane doesn't have that much kill pressure, I feel like. They're both quite mobile supports.
Yeah.
Unless you can lock down the enemy AD carry.
Level 1 can be very impactful for the Pyke. If he does connect on a hook, that and Hail of Blades is often lane defining, but normally you see Pyke paired with a champion who can do a little bit more at level 1. Vigar, Aphelios, both pretty trash as far as level 1 damage output goes.
Important to note here on the bot side, matching skins for Astralis.
Love to see it.
Both rocking the green.
People underestimate when you queue up for duo queue, but you really need to have matching skins. Just get a chroma. You know
get a chroma. I think Yonghun and Kobe definitely talks about it. Is that a Pyke chroma? I think it is a Pyke.
It's Pyke chroma. Yeah, that's a chroma.
Yeah. And then it's the Veigar skin, obviously. I think Yonghun was looking for a hook there, but he realized if I hook DOS and he W's on my AD carry,
yeah, you're in trouble.
Could be a bad trade. So not going to opt into that. Marcoon's gone for red into a clear top side, and 113 will be matching that.
Yeah. Lane matchup feels just a little bit awkward on the bottom side, just because Aphelios feels pretty good at level 2. Rakan maybe would want the level 3. It's a similar story for Kabe as well. But I think once level 3 is coming out, we'll see a little bit more aggressive play there on the bottom side. For now, just checking in on the top lane matchup. Sejuani using some of those base stats, base tankiness to trade back with the Jax. As 113 shows his face here, takes the ward out, will walk into Marcoon here.
I think in the long run, Marcoon wins because he has Conquer.
Yep, should do it.
He needs to keep this fight extended.
Continuing to auto-attack, needs to get away from the Q. Bit of a miscalculation here. Surtus now coming on the way up. Leader wants to take the fight. Flash out to safety. Surtus going to be forced to flash as well.
Looks like the Vi actually has a lot of base damage in that level 3. I thought Lee Sin would be alright, but I think when you're both half HP or around 60%, the fight doesn't extend as long as you would want if you were both full HP. Now he's looking towards mid. Leader's going to look to connect the chain.
Surtus stunned up here. I think he's just going to have to flash out to safety. Is it even going to be enough space? Marcoon can jump in and shield, but I think he just dies too in the process. Is still going to go in anyway. Now trying to turn and burn. Excellent use of the Sonic Wave. Resonating Strike, but Jonghoon is here. Jonghoon trying to be the difference maker. Surtus burning, ticking. Leader going to grab the kill, but he's got no mana. But just then, he's going to tick up. He manages to get a cookie, but this Pyke is a dead man walking.
How long on the E cooldown? No Q on Lee Sin.
Das going in.
There's the E.
Holds the E.
He doesn't have W, so he's a bit stuck here.
He can Q him back over their base wall. He's dead.
Is it an execute, though?
Good question.
I
1, 2.
No, it's
no. Das gets it.
Wow, okay, nice turn there by the SK mid-jungle. I think Annie had the stun up on the W, got the double stun, and then Marcoon managed to burst straight through 113. Nice for Astralis to get the presence of mind onto Leader, but yeah, Marcoon had a full stacked Conqueror and was just shredding straight through them. That's going to be a really fed Lee Sin in this early game.
Good call on presence of mind there. And yeah, here we see, I mean, looks really bad initially, but this is one of the things you talked about with the Lee Sin.
Oh, close.
Once you get low, you get a lot of impact out of this Lee Sin Q.
Yeah, 113 tried to predict the flash of Surtus, and he got the right idea in the direction. He just didn't have enough range on it, so he couldn't get the kill. And here, I think DOS, he has E. I believe he might have Q as well or something along those lines. I'm not exactly sure what spell he has, but either way, both supports are level 2. That just hurts Rakan more because he has 3 combat spells, whereas the Pyke W is more for a gap close. So Marcoon's now up towards this top side. Contest over mid. Irrelevant pops the Ignite.
Flashing out safety. Respect there from Finn. Knows that he'll get stunned up. Pulling down to the rest of his team. Well, back away, but already a very explosive early game. 1.3k gold lead. Almost entirely on the back of that bot side play. Level 2 still. For Jonghoon, not ideal. Again, you really... Kabe level 5. These supports are just refusing to lane.
You're gonna love to see it. Skirmish heavy around mid. I feel like leaders...
I would love to see him get level 3, personally.
And then leave the lane.
And then
so he can use all his spells.
There we go. Okay, now I'm back.
And he listened to you.
There
now
it is.
He's gone again. Off he goes on his wonderful walks around the map. And I think leader is just like... He's like a black hole in mid, you know, he just sucks everyone in. He's just permanently trading, super aggressive, and all supports have to come towards mid. We saw it in the G2 game. And I think we're kind of seeing the same thing here, just calling resources. 113 always loves to hover around. Surtus no flash means that Jonghoon will likely visit mid. But he's just covering Kobe right now. DOS looking for some information as to where the Pyke is.
Yeah. Of course, the biggest difference right now, you see a pretty sizable gold lead for SK, but most of that money is in the back pocket of Marcoon, so he's going to be the player that we have to watch to try to snowball the lead that SK have been able to build thus far. The rest of the areas of the map are still very close. No significant item differences yet. Of course, normally when I look at, you know, kind of the Pyke Vigar bot lane, I'm like, ooh, level 6, they're going to kill people. But Jonghoon's going to be level 4, maybe, when Kabe's level 6. So I think that plan of using the 2v2 for kill pressure might have to wait a little bit longer.
I think it's actually I mean, Younghoon will need level 6, but he's playing really low econ Pyke, isn't he? Look what he's doing now. He's running top. I think he knows there's a play coming. 4-man dive on the way to Finn. He's halfway to level 6, so he won't get access to that ultimate. Younghoon's not enough to cover this.
That's actually
messed
big.
up. They messed it up, but I think they should be able to go for it anyway. Leader's way too far away.
On the way in, level 5 for Finn. Can't get the extra stats. He's going to try to body block what he can. Easy kill onto the Pyke. Finn now going to do it. He's going to try to find a reset here, get away from the bear, but he's just trying to clear the wave. He knows he's already dead. Double kill on the top side for SK. Almost 3K now in the lead.
They are dominating this game here, SK. Leader has just arrived to basically do nothing anyway. Relevant will get the plate. He'll get a couple of minions here, and there's no cross map available. So Younghoon could have been bot and looking for a dive, but he tried to cover. 113 was on Gromp though, and that was just a clean execution from SK. The second they saw the Pyke, they just instantly went onto the level 3 Pyke. You talked about how, you know, vulnerable the Pyke can be. One shot in a stun, and then drop the aggro, let Tibbers do the work, and then re-engage after tower aggro is reset and the damage is gone. So Astralis needs to look for some more plays here. They're not really getting involved in these skirmishes. It's SK just dominating the map. Marcoon on this Lee Sin. 4-0-1.
And I think, again, credit to SK, because we really were, when looking at these drafts, we recognized immediately the skirmish power that Astralis could bring to bear, but SK have matched and outmatched in so many circumstances now, resulting in this 2K gold lead. Ulti going to go a little bit wide, searches for the sidestep. Doss in the area. An excellent coverage once again from Doss here.
I see what you did there. To bear, because there's an any.
I didn't, but I'll take the credit. Thank you.
Hidden puns.
Got
subconscious puns. They're
everywhere.
They're the deadliest ones. Younghoon level 4 still up towards his top side. 113 is dinged over to level 6. Certus has access to that Tibbers very soon. Looks like Astralis is just going to force it. Kobe is even making his way up here. So what does SK do? They try to match. Right now it looks like X-Kick's pushing out bot. Just going to give this one up by the looks of it. Go towards bot side, take Drake perhaps. Younghoon's going to get some information. We'll find Doss. I think X-Kick can start melting through this tower with his guns.
Yeah, what guns does he have? That is
red,
going to be the big question. Yep. Okay, well, he's going to murder this tower. You have insanely high attack speed the closer you are to your target.
So much ammo as well. Oh my god.
White gun, so...
No, stop it.
There you go. Folks, if you have not seen this yet, this is your #1 Aphelios tip. Anytime someone tries to go to do Herald, just ignore them and take 3 plates. It's the easiest trade deal of your life. Aphelios and Tristana, 2 of the only champions in the game that can essentially just out-trade a Herald like this.
Yeah, maybe Jinx as well in some cases with the attack speed, but yeah, you're definitely right. Aphelios, Tristana are the ones you want to look out for. And for Astralis, it's a bit weird because Younghoon doesn't really want to be bot because his... I mean, look at the items on Kobe. He's just going full scaling, right? It makes a lot of sense. But he can't really get any fights rolling on the top side because they lose all lanes right now and they get pushed in. They have deep vision towards their jungle, which will slowly start to accrue and get worse and worse. Right now it's just on that top tri-bush, but the ward's slowly fading away. And they're gonna get Dragon here now, SK. So as long as Relevant's playing safe and not getting too cocky, no cross map available again.
Difficult position they find themselves in. SK grabbed a couple plates on the bottom side, grabbed the Dragon for now, holding on to their gold lead. Of course, there is still a Herald in the back pocket.
Beautiful.
Of 113. But yeah, you love this, don't you? A Rakan just standing there to be jumped to.
When you're just jungling and your support just starts pulling out the camps and like hits them with you, just feels so safe.
If you want that feeling, you could just play AD carry, where they have to hold the wave for you.
No, but then I have to like
learn.
a
yes sir, please sir, thank you sir kind of situation.
If I start maining AD carry, I have to learn how to whine.
Ah, yeah, that's true.
I'm not much of a whiner really. So I'm not sure if I can get that.
Okay, just say it one time with me. Support diff.
Support. I mean, that's jungle role as well.
Yeah, support diff. You just get practice saying it, but you gotta get the earnestness.
It's more like gank bot.
Like support diff. You know.
Yeah.
Really let them know that you're no way at fault. Delusion is the core strength of an AD carry.
It is. I mean, look at both AD carries this game. They're just chilling. They're just farming waves.
It's actually so messed up because both these AD carries are good. Not these AD carries.
Yeah.
Solo queue AD carries.
Solo queue AD carries. Yeah.
These AD carries are doing their job, and their job right now is to farm it up.
Should we play a game?
We could play a game.
Small one. Not a too crazy of a game. Younghoon's level 4. He's about to be level 5.
Yep.
What time do you think he'll hit level 6 in the game? I'm gonna say 13:50.
13:50. I'm taking 14:30.
Okay. All right. We'll see who's closer.
That seems impossible, actually, now that I've said it. That's so far away. All right.
Time flies.
Yeah.
It does.
When you're having fun.
Especially when you're dying in these top fights.
Irrelevant is not having fun. He's going to get knocked up and taken out there. 113, finding the play on the top side. Still has the Herald. Could look to lock it down. Marcoon now locked up. Clean combo. Coming in, Leader. He's got a stolen bear tethered to him.
Leader's bear.
Leader's bear.
It's fading away quite quickly, though. That's going to
Franken
disappear.
Tibbers.
Oh my god, look what they're unleashing. A Herald, a Tibbers, Franken Tibbers. Just going to back away, couple plates. Is Leader in range? Did he walk up? He's going to walk up now and realize, like, hang on a second.
Leader's got this, doing this Pokemon trainer thing, man. He got a Herald, got a Bear. He's really trying to catch them all right now.
All he needs now is a Dragon, and that's spawning in 3 minutes.
Fair.
We saw the power of Dragons yesterday, or Saturday, sorry.
True.
Perks on the Aurelion Soul. Yeah, so
Yeah,
Finn's just going to stop the base. Not sure if he
Okay,
wants to do that.
Finn! That might have been questionable. Quick flash out to safety.
Hashtag worth. So Yonghun hasn't even gotten a tick of XP yet. Hang on a second.
Oh, there he's going back over the wall. 1-3, too little, too late. But the hook coming over, waiting, trying to buy a bit more time. Hooks DOS back. Definitely not the ideal target. Not level 6 yet, but the flash through. Marcoon gonna make sure that he gets the stun. Marcoon still living.
How is he out? Is he out? DOS can block. Oh, he tried to get him with the E through the...
Oh my god.
They tried to pull him out of it.
It's so clean.
He tried to pull him out so that the 1-1-3 could land it. And he was also blocking. Tried to E him through it as well. Didn't get the kill. That's 800 gold that just slipped away.
DOS leaves no man behind. And now 1-1-3. Is he gonna go back in? Marcoon, you psycho. No. He's gonna resist.
Psycho.
You know his body was telling him yes.
Oh yeah. It's the classic Lee Sin. You always just want to send it, pop the Gore Drinker, and hope you've got enough damage. Wow, Irrelevant's just taking a full top tower all the meanwhile.
And I gotta say, I was really ready for this to be about 80 carry versus 80 carry. We got this very pretty Exakick versus Kabe graphic, but this is jungle support versus jungle support, and Marcoon DOS.
Dude, they're just listening to payphone, like full blast. They can barely hear their teammates.
It's
just
band
farming
of-
creeps,
band-
like
yeah.
tabbing in and out, watching series.
Meanwhile, these two are like fighting. There's like Army of Two. Do you ever play that game, like Xbox game? Just like back to
Xbox
back.
One, the first Xbox.
Guns a-blazing. You know, jumping in front of hooks, taking bullets for each other.
Left 4 Dead style.
Yeah, this is the
Fighting for their
dynamic
lives.
people dream of when they queue up for duo queue.
This really is a support diff, really, isn't it? Yeah. You just sit there and they roam around the map. You close your eyes and open them, and you've basically won the game or lost it in the next 10 minutes. X-Kick pushing Yonghun away. So he's a quarter of the way towards level 6.
It's 13 minutes.
Dropping all... Not really farming at all, is he? DOS is level 6.
Did you say 1350?
I said 1350. You said 1430.
1430.
Looks like we both might be wrong, unless he gets a couple more waves.
Oh, observers. Do you know something I don't... Is he about to just get 6 here?
No. He needs 2 more waves on top of this one. He's very close. He needs 1 more wave, basically.
He's walking away from the XP. There might also be a dive here, but we're really
so
mired in our
invested.
bet.
But there might be a fight, actually, as well.
DOS could get caught out here. Gonna get hooked back, but does not get pulled over the wall. That's gonna be big. DOS now locked up. Should just get cut down here. No room to maneuver. And that is the pick potential of this Astralis comp.
Yep.
Finally coming through.
It is. Look at level 10 Aphelios, level 5 Pike. 14 minutes in. Trying to hover around bot side and get some wards down by looks of it. He has a pink in his inventory. Maybe they're trying to threaten some kind of dive if
Does
they
this
do
man
decide to walk
only
up.
want kill experience?
Oh my god,
Is he doing a
you're
challenge?
going to be bang smack on the money, Drakos. If he stays for this bot wave, you've landed it. 10 seconds on the next wave.
He's going to leave.
He's going to base. Oh no.
He's going to make fools of us all.
Oh no. He's just basically 2 creeps away.
He refuses.
Yeah, it's going to be 15.
This is like... Okay, we've made too many references today, but you know when they have like the training vest on in Dragon Ball Z and they take it off? He's like...
In the spaceship.
Yeah, exactly. He's just keeping the pre-level 6 Pike training vest on as long as possible.
He's going to do some thousands of press-ups on the spot.
Yeah.
When that falls off.
That said, League of Legends works nothing like anime, so you're just weaker.
I don't know. Did you see TRX winning Worlds? That looked like an anime to me.
Fair. In-game.
In-game, yeah.
Yeah. The narratives get pretty anime sometimes.
They do. TP top. Marcoon starts Herald. Yonghun will get 6 now. So 15:01. 31 seconds off, not too bad. And I think that's it. That's all Yonghun needs now. He can just run around looking for picks constantly. He doesn't really need to soak any more waves.
Yeah.
And the best thing about playing things like Pike is you want to make sure you're in fog of war as much as possible, so the enemy team's always guessing where you are. You never really want to show yourself on lanes unless you're really soaking up that experience.
Yeah. I think the downside right now is that there's a lot of these deficits that are so hard to manage that even if Pike shows up, might not be enough to break open some of these discrepancies. Kabe starting to build up a bit of a gold lead here. Not sure how he's 700 ahead. I guess plates must have come through.
A couple plates, most likely. And I think he's just waiting to get towards that Seraph's, get Rod of Ages up to 10 stacks. You can see there, 145 stacks, More and more AP. And I think the issue that SK have is just, that Astralis have, sorry, is that SK has 2 Drakes, and I think they have Herald too, so they need to make sure that they're playing 2 Responds rather than making too many plays of their own. If they go top as 4 and they try to kill, I don't know, Irrelevant, they might just lose 2 mid towers for it, right? They have Herald, so you're just going to lose so much, not really worth it. It's just better to play reactive at the moment. Stop them from getting in your jungle.
I think one of the issues that I see already is that I kind of expected Astralis to hit the ground running a bit more, and their mid game is really strong, and we are well kind of cemented in the mid game at this point. But the later we go, SK's composition just feels like it has a lot more reliable tools overall. Getting this triple melee topside into a fight, getting him onto your enemy backline is going to be hard in the face of an Annie, in the face of a Sejuani and a Lee Sin. So Astralis really need to see how they're going to execute this. How they're actually going to make these picks feel good outside of just throwing down a cage or fishing for a pick with their ultimates.
Oh, he lost the cannon. You hate to see it. -1 on the gold and the stacks. Yeah, Astralis just defending their topside jungle. But you're right, I think the fact that they have an AD carry just means it only gets better for SK. And the fact that Astralis have barely any frontline means if XK gets towards 3 items and can be safe in fights, it's going to be a montage.
Confidence from DOS stepping forward here. Exit kick. Gets the root, gets the lock up. Oh. DOS flashing to follow. Junko just barely able to get out of that one.
Oof. Not too bad. They just traded Rakan ult and flash for Pike flash, but the problem is SK now have a wave in. They're going to pop the Herald. I don't think they'll get this tower. No objective to play for either. 2 minutes on the Drake. Leader's fighting on dot right now. I think he's getting engaged on by Irrelevant. Lost half his HP. He's going to be prone to a dive now. He needs to be careful.
Sejuani just very powerful with the Jack Shell already. DOS again just continuing to look for these engaged. Jungkook on the way in. They're going to burn through Leader before the fight even starts. Jungkook now fishing for the hook. He will not find it. Fit coming in, looking for a multi-man stun. Only going to find the Lee Sin for now. Sejuani alternate. Kave controls so much space with the cage here, but they're going to have to be happy with the bear minimum, which is a bear.
Damn. Done it again. Loads of bear ones. And they barely get out alive.
Wow. Tense.
They lost mid tower for that, yeah. Good play by SK. And I think Markoon just solidifies the play. Just war jump in, kick QQ, don't let Leader get out. Don't let him dash away, don't let him try to turn this fight whatsoever. And get the dive and get out. And I think Certus just defended them pretty well with that Tibbers. And then they move towards mid. X-Kick doesn't even have to join them. He just takes mid tower all the meanwhile. And I think here, good engage. Markoon still has flash, doesn't waste it. Tibbers to peel. Actually, he does flash out. I thought he actually used W, but flashes out. Cage is not in range.
Get the flash, get the Rakan flash as well. So some cooldowns taken off the board. Flash, of course, earlier than Rakan, rather. But this stage, SK just continuing to trade up. Again, holding on to the 2 dragon advantage. Next drag is in 1 minute and 15. It is just a Cloud Soul, but a lot of ultimate reliant champions here, so will be significant.
Looks like Kobe is just skipping the Seraphs and going straight to Rabadons. Needs to get as much AP as possible, spike as quick as he can. Maybe he knows they might be facing a little bit of a scaling problem and he wants to get as much damage. Glass Cannon now. Looking for a pick on bot here.
Stepping forward, hook on Certus will connect. Immediate chain CC, but that's the stopwatch coming in. X-Kick, bad guns for a fight, but it might not matter here as they're going to take out Yongu before the fight even kicks off. Kave now throwing down the cage, trying to create a bit more space for the rest of the team. Irrelevant continuing to step forward. Finn now in trouble. Dark Matter will not connect. Big stun, big CC, right onto the back line, right onto X-Kick, and they will finish him. Leader and Finn versus the world. Kave continuing to step forward, throwing down. The damage is big from the Vigar. Astralis are turning this. Astralis are holding on, but Lee Sin is coming, and Leader needs to get the hell out. He is now running for his life. One more Q, one more kick. Dash out, but the Sonic Wave will connect.
Markoon comes in to save the day, but it's a 3 for 3. No, it's a 3 for 4 actually. Yonghoon's respawned. That's how long the fight went on for. Irrelevant, really low on HP. Good turn by Astralis. I thought that fight was done for, and SK would just clean up. But on the last tick of HP, 113 turns onto X-Kick. Finn and Leader managed to finish him off and skirmish their way out of what looked like a really dire situation. Markoon makes sure that they win the fight there. Initially missing the Q, so he was a tiny bit later than he would have wanted. Dragon's up. Looks like a round 2 could come in. Pings on the Baron as well, which is also spawning. I wonder if their SK is saying, let's just ignore Drake and go towards Nash here. Certus has TP, there's a mid-wave in. All of the vision is on the bot side of the map right now for Astralis, but Markoon's position's awkward. They need to run up quickly if they want to get this sorted. Yonghoon will pop the sweeper and see Markoon running towards the Baron, so that means Astralis have the information. And I think the call will be called off.
Yeah, Baron has to stop there. X-Kick holding on to 1 or 2 points of ammo in the Graviton maybe in case they can find a pick. Is Markoon going to start this Raptor camp? But Dragon being finished right as the top side of Astralis coming back onto the map means there's no real angle for the Baron at this stage for SK. It is something that will be much easier to threaten as we get later and later into the game. Sejuani and Aphelios together obviously going to do a lot of work in terms of shredding that objective down, especially with the gun combo X-Kick has now. But it would be very bold to start it.
They want to fight again here. Look at Finn. He's just waiting for them to go on this mid-wave. But they're in the top side jungle right now, trying to get red over to X-Kick. Finn's collapsing down. Engaged by 113.
X-Kick. Where's the follow-up going to go? Leader now trying to come in with a Sejuani ult over the wall. X-Kick still standing strong. You do not want to fight into this Aphelios, into this choke, but the baby cage will buy them a bit of space. Now getting locked up. Leader taken out before the fight really even kicks off.
Poor engage by Astralis. 113 getting a little bit too excited. He saw exit kick with no flash, Q flash ulted, but his team was so far away. And by the time he goes in, he goes out, Leader goes in.
Yep, and Aphelios is murdering this Baron. He has infinite chakram, courtesy of laying down those turrets, so he's just going to shred through this objective alongside Marcoon. 6K gold lead for SK. Every time Astralis try to keep it close, every time they try to make it scrappy, SK come out on top.
Getting harder and harder and harder now. 2-item Aphelios. Yeah, the Bloodthirst is going to do so much work to keep him alive in these fights. Force of Nature picked up for Irrelevant. Yeah, 113, too deep. We'll see it again. X kick, no flash. 113 sees him, and he's like, well, let's just go, go, go. But look where Leader is. The ult's popped, yes. But Leader can never get there in range. And then by the time Leader's going in, 113 is going out. Actually turns onto Irrelevant with the rest of his team, but once 113 leaves, the backline can step up. Leader's in the front line, he goes down. They need to make sure they get that one target down quickly and then turn on to the rest after they fall. But if they can never really sync up on that one target, it's just a mess for Astralis.
And it's so hard to get on top of exit kick. Really have to find the perfect angle. Finn stepping forward here onto Certus. Trying to get the pick. Excellent cage to stop DOS. DOS could now be the target, but Marcoon waiting over the wall. Younghoon's going to fish with the hook, but will not get it. Exit kick pushing in on the bottom lane already. Now they're going to try to find the fight at a main advantage. They're immediately going there, immediately kicking the fight off. Stopwatch, will it come out in time? Certus still running, still holding on to the cooldown. Unafraid as 113 just gets deleted. Younghoon on the backside is going to die as well. There is nowhere for this pike to go. Astralis are trying to dig themselves out of this hole, but they are just digging themselves deeper.
Look at Marcoon, 10-0 and 2 on Lee Sin. 1,000 gold, legendary alongside DOS, who's been helping him out in all these fights. Leader's in trouble, wrong side of the map.
Has a Lee Sin kick to get a little bit of space, but that should just be it. Getting beaten down there on the bottom side, and really just massive credit to SK. Not at all phased by the composition that Astralis have brought out today, and building a lot of these laning advantages and just never really giving anything over to the side of Astralis.
It's funny how the AD carries still really haven't gotten involved that much. 3 kill participation on both of them. Cobb is trying his best, but the X-Kick's just sitting there scaling, saying, guys, I'll carry the brunt of the game in the 25-minute mark onwards. But Marcoon and DOS doing all the work.
Knock up, huge combo over the wall, and that's got to be it. There's a Jax on top side, but with those death timers ticking down, SK, I believe they've taken this one.
This is 24 minutes into the game, and they're about to end it. Marcoon, 12-0 and 4. I have to just give a massive shout out to the jungle support of SK this game, just outclassing Astralis, matching every play, making plays happen. Astralis never really found a response. Can they end though? Irrelevant doesn't have TP. Leader's gonna throw out the ultimate. 5 seconds
coming
on the
in, DOS re-engaging, Leader dies. That should just be the end. They're taking their time. Respawn coming in from Young, but unless he hooks someone into that tower, or that Nexus rather.
5 seconds on 113, Irrelevant slow. I think they've got this.
There's
really,
no way.
Yeah.
They just all need to hit it. Just hit the Nexus, the game is over.
DPM though, DPM.
DPM farming.
Yeah.
SK Gaming. After Astralis' performance yesterday, I thought this would be hard. I thought this would be a close-fought match, but SK had Astralis' number, and you highlighted it, and we have to say it again. It is criminal that we cannot give player of the game to 2 players, because DOS together with Marcoon.
Whew. What has happened to SK? They are unreal this year. First place, 3-0, demolishing everyone in their path right now. I thought that maybe the momentum would drop a little bit after winter. You know, you go through a break, patches change, maybe they struggle to get back on the horse, but they're galloping.
Yeah. This is, I'm consistently impressed this season by just a lot of different teams. I was impressed yesterday by Astralis, and I'm impressed today by how handedly SK dismantled the same team that pretty cleanly beat G2 yesterday. They're all just best at once right now, but it is impressive. That is the best performance we have seen from support jungle from SK, I'm gonna say ever.
Yeah, definitely agree. It was basically flawless, really, wasn't it? Especially from Marcoon. Almost died a couple times, especially on that entrance red towards the top side. Just
that
got away.
clip of him walking away at like 150 HP and DOS just, oh, nope, that hook's not gonna hit. Oh, body blocked that one.
Absolute Giga Chad on the Rakan.
Yeah.
Standing in the way. Yeah, good teamwork from SK especially. That wasn't just like, as much as it was good individual skill and mechanics in the fights, just good teamwork. Always there, always ready to respond in all these fights. And I think each team has like a flair behind them, something to be excited about, something that feels different from prior years.
Yeah, and I think the thing that I'm really enjoying is very often when teams that are historically lower down in the standings start to rise, it's because of a single player change. And it was easy for us maybe in winter to mostly just talk about Exit Kick. He was a big shining star for this team, and he's continued to be. But in this game where it was not at all about 80 carries, Marcoon again standing up, reminding people what he's about, showing how great, how good he can be. Certus played Annie. He did very well, but you need to vote for the left or the right player on your screen there.
Yeah.
Yes, bias. Lots of bias.
Lots of bias. I can think.
Or just you could call it analysis, I guess, because I have eyes and I watched that game. But
hell yeah, tell him.
Let him know.
Tell him. Yeah, Marcoon great.
Laura's looking at me, but the prompter hasn't scrolled.
Marcoon good.
Marcoon
good. Interview.
Oh, Marcoon interview.
Are you ready for it? I think
Marcoon good. That's how we feel about that game. Let's send it over to Laura.
Marcoon, good, listen, montage. That was a listen show, actually, today. Tell me about the early game.
Yeah, I don't know. I just kept getting kills. I mean, I have to give credit to my team. They just CC'd them, and then I do think I KS'd a lot of kills, but yeah, the early game just went very swimmingly.
Okay, so tell me, was this game easier than not laughing at Shox's jokes during the pre-show? For people who missed it, maybe we can show some bits of it. That was a really funny game.
I think the combination of Finn's face with the jokes, it was that game was way harder than this one for sure, yeah.
All right. Well, 3-0 for you guys this week. Tell me about the week, the preparation coming into it, and how do you expect the split is going to go compared to Winter? Because it's getting a well-oiled machine right now for SK.
Yeah, actually, our scrims this week were like a little bit worse than we usually play, actually. I think it was us adapting to the meta, which has shifted a bit. You know, roam with your support more, and it's a little bit less bot lane oriented. So I think our scrims were a bit more Fiesta, but I was still pretty confident coming into the week, and I guess it showed that we 3-0.
It really showed. And meta shift, I also want to mention Lycian. I know that you like playing in the early game. It's a champion that suits you really well, I think.
Yeah, I mean, my entire career I've liked playing in the early game, right? And the only problem with Lee Sin that it's kind of a hard champ to play, and if you mess up, you look really like dumb. But I think I've spammed this champ every season in solo queue now for the past 5 years, so I think yeah, I can play it now.
It wasn't one of these days today. Amazing game. Again, on the other side of this interview, they're going to talk about your top laner. And when I was hosting yesterday, we talked about the all-pro top 3, and I think there's an argument to be made about Irrelevant making it there. Tell me about playing with him and his improvements over the course of the year.
I think he really surprised me coming into Winter Split. I think he was very good. I thought he was good already because I remember he had a very good in Summer Split. He had a good series against Broken Blade, and he was playing well. So I knew he was good, but playing with him, he's just very, very solid. And I think the change that we've made to this split as well is that we try to play a bit more around top and a bit more carry focused, which also this new meta allows, right? And I think he's stepping up to that role as well and being more vocal and trying to lead the team a little bit more as well.
It really shows. It really shows the unsung hero, I think, here for SK. Let's stay on the top lane topic, but on the other side of the rift, facing Finn today. I know that you guys were talking backstage. You stayed close friends, it feels. Is it special for you facing off an old friend on the rift every time?
Yeah, I mean, I love playing as Finn. It adds a little bit of a personal touch to the game. If I can kill Finn, I'm really happy. And I think in that mid lane plate where I queued into like tier 2, not sure if I do that against other players, to be honest, but it was Finn, so I had to go.
It was personal. Marcoon, thank you so much for the interview. We'll see you next week for week 2. And Shox, back to you for postgame.
Thank you so much. What a lovely interview. Always from Marcoon. Also love that Dutch accent. But in any case, that Lee Sin, though, crazy. Just took over the game. We could probably play a highlight montage of the whole thing. And he said, yeah, sometimes it's difficult to play or it's stressful because if you do make a mistake, you look really, really silly. I didn't see one, but that was maybe because he was so fed that he was just always killing someone, Goldberg.
I think the opportunities kind of also just arose for him. It wasn't necessarily planned the way they got the first kill. You know, 113 who's battling him in the topside river and then moving down. And then this is what it unfolds into. You pick up 2 kills because it's just a freebie in the way it looks here.
No, I think it was such a crazy game to be Lee Sin in. Like, he managed to finish Gourd Drinker at 8 minutes. He got the kills going, and the main thing about the opposite composition, having Silas and Pyke, the only thing they can really do is fight their way out of situations. And if Lee Sin gets ahead in those situations, he keeps fighting. It's a dream situation for him, especially considering he has CC, right? He goes topside, he has the Sejuani, Annie, Lee Sin, 2v2 mid is something that we've seen across the board. First time here in the LEC, I'm very happy to see it, but this is something that's been played so much in the LPL and also in the LCK, so I'm happy that teams have the guts to pull it off.
And I can't even believe that he's living here. I thought he was straight up inting when I saw this place, because I'm like, there's no way this is going to be worth. You have a 400 goal shutdown on top of what you already give, and he gets out of here alive as well. So it's still worth it. It's limit testing, and sometimes, you know, it just works out in the end.
It does. Wow.
100%
look at that. He's just on the rift.
Indeed.
I know it was something that they were working towards also, kind of the early game in general. But Yamato, what do you think has been leveling up about SK as we've been watching them not only through winter, but also their start you've seen so far from them?
Yeah, the main concern for me always is when you have a team that is new, with a lot of new players coming into the league. I think the main question is, how are they going to translate that into the next meta? It's like the previous meta was very heavy on the Lucian, Nami, the Yuumi, but that was the meta for so long, so it was very evident that they were very practiced on it in the bottom side. But this was a completely different Rook, because what happened was that Rakan was connecting with mid. We saw a lot of fighting 3v3 around mids, and Exakick just played this role of just farming out bots and taking it easy. And I think that as the game progresses more and more around the melee supports and the early game junglers like Lee Sin, knowing how to play that 3v3 mid is so important, because G2 is the main team that did that so much in winter, and now a lot of teams are going to look to contest that. We saw that with Astralis yesterday, and now we saw it today with SK. It is a, the outlook for Spring Split is just so exciting.
Yeah, I think it's so much about overloading the map in your favor as well. A lot of this, of course, will come out of priority, but in the early game, there was a huge support difference between DOS and Junghoon, and the casters were talking about as well. They barely hit level 6 until, what it was, at 13, 14 minutes into the game, right? But that's just what's so necessary when you want to play that top side. The individual matchup between Aphelios and Vega doesn't matter in the laning phase. The Vega wants to scale, the same goes for the Aphelios into the late game. So if you can be the difference maker on the other side of the map, that's what you want to see. And that's just so impressive to see that SK is already playing it this well, because in Winter Split, they were all about the 2v2, and now they're evolving on the map.
They are evolving in front of our eyes to the side of Astralis. This is the first loss they have suffered this spring. What do you think about the choice they made in the bot lane? I know Kobbe has experience also playing the Veigar, for instance, but it does seem a little bit like, okay, you could also go for the full AD matchup, right?
I think the main thing is the pattern that I've seen from Astralis. In the first game, they first picked Elise, and then when Elise was out, they picked the Sejuani. And now when both were out, basically Sejuani was first picked and Elise was out, they are just slamming the Veigar with all of these AD carry bans, because they want to be in a situation where on 5 pick, that leader can be in a position to maybe roll out the Z, to maybe roll out anything that is going to counter the enemy, because they want to be stronger 3v3. In this game, unfortunately, the 2v2 on mid, when Lee Sin gets those kills, it becomes a very difficult game to play, because you can only fight your way out. But I think the fact that they are finding their identity so quick with leader, and they are really leaning into his idea of the game and finding synergy, is already so good to see.
Willingness to evolve in that regard, yeah.
100%. I also think I didn't actually have too much against the Astralis draft. What I thought was curious in the beginning was that we didn't see any Gragas. Ash wasn't touched either, which is usually quite heavily banned as well on the red side. But, you had the Vega into all these dashes, the Rakan, the Lee Sin. If Markoon did not get away with what he got away with in the early game, it could have been way closer as well heading into that mid game. What was so crucial is just the fact that SK is such an explosive team. We saw it in the Winter Split, and we're seeing it now as well.
And you could say it's probably their game plan to make sure that they couldn't get rolling. Otherwise, it could have been an extremely difficult game to play for the Aphelios. But it didn't happen. Markoon got rolling, so did SK, and they are now undefeated. Let's pull up the standings, because it does look beautiful. And I share your excitement, Yamato, because I always find it so cool. Also that they're not a one-hit wonder. What maybe some people would have thought out of winter, it was only, it's because the other teams are bad. Not saying some of the others are better, but they're keeping it going.
I have to say as well, SK, they are looking more and more complete. On paper, I thought they would have like an easy weekend, but then all of a sudden, the Astralis SK matchup was one of the most exciting one of the whole weekend. I have to also give a shout out to the names that are less often mentioned. I think Irrelevant, fantastic, very solid.
Really
He's always delivering. Never is there ever an issue. It's like the camera is always the one happening bot, but there's never an issue on the top side. And then as well, Certus, I think he had a fantastic weekend. Talia, Vi combo the other day, today with the Annie. I think also the Akali game was also super good. He brought them back with that double kill. I think that this is a very good look for SK as a whole.
And just to hone in, I know you said that, and I just really want to re-emphasize how good Irrelevant is, because he goes under the radar because he's willing to play the Sion, like we saw in Winter where he was just unkillable. He's willing to flex the Sejuani topside. He's willing to play the Renekton where he was played through. He's willing to be the teamfight engager as we saw with the Na. He rarely make mistakes, and he rarely needs to be a standout player in the laning phase, which is why you don't see the huge pop-up performance where it's like, oh my god, they're playing through him all the time. He has room for those under Renekton, but he's just so consistently damn good, and that's what you need on a team like SK when you got multiple threats.
I think to just add, he's never ego drafting.
No.
There's been so many games.
He's so selfless.
He's so selfless in the way he picks champions. always picking 4-5 something that is going to make the comp complete. And then even though the matchup on paper might be hard, like early Sion versus K'Sante that we saw with the OP K'Sante that wasn't nerfed, he was always even, always chilling and just breaking the enemy comp by picking the champion that makes the most sense. Not like a Renekton stats pattern, you know?
No.
So, oh, even CS, but you're useless, sucks.
He's doing his thing up in the top lane, and SK are 3-0. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, it's Team Heretics versus BDS.
Rakan and Aphelios bot. Yeah. Can you go Rakan?
You might have TP, okay?
Yeah. Looking Rakan?
Yeah, I'm looking. Maybe send just TP.
Can you kill him? Headsy.
No W. Nice.
That's just gonna try to body block what he can. Easy kill onto the Pike. Finn now gonna do it, but he's just trying to clear the wave. He knows he's already dead. Double kill on the top side for SK.
Just base after him. Base after him. Base after him.
I wanna go.
Yeah. Look, I will flash in. Yeah. Look, Vega.
Just kill them all.
We can edge.
They also want to get out, guys.
They want to get out, guys. Nice one, guys.
What has happened to SK? They are unreal this year. First place, 3-0. Demolishing everyone in their path right now.
Ah, spring. The harsh cold melts away. Step by step, everything blooms. For some, the winter was hard, but nature always finds a way. Through growth, the flower emerges through the...
Some things take time, like revenge.
Revenge.
expect me to just call it quits? Not likely. Coming for the title at the top, you won't stop me. Think that I missed my shot, but no, I'll be damned if I give you a chance to take us down again. I've got what it takes to get you in the end. I'm mad, I'm upset, I'm inspired, I won't quit. You can call yourself king, but I won't submit. I'm never gonna stop this. Be the ones to end this. Never let this go. Threatening, this will be a day of reckoning. This is our time. We have drawn the battle lines, listen to a war cry.
Welcome back, everyone. It is time for a BDS game, meaning let's see what they have cooking.
Is that a golf cart?
That is a golf cart. They're
Where did
ready
they
to
get
hit
that?
the green. Going for a couple shots.
Okay, let's see the
Let's
swing.
check the form.
Let's see the swing. Oh, that's
Wait,
horrible.
was that the back end?
Oh, that was horrible,
Looks
man,
like
but I
a
love it.
7.
I wonder if it's like
iron
connected
on
because they're
which,
playing Heretics. So is that what? Is there like a connection? Because versus Koi, it was a Koi fish.
Oh,
Yeah.
they shot the ball into a pond
Yeah.
with koi fish.
Yeah.
Actually, they're playing against Team Heretics.
Team Heretics. Yeah. No, I mean last time when they played Koi, it was Koi.
Oh,
Also,
yeah.
there's a funny story. It's not funny. Actually, from the shoot, I think someone got injured a little bit. Like someone did
Why
a
am I laughing?
swing and then they got cut right here, I believe. And
Oh no.
yeah,
Battle
our
scar.
makeup
I
artist
once
was
did that
there.
to
She
my
has
little
more
brother.
deets. But they're fine now. They're fine. As you can see, because BDS has been doing well in winter. I want to say performed above expectations for sure, because a lot
yeah.
of people had them at the bottom of the table. Now they are at 1 win so far. They lost to SK, but they did beat Mad Lions yesterday. Gold.
Yeah, I mean, by the end of week 2 on Windsor, everyone was hype on BDS just because of the way they played, and they've continued to really show that as well. While they had, I would say, a different style when they were playing the group stage, I am still very much confident in the style that BDS plays. I think what we've seen so far, they're incredibly skillful at playing the early game. They're super good at playing through that bot side. They have Adam they can rely on in the top side. And while the first game they played, they messed up the late game, the second game, you could really see how scary of a team they can be.
I think as long as the BDS game plan is to play around bottom side, I think they have been very good at managing the waves. I think Crowny with his Kaelin, Labrov with the ranged champions, and in general, when they are playing something that is very bot-centric and through bot, they look super, super strong. But I want to pose the same questions to Team BDS as I would ask, of course, SK Gaming that they proved in the previous game. Will Crowny be able to play that role when his team is going to, of course, go into mid and play that 3v3? That is where the main question will lie. If the meta will shift in that direction, I'm sure Crowny is going to deliver, but the players around him are going to, of course, need to deliver something different.
Yeah, because I think that's the thing. We've already seen Crowny before play the likes of a Jin as well, so we know he doesn't mind being the kind of facilitating AD carry if he needs to. The thing is, he's just so good to be played for it as well, and you can see it here. I believe as well there was a stat that he has 50%
Yes,
of
he
his...
does.
Yeah, was it his team's kills?
Yes, 50% of his team skills.
Yeah, so he's a super bloody AD carry, and they are so good at playing through him.
They are. It's been a joy to watch overall. They're up versus Team Heretics. Weren't able to win yet this week. They yesterday weren't able to beat Koi in that Spanish vendetta. Jankos, though, was incredible. A little bit in Elo Hell, I want to say.
I would agree with you as well.
Okay.
Jankos continues to have incredible performance. I thought his Kindred performance in playoffs or a group stage was absolutely insane, and the Surf playoffs, and he continues once again to just show how good of a jungler he really is here in Europe. We keep talking about the jungle. We have so many. It's so hard to break into that top 3, but even then you could easily make a case for Jankos as well, because he's absolutely insane.
Yeah, no, it's just Jankos has been phenomenal. It's like right now he's also experiencing some illness. It looks like he's he seems a bit better. He's smiling. That makes me happy. Jankos has performed so well. This split, the previous split, he's definitely, you know, the most consistent part of Team
Looks
Heretics.
like he's feeling better, so he'll unleash the mayhem on BDS. That's what we hope, at least. Let's go over to Dracos and Kadrol.
Thank you, Shocks. We're excited. We're ready. We're keen to see full health Jankos, because slightly sick Jankos was a monster yesterday, so...
Maybe it's a buff.
Yeah. Upset said something about that on Euphoria, but it's a weird spiral to get
better when
into.
he's sick.
It's possible.
Maybe you get like brain fog, so you can only focus on one thing, and then you're like, just focus on the game.
Bruh. Cue the music.
way more smoke than BDS. They're on fire.
Yeah.
I saw it in the light. We'll see if they're on fire this game, because they need a win. They need to start getting in this race. 0-2, leaving your weekend 0-3 is going to be horrendous. So you want to make sure you get one foot in the door. Only 2 weeks left after this before we decide the teams that move on as the top 8.
And 0-3 in a format that is this fast-paced always does feel like a death sentence. There are less days to practice. There are more days on stage. There's less time for breaks, less time to turn your season around. So important to hit the ground running. And while 1-2 is definitely not an ideal start, it is certainly better than 0-3. So Heretics fighting to regain what they can with their players now back at full health. See what the option is going to be. See if once again Jankos is going to get his hands on this Elise. I would be surprised to see team BDS give it up. But
agreed. Also looking at bot lane.
Yeah.
Draven, Zeri, Ashe taken out. We're still looking at Varus, Lucian as the next 80 carries in line. Annie's down. And Vi feels like it's quite strong as well right now. Gragas also really powerful flex champ. Crowny can get his hands on that Lucian if he wants to. Can also gravitate towards an Aphelios, which we've been seeing rising up. And I think the bot lane is basically play anything right now, it feels like.
And we also have to acknowledge that, one of the struggles for this team overall, for Heretics on the opposite side, has been the bottom lane. So grabbing an early Xayah here, obviously a strong champion, especially if someone's going to be fighting into him. Greg's a champion that wants to go forward, so it doesn't hurt too much. Constant Aurelia hovers being teased, but Xayah Rakan duo looking better and better in this meta, to be honest. It feels like it just does so much.
It does. Does indeed also pick the right way around, because you can see the feathers just overlap on the splash art.
Which is important.
Not Rakan Xayah first,
Yeah.
Gotta have that synergy.
Again,
so,
these are the things we talked about last game with the Shamrock skin. Not that it actually did anything for them. It didn't do anything.
No,
but these are the little things that matter when you're bad at the game and you have to overanalyze stuff like me. You're like, okay, sorry guys, we lost. Our skins weren't the right.
And that's what you excuse it as. It wasn't the skill, it wasn't the lane, it wasn't the misplays. Just gotta be in sync in game and out of game.
Bam. And that's what we need to see from Jack Spectre and Mersa today.
Ooh,
Need to be in sync. Aphelios Thresh going to demand that too. Thresh obviously pretty positive matchup in lane, at least into the Rakan. Has a lot of defensive utility as well, but Vi can always put a little bit of a damper on that.
If you're an Aphelios Thresh enjoyer, there was an LPL game today with Elk and on BLG. They literally 2v5'd the entire game.
Yeah, when I see that, it's the mom, can we have Aphelios Thresh? We have Aphelios Thresh at home. And I challenge Jack Spectre and Mersa today to show us that.
To not be the ones at home.
Show us the LPL edition.
Yeah, it's crazy. 2v2 kill, move mid, take every tower. It was unbelievable. If you play well with the Lantern and Aphelios repositioning, it's just such a threat. But BDS have good team fight already. I think something like Ahri would work really well in their comp. Talia, again, Vi just pairs well with Ahri, Talia, Syndra in most cases. That's the ideal mid lane you want to lean towards. And then maybe leave top lane for Adam. I mean, he can play things like his Darius. Actually, it's banned away. Darius, Olaf taken away. Garen, another one. See if he wants to go into those wacky picks. We saw his Darius up against Mad, got them a win.
Yeah, and
it was more of a bot-focused game, though.
Admittedly, but he was crushing individually on the topside matchup for the vast majority of the game in terms of overall trades. Now debating, though, what is the final ban here? This is the struggle against Adam. Which of his champions do you care about? But the Ahri, you called it out. It is going to be what's taken away here. Not wanting to enable the Ahri Vi synergy is going to get teased with a couple hovers.
I think Jax feels good to blind pick, but they have Gragas, so it makes it harder. So Sion, I like. You have insane team fight right now. I think you can even just go for an Azir on 5, just some kind of team fighting mage is fine and slots in pretty well. Gets your scaling going, front to back, simple, easy does it. Does Heretics match it? Do they put Gragas top, or do they go for some kind of, I don't know, Gragas mid, pick a jungler like Wukong, Gragas jungle, pick something in the mid lane perhaps to look for these early skirmishes. Looks like they're going to take away the Azir. Smart decision there.
I mean, essentially, I think the second you see the Sion locked in, you know that this is going to be all about front-to-back team fighting. So not surprised to see that Azir locked in.
Aatrox, I think Cassante would be an Evi Classic into Vi Sion, wouldn't it? A nice little Cassante game would be pretty good. Aatrox is good, can go Black Cleaver first item into the Sion, and then will win at that one item, because Sion doesn't really have the damage. Take you out. Urgot.
Another Evi special from a different time.
Cycling through some of these. So it's going to be Gragas top, going to go for that Wukong that we were touching on. Get some more teamfight power up against this BDS raw teamfight comp, and they can match Azir with Victor here if they want. Can also go for Talia with Vi. Of course, insane single target damage pairing to move around the map and look for those dives on side lanes. I say side lanes, probably bot. That's a Sion.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the big thing here that I love about this is Unraveled Earth. Talia's E is just so powerful at disabling a lot of the mobility that makes Heretics' composition strong overall. Instead, however, they're going to opt for the Victor. So while it's going to offer less in the mid game, it will offer more raw power in a team fight. And we're in a situation where both comps' carries essentially want to be fought into. Neither side really wants to be the one to pull the trigger in terms of carries. Now, of course, both junglers want to engage, so we're going to have to see how either side wants to play this as we get closer and closer to 5v5s.
We're scaling, boys. We're scaling on both sides. Aphelios is here, Xayah, Victor, tank tops. It's going to be about bot lane and making sure mid is safe for BDS so they can't shuffle the Victor into the Wukong. That's basically the game plan. It's quite simple when it comes to scaling comps. Whoever can secure early drakes will obviously be an advantage. And I always hope when I see a Sion in the game, I'll see either a lane swap or just some kind of psychotic flash over a pit wall, level 1, and just take their red buff and die and TP top, you know, just to piss them off. So hopefully they do something like that.
Wow. That was very specific.
The thing is, it's happened to me in Scrim so many times that every time I see it now, it's just engraved in my head that there's a sound flashing over a wall somewhere and taking my buff.
That's called trauma, and it's weird that you have that about Sion.
You have to let me project it every time I see this champ.
Well, we'll find
it's
out.
Therapeutic.
And again, as you highlighted, if that's not happening, it's very possible that not a lot will be happening at all. This is set up to be a slower game. It's the wet noodle fight on the top side more likely than not. It is junglers who are, you know, reasonably happy to scale by, maybe the exception to that, but here we go. Second game of the day.
Misfits found the back there.
Yep. Gwen banned in game appears in studio.
Bruh. Okay, yeah, I mean, looking at these drafts, no lie, it will be a lot of scaling, so we'll strap ourselves in. But maybe the junglers can spice it up. Jankos has been very creative and has found leads, or at least keeping his team in the game in some of these last best of ones.
Yeah, and I want to talk specifically about that last best of one. We know how incredible Jankos' stats were, but just a reminder of how much of an absolute slugfest that game was yesterday. Oh, wait. Level 1. They're just walking in. They're just conceding the space here. Never mind, we'll hold that thought.
I will put this ward down and you will not stop me. But now, Jankos will base and get Sweeper and say, yes, I will stop you. And he'll give his laners level 2 on the first wave. But he'll arrive by the time the buff spawns, so they'll know he'll start topside anyway, most likely.
Mersa waiting in this brush just to make sure that they have lane control. Level 1 Zyricon, not super scary, but if they get the jump on you, they can do a decent chunk of damage.
Yeah. Is Adam... I'm watching Adam. I am committed to this level 1 psychotic Sion flash over the wall.
Are you a prophet?
Because I'm telling you, they always do it and it pisses me off. Here he comes.
Winning lotto numbers now.
Are they invading?
Mark.
7, 7, 6, 7, 7, 4,
no, please,
3.
Don't gamble.
No, here it is. Here it is.
What?
I hate it so much. I hate it so much. I would have watered for this level 1 because it's just so... He's leashing enemy raptors? What a Chad. Is he going to gank mid as well? Is this the strat? What is... They're not lane swapping, but he's jungling with him. Honor Adam. If he doesn't get Kia player of the game for this, I don't know what you need to do. Is he gonna... There's no way he does Krugs as well, right? Over the wall, VIT takes... No.
Yeah.
He's gonna back away. No,
he's got TP.
I refuse to believe... He's giving up the first 3 minions, Dracos. Look at him! What is going on? Is he gonna dive bot?
Are they gonna dive bot?
What is going on?
Oh!
This is another level, man! I would be so... Ebby's like, where's Sion, guys? He's 1 versus 0 in a competitive game. He's gonna dive bot, Dracos!
Oh.
There's no way. The Q!
Oh, they see him.
Ebby has the TP bot, right? You have the TP bot?
If they force Ebby to TP bot,
and then he
it all
can
falls
TP
apart.
top and get the wave. And then he got the reversal. Then it's TP spot. And then it's TP spot. And then he just touches the wave. No one Mercy can stop it. Mercy can stop it.
Oh, the heist failed.
He's dead. Dracos, he's gonna die.
Oh, it was so smart right up until it was really stupid. Oh, but he could turn into a zombie.
Am I watching a solo kick? What just happened?
What is happening? What?
Wait, Ruby's dead. Oh, they go first blood first. They go first blood first. So they didn't get it. It was hit him again. Hit him again.
One more.
If he had phase run, there's no way. What is happening? Can we just take a moment to just? Can we just?
Okay, everybody, just let it out.
Can we just take that in for a second?
Okay, reminder.
That worked. It worked. He's level 1.
Oh, this is how Azael and Captain Flowers feel when they cast those bronze streams. This is wild. Oh my god.
But look at
Not that they're bad players, just that this is the kind of crazy plays that people make at that elo. This is insane.
You know, I just think BDS are playing 5-dimensional chess and Heretics are playing checkers.
I only exist in 3 dimensions, Cadril. I can't understand this.
He knew that he'd TP, and then he knew that Thresh would walk up to cancel him, and then they would gank mid and get first blood first, and then they would trade 1 for 1.
Ah, yes, I see.
Aha.
Monka, yes.
Yes. Take notes.
Take notes. MSI last year. Okay, so
how does
this Ruby's clearly baited into a false sense of confidence. I don't know why he's this far forward. He dies. Bam.
Can we get the camera on Sion?
And then
replay?
Sion,
so he's dead. Does Mercer have flash?
Oh, he just whiffs! It's just the biggest whiff in LEC history!
He has flash!
Oh, Yellow Star!
Oh, there's a fight!
Another one! And they're dead. Wow, what?
We were in that replay for what felt... Wait, is Adam gonna die? He's level 1 to level 4!
He's just in the wave!
What is happening? He's gonna die again!
Babus, is that you? Okay,
Adam? Adam level
Still
2?
alive?
Maybe.
I mean, the thing is, if he turns into a zombie, if Evie E's in, he can't E out, and then he gets hit by the zombie.
He has 3 creeps at 5 minutes.
Root now going in. That's big lockup. Feathers pulled back. Labrov in trouble. Is going to E out to safety.
Is he going to gank mid?
Okay, hold on. One sec.
I have to calm down.
You're not waking up, right?
Oh.
This is not a dream.
No, can you pinch me again?
Yeah,
can we put the camera on Sion? Adam's mid. Pinch me on the...
Pinch me. Am I awake?
Are you awake?
Is this real?
You okay?
Yeah,
Need some water? Can we just sprinkle it over your head?
I can't tell if this is better or worse now that I know it's not a dream.
Okay. Well, he needs to run top quick.
Okay. Deep breath.
This is like...
This is the weirdest game I've cast in a very long time.
You know how the Baus gives up? He dies on purpose to get creeps?
Yeah.
Adam's doing like the opposite.
Labrov, ooh, whiffy there. Definitely not ideal. Labrov now needs to back away. Crowny immediately going to cleanse. Jack Spectre relatively low. Labrov still coming back in. But here comes the buy. Jack Spectre in trouble. Boom, boom, boom. 1, 2, 3. A little left, right, left. Finishing that one off. Another kill going down to the bottom lane. Okay, so still reeling from that level 1 play, but overall, big win for BDS. We're just going to forget all of that ever happened and pretended we loaded into the game at this game state because it makes everything easier to explain.
3 levels down. It's 5 minutes in a solo lane.
But they're up 1.5k gold. And Gragas doesn't matter.
That's all I'll say.
If Gragas can't leave top, he doesn't matter.
But he has 3 creeps, Dracos.
I mean...
He should just buy the support item and just stand there.
That's actually kind of a good idea.
He can't... he has to die... He doesn't have mana to kill... He has 3 biscuits.
He doesn't have phase rush either, so it's not like he can, push his buttons and then leave.
Can he just... I mean, Gragas is going to hit 6 off 2 more range creep. They're all chatting. I want to know what they're saying in all chat. I have to know. I just heard someone write. Evie's going to level up, so it's 4 levels.
BDS need to keep his momentum going. Okay, he's trying to scoop him, and the scoop is going to connect. Mercer now stepping forward. Shio going to be in trouble. Hook goes wide. Mercer having a rough day on these skill shots. BDS now backing away. Here. Mercer's dead.
Adam's here.
Oof.
I'm helping. You know that I'm helping? Adam just arrives without an assist. He's got Demolish, though.
He's still walking forward.
I just...
Wow. Boss is gonna sue this guy for copyright infringement. What is happening? Okay. Okay, again, taking stock. XP is gonna be the big thing. We'll take a look at it after this play. You can see what Ruby's going for here. It's a free kill.
Yeah, it was
But
good.
it's not that free.
Nuke flashes, matches the flash. Looks good initially, but Mercer flashes in as well. Hits the flay, but misses the hook. Lanterns Ruby to safety, but then the turn comes in.
Yep.
Adam arrives on the top side, but they manage to turn with so much damage from the Xayah coming in. Gets the autos and the combo down. He falls. Sorry, I've never seen this in a competitive game. You know, like, look at him. It's 7 minutes in still. Like, I'm sorry. I don't know if I should be tunnel visioning on this
We have to do it to him. Send in their XP. Let's go. Boom! Oh my God! He is broke as hell. Oh Jesus! Oh man, I've never seen someone this.
So I've just heard from the producers. So you know what Adam wrote in all chat?
What?
He says, "Please die 6 times." That's what he wrote to Evie. I think he wants Evie to int into him so he can play the game. Can you imagine they dive top on this wave? Then there's no way they're gonna Yankos.
It's still kind of risky to dive a Sion. His passive is really broken.
So how much? Okay.
Is how many? This. Oh,
Level
there
3.
it is.
There
XP.
we go. He has access to his 3rd spell.
Wow.
So.
Okay. Yep. We're struggling. This is the hardest game I've ever had. This is not what I thought a hard game would cast would look like. But here we are.
Here we are. We'll keep track of it. You know.
Who would have thought? Anyway.
Not me. Huh?
Not me.
Shio's on this bot side on a ward. Jankos is on this Herald. Bot dive could be on the cards. I think I agree with Shio. Yeah, I would never go top again at this game state. I would just sit bot the entire game.
That's a sunken cost right there. Ooh, nice hook that time from Mersa. Body block by Brav. Crowny still stepping forward, and overall, still 800 gold to Crowny. Has really easy for him to keep this push going. Jack Spectre and Mersa struggling here on the bottom side. 20 CS lead to Crowny on top of that extra kill and assist. And
Drugs are up.
Observers, please stop showing us top. We're trying to do our job and trying to be serious about doing our job. And there's like...
Well, TLDR, he can't lane. So he's going to do Krugs. And Shio said he's never entering top, so he's just going to hover this bot side river. So, I mean, it's good for Sion W. Get all those little Kruggies, extra bit of HP.
Extra bit of HP, strong scaling.
Yeah, reasons.
Yep, trying.
Now maybe they can dive mid. No, don't think they've got a wave for it.
Is it analysis or is it coping? It's hard to say.
Fine line, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
So he's based now, he's going to TP top, surely. Okay,
Catch
so he's alright. Once he gets this wave...
Just a casual 4-level discrepancy here.
Once he gets this wave, he should be alright. Like,
the best part is the narrative that will come from this game. If BDS win, Adam is like self-sacrificing genius. If they lose, he's big griefer. And those kind of stakes,
you know what that is?
Are what I live for.
Results-based analysis.
Hell yeah, it is.
For that. If it works, it worked. If it didn't work, it didn't work.
It would have never have worked.
Haha. Beat that logic.
It was either completely a good idea or completely a bad idea.
So here's what I want Adam to do now.
Yes.
Get this next wave. Get level 6. Accept that he's useless.
Yes.
Press the B button.
Yes.
Right-click on bot side.
Yes.
Press the R button. Double
You've
kill.
been asking for that for... Okay, I'm just going to say, you predicted the bot lane invade somehow through past professional trauma. And now you've been asking for this for a literal year.
And if he does...
For Sion to just at level 6, ult bot lane, and then TP back top.
This has to be the game.
You can't fight this monkey zombie, man. This is a bad... Okay. Maybe you can. Oh, Sion's beefy. Nope. Yanko's just wanted to pick up this walking bag of money. Adam?
Well,
taken out.
I mean... Well, you know what happened there, right?
He
Adam
baited him into a false sense of security.
Adam just said in his voice comms, Wukong's topside.
Got it.
I found him. Yep. That's it.
Wow.
Job is done. Information game.
Okay, so now we have a problem because BDS were at a 2K gold lead and it's starting to shrink because Adam is getting more and more hilariously behind. And this is such a hard game now to play because I think Team Heretics have just figured out if they just group, that they probably just win because
there's a 4-level
it's a 4v5.
You know, why is it always Adam? He was the one who died twice before level 1 on Jace into Aurelia. Now he's the one who's level 5. At 11 minutes into the game. They're getting bot tower, right? I think BDS are getting a full bot tower for this, so a lot of shared gold here for Heretics. No, not again.
I think they're trying to up the pace.
Leave them alone.
They're bowling.
Stop being cringe. Stop it.
Oh this is rude. Rude, guys. Rude.
Leave him alone. Poor Adam, huh? Pour one out. He's gonna be. Dude? If it's a 5-level difference, if he doesn't get 6 before Abby gets level 10, I am taking off my headset and leaving the caster desk.
He's gonna get level 6 later than Jong-un did in our last game. Oh, what a day! What a day of League of Legends. Okay,
it's
so
game 2, Dracos.
Wow. Huh.
So Crowny has Gale Force.
Crowny has Gale Force.
I think if you're Crowny, you just don't press tab, because if you don't see it, it's not there.
Yep.
You know.
Yep. And that's going to be his experience for the entire game with a level 5 Sion. Level 6! Got it before Young-hoon. That's big.
Or Abby.
Abby. Wait.
On the Gragas.
Charles last game. Charles last game. Yeah. Sorry.
Okay. Adam dinged over. They're going to get a Drake for it, you know? It gets to a point where it's like Heretics are saying, is it worth to dive this Sion anymore, you know?
I don't think so.
No, I don't think it is.
I think now that he's 6, he's actually kind of difficult to dive, and also he's not worth money.
The beauty of it is he'll still be useful.
This is the I'm so broke, don't mug me strategy. Like, if you don't have anything to steal, what can they steal from you?
Don't steal from him!
They're still trying! Wow! Okay, Adam living. That's the power of the ultimate. No TP.
100-meter sprint is on peak form.
Yeah.
Is he gonna dive? No, he can't. He's gonna get this wave.
He can just queue the wave. He just has to wait for Thresh to throw down any CC. Thresh on it down late. Wave is deleted. They can kill him, but they're not going to take this tower without another wave. So Adam goes down again.
Man.
You're just up here trying to cast professional League of Legends and explain to all of our viewers why there's a Sion at 47 CS at 13 minutes into a game. I know.
I've never been lost for words on a cast, but
I'm so
here
lost.
I am. I'm lost for words.
There it is. Accepting it is the first step on the road to figuring out what is happening.
You know, at the beginning, I thought, wow, this is just
the most 5-head play we've ever seen.
4-man dive bot.
But they've been paying for that play.
Outsmart, I'm a Siren, we get kills.
Yes.
He gets 1-for-1.
Yes. And ever since those 2 kills, but still been good for 4 of 5 members of BDS. But the 5th member of BDS is having the worst game of his life. Right now, Lebrov, ooh, nice push back. Worst game so far, a good call out. Ruby gonna get locked up, the charm fading away. Perfect timing there from Ruby to survive on the top side. That's big, absorbing some of that pressure from BDS.
Worst part is BDS are still winning. They're still up in gold. Bot lane is still really far ahead. So, and Adam, I was going to allude to it earlier, even though he's 3 levels down, he's uses, we talked about it so many times, 4 levels down almost, he's still just a meatball tank and he will just stand there and die.
But he is ahead of Mursa.
He is ahead of Mursa by 400 experience. He will die quicker, obviously, but I mean, if he was a Jace or an Irelia, the situation would be a lot worse, obviously. So it's not that bad.
Yeah, because ultimately, if you're a Scion and you ult in, hit people with your ult, maybe channel a full Q, and then passive out in the middle of a team fight, you've done your job. That's kind of it. You've created space.
Yep. He's the face checker, he's the tank, he's the Ruby Crystal enjoyer.
Oh, good hook. Nuke now knocked back into Jankos. Instant flash out to safety. Nuke must have just been matching that one, but now Evie's going to be the one in trouble. Ignite ticking, burning. BDS now fishing for the fight. Adam's still standing. Walking forward, this man is fearless. BDS taking the pick, and now looking to take the objective as well.
Crowny is playing really, really well this game. He's always at the right spot at the right time, and I mean, 1.8k gold up on the side. Should have Navori in base, 2 items strong, and he's been such a big step up for BDS as their main focus, their main carry.
And when we talked about this matchup, we thought bot lane discrepancy would be a big thing. Now, not in the fashion that we've seen it unfold with these crazy Scion plays, but we knew Crowny was a force to be reckoned with, and Jack Spectra still, I'm going to say, struggling to find his footing, has not had the best games, has not had the best performances, and in this game, you know, obviously, Crowny getting a helping hand, putting that helping hand to good use, so as much as it sucks that Adam is, again, woefully far behind on the top side of the map, Crowny is smashing in bottom lane, and that's a big deal coming into these skirmishes.
Hook hits, Evie tries to insect him in, lands onto Jankos, flashes away, and he doesn't really have the damage because he didn't get the knock up initially, so Evie can use the body slam. And then they turn onto Evie. Managed to get the kill there. Crowny on the end of it. Jankos has to disengage. And that will be that. Both teams really want the front to backs.
Yeah, and Evie, full AP route, waiting on that Roa scaling, so really not that tanky yet. That's part of the reason why that pick was an option.
So, Navori picked up.
That's going to be pretty devastating. Obviously, incredible synergy for Xayah. Only Kraken for Jack Spectra. It might have been a game where Bloodthirster could also be good, but needs to get through Shio, needs to get through Adam in terms of tankiness, and Crowny going to grab more and more money here. They're funneling this man, 2.1k individual gold lead.
It's double the Adam situation, we'll call it.
Nice.
The Adam incident.
The Adam incident. I think that's how we're going to refer to this game forever, is the Adam incident.
Do you remember the Adam incident?
Yes.
Imagine it happens again. Like I said, trauma. I've been through it in scrims. This is what I've been through in scrims. Just
he didn't randomly all bot, though, so you couldn't live your full Scion fantasy prediction.
Maybe he gets the bow special at the end if they win. Double tower damage on the ult, just to close it out. We'll see. But yeah, BDS game plan all about Crowny. Team Heretics game plan just feels a bit all over the place. They tried bot, they tried mid, nothing really worked. Top was winning in isolation, but they haven't gotten a Drake.
And sadly, your front line, Gragas is kind of fake front line right now with the full AP build, so it doesn't really mean a lot that he has this big of a lead unless they can one-shot the Xayah, which again, with Cleanse, with Gale Force, with ult, feels impossible. So Crowny leveraging his gold advantage is just infinitely easier for the side of BDS.
And not to like excuse Adam, but him getting those bot 3 camps for Shio just screwed Jankos' whole pathing. Like, he can't play bot side. It's impossible. Yeah. He's already at a back foot. So that means they can stack Drake. So now you're on a 3rd dragon situation, which Heretics kind of have to fight. You don't really want to play against Soul Point.
And yeah, and again, the message here is not that Adam made mistakes individually. That's a team call for him to go for a crazy play like that. And we'll evaluate later if he could have played it better. But for now, fight breaking out. Jankos trying to get into the pit, trying desperately to steal this Drake away, but it will be secured by Shio. All of BDS now retreating, pulling backwards.
That's all they wanted. Out now. They got the dragon, wait 5 minutes, and then let's have another 50-50. Heretics will be sweating a lot more next time.
18 minutes is crushing, especially when it's Mountain.
It is. It is crushing. TP top from Nuke there. Ooh, I really like what BDS have done here. They take the Dragon, then TP top, transfer their pressure up here and try to force this tier 1 down. We'll see if Ruby matches TP. If he does, he'll get dove. So they actually get a bot side objective, and now they're threatening a top side objective while their bot lane's basing. So just good macro. Need to be careful not to get caught out though, because no one's nearby to help other than Shio.
Yep, outmaneuvering on the map pretty well. I think the gold at the top is pretty misleading. It looks pretty close, but overall I think BDS very much in control of this game.
Yeah, it's just the Sion that's behind really, isn't it? It's the 1.1k or whatever it is. Adam is behind, but I mean his team is just so far ahead, 1.5k.
And the thing is, again, it's really hard for the Gragas to solo dive or really generate any greater advantage. Maybe you can walk in for a tower auto attack, but if you can't instantly interrupt the Sion queue, he's going to clear that wave. And that's one of the reasons that when lane swaps were trying to make a comeback when Jinx was in meta, that people would just play Sion every game, because he's essentially, he always gets to clear the wave, and he will kill you if you try to dive him. And that is the great power of this champion, and why sometimes he can even be a better team-fighting option than something like an Ornn, just because of how difficult he is to shut down.
Still 3 levels down though, so he's got...
Oh yeah, don't get me wrong, he's not strong.
He needs to catch up.
It's just not super diveable.
But I think after 4th death, he said, you know what? I will get carried. You know? I will stop inting. I will stop trying to send into my tower, and I will stop trying to lane. You guys will carry me across the finish line, and tell me what you need.
And, you know, now he gets to farm. After being bullied for 19 minutes, he's finally free to sit in the side lane.
Is this what farming feels like? Are these minions?
It's been waiting.
I wonder if BDS tried that in scrims, you know, with Sion. Just 3 camps leash into bot dive, and they probably got like a double kill.
No, yeah, I think they're first timing it on stage, Gator. I think they've literally never tried it in their practice. I think they just woke up today and were like, yeah, why not? Let's flip
imagine the comms on stage. Adam's like, what if we dive bot and I'm level 1? And they're like, huh?
Imagine being the coaching staff listening to that.
And you can't stop it.
Can't stop
he says it when the game's loading. You've gone backstage.
Same like, Valorant, baby. There's no tactical pauses. You just have to watch it unfold.
Hands off the wheel. Yeah, the game slowed down a little bit. Top tower might die to minions.
And remember what we said. The expectations we set at the start was these are 2 hyper-scaling carries in mid and bot lane. They just need items. They just need time. Xayah maybe a little bit less so, but Victor and Azir, we know the story here. So this still could be a pretty long game.
He thought about the people, you know? He was like, Victor, Azir, what are these coaches doing? It's a boring game. Let me make it fun.
Adam is here to make it entertaining.
Yeah. He wants to make it a fun game.
And he did.
And he did, you know? Yeah, we've got the 20 minutes. We're getting to that scaling point, and we'll start getting into these team fights. None of that farming stuff. Maybe you could look to push Nuke here, but there's no one around for it. BDS waiting for Dragon. 2 minutes time. Heretics trying to get mid tower or top tower. Just break a tower so they can get deep vision, but it's not working. Second item is what they need on Jack Spectre. Get that BT, but Crowny is getting closer and closer to his as well. 10.6k gold.
Yeah, it's brutal. And there's, again, not really a beefy frontliner. Gragas is going to be kind of tanky, Thresh is going to be kind of tanky.
You know those games in solo queue where like you play really well, you're sweating, you're pressing every key perfectly, you lose.
Yeah.
Queue up, you get solo killed 10 times, you're useless, you win.
Yep.
I think it might work in competitive by the looks of the sample size.
I mean, I think it's all about perspective.
Yeah. Does this mean the top lane's just
if we look purely from Adam's perspective, maybe that is his experience. But I think Crowny right now is experiencing the game where you sweat for your life and push every key. Because his top laner is currently 1-4.
But, you know, it's getting worse. Like, now he's 4 levels down. Like, he's grouping. But the thing is, Ebby's, like, he's ahead, but he's not...
He's not doing anything.
He can't really do anything.
He can't do anything.
It's not like he's playing Jax or Camille or Fiora where it's going to, like, exponentially get worse. It's just... He's just a Gragas, you know? He's got his Seraphs, he's scaling.
Look. If Wukong can bait out the Gale Force, and Thresh can bait out the Cleanse, and then Aphelios can bait out the ultimate, he can one-shot Crowny.
Huh. Science.
Yeah. So, just to paint a picture as to why it might be difficult to do a lot in this game right now.
30 seconds, and we'll see if he can, because they need to fight this, but that's a 3-item Xayah. And
3-item Xayah, who's on the objective first, or should be on the objective first, but is not. Is on the topside jungle right now. That could be the difference.
Yeah, he's taking red, so Heretics will get first into River. We'll see how much that matters. They don't have much poke or hard engage. The only thing they have really is the hook. Shio snuck his way down here, but he got spotted by the vision plant, so he's going to queue over the wall. BDS need to retake these bushes slowly but surely. Watch out for hooks. They don't want to afford, you know, Adam getting chunked to half, having to base in TP. They can rush down Drake, Crowny having to use Cleanse. They could rush Nash here, BDS.
I think
they look a bit split on the call. They're just kind of giving it up by the looks of it.
Now they're starting to move in. Now that they have mid-prio, Ruby off to the side, and here comes Adam trying to be the difference maker, landing straight onto Mersa. BDS looking for the re-engage now. 5K getting lower. 3 soldiers off to the side. Ruby on the flank. Full 5v5 here in the river. Shio trying to go back in. Jack Spectre, big ult, but it's going to whiff completely. Ruby now pushing the rest of them into the waiting arms. Going golden, buying a brief moment. Adam just getting shredded through immediately. BDS suddenly now going to be in trouble. It's all eyes on Crownie. Crownie, can he be the difference maker? The feathers pull back. Ruby taken down. They can't finish Crownie yet, but they finally find the kill. And that's going to be the fight for Heretics. That's a massive shutdown. And Shio on the run, and I don't know how they do it, but Team Heretics make it work.
4 kills over to Heretics. Jankos' engage was phenomenal. Instantly got Crownie's ultimate. They picked off the 2 carries, Nuke and Labrov, on the side. And then Crownie was left to fend for himself. Couldn't really play the fight. The Azir shuffle was also something that dissuaded him from walking up. So we'll see this again. Watch Jankos. Sees Nuke, sees Crownie. Crownie reacts well. Nice ultimate from Crownie, but that's gone now. So now he has to get away from the barrel, and then watch Crownie again. Now there's an Azir coming in. Flash out. There's no damage from this side yet. Nuke's already dead. Having to run away. Force. Yeah, Ebby gets the kill. Labrov's in the pit, trying to survive. So good disruption from the Wukong and the Azir to stop the Xayah from being able to play the fight.
Cadril, we were memeing, but they did it. They got the flash, the cleanse, the Gale Force, and the ult, and then they just killed him.
Pro players, man.
Oh, they're so smart.
They figured out the Rubik's Cube.
They're so smart.
They solved the puzzle. And now he's not going to have the flash and the cleanse for the next 5 minutes. They don't have to get past step 1 and step 2. They can just go straight to step 3.
They've got a stopwatch on Evie. They've got a stopwatch on Wukong. They've got the hourglass on Azir. They can make a lot of plays right now. BDS have to be careful.
Yeah.
Crownie is really strong, but without those resources, he's a very vulnerable target.
That fight was disastrous. I think BDS were just way too late, and then they realized it. Adam pulled the trigger going in, went way too far, and then Crownie couldn't gap close because he was just having spells thrown at him on cooldown. They already had the vision. They could turn really easily. They need to get first on these objectives.
Yeah.
That red buff was a little greedy when they had river control.
I think they were overeager. They saw the path to victory being the Mountain Soul, and they kind of tunnel visioned on it, not respecting Ruby on the flank, not respecting the potential for engage from this Wukong. Even if Jankos is only 700 gold ahead, it's still 2 ranks in ultimate. It's still a big threat for your back line.
Yeah, Heretics will control side lanes now. Abby's going to go towards bot, Ruby's going to push out top, so BDS are going to group mid. Eventually they're going to have to split up and catch these side waves, but for now they can brute force their way and get a little bit of vision, push Heretics back. I think they're waiting for 3rd item on Azir and Aphelios. Look at them, so close to things like the Infinity Edge, maybe going towards the Void Staff. Just wait, push out sides, force BDS to split off, buy a little bit of time, and then they'll start to force themselves.
Yep. FYI, at top of the screen, HUD is not updating properly, it looks like, for Heretics. So tower count there, not correct. Everything else should be correct. Apologies. That one section. BDS?
They see it.
They're going to shred through this really quickly with Crownie. Crownie does a lot of damage to this objective. Adam getting a lot of space. Evie now TPing in, but it might be too late. They need to burn through it, or they need to turn it fight. It looks like they decided to burn through it. They're going to burn through the objective, but Jack Spectra managing to find 1 kill at least. Now the retreat. Now they need to make their way out. Crownie, the ultimate, coming up just in time for him to get away. 4 members standing with the Baron for the side of BDS.
I thought Jack stole Baron there for a second, but no. Was the kill. 2 kills. Over to Heretics. They get out with the Baron. We'll see what they can get done with it, but Heretics will control the map. There's nothing really to play for. There's no side waves to get towards tier 2s. But good call by BDS. Adam's trying to slow Jankos down as much as possible here. Labrov helps him on the turn to just stop him from getting in this pit. Rush it down. Labrov knows he's going to die there the second he flashes forwards. Adam knows he's going to die as well. Telling all the rest of BDS to just get out.
Ooh. Barrel push back there. Could have been a lot worse. Able to grab 3 members, but what are they actually going to be able to do with this objective? You can see only 180 gold from the Baron power play. Waves being pushed in, they're going to have to catch these. This Baron is not going to do a lot. It's going to take so much time just to get waves even pushing in their favor.
Yeah, see what they can do with the siege. They have 3 range champs, so that helps out a little bit, but no side laner, so they can't really play on the 1-4. BDS going to try to push out these sides as much as possible, though. Nuke's going to get this next wave.
Have to be careful, Theo. You can see Nuke immediately backing off. They don't really have the information they need for him to push up any further. But playing 2-3 lanes of pressure, rather.
They're pinging top tier 2, but I don't think that's something they can play for. Crownie actually stopping his base and running towards it, so he needs a bit more cover. Nuke has TP, Shio's really far away. If Heretics want, they can try to defend this by collapsing top. Doesn't hurt them too much, or they can just retain bot side vision. Crownie will just take this this top tier 2 in base, but it looks like he's not going to risk it. With 1 minute till Dragon, they need to get down there and get the vision up. It's their soul.
Baron buff really only going to result in mid push, a little bit of mid control ultimately for Team Heretics, as they can use that to set up for the Dragon, but not able to break any greater objectives, not able to get a whole lot else done.
BDS just need to play to protect Crownie. Make sure that he's safe. Don't go too deep. The second your front line goes too deep, your backline is just so exposed. Need to stay close enough that you can CC.
Now focusing Jack Spectre, Lantern coming out. Can they just keep him stunned? Get him away from the Lantern. They make it work. Shut down under the 80 carry of Team Heretics.
That's huge. Dragon's up in 40. Jack Spectre's up in 45. That means they can
Baron's
push
still on
in the waves. and get this Dragon really easily. They've got 40 seconds at Baron as well, so maybe they can get this mid-tier 3. See if Heretics try to defend. No ult on Nuke, Shio and Crowny, but there's no threat. The Aphelios is down, they only have one carry in the Azir. He's not that strong at the moment. They'll get the inhib, they'll turn towards the Dragon. Happy days. Can Heretics find anything in response? Doesn't look like it. Ebby might try for something.
Knockback there. Crowny going golden. Maybe they can look for the re-engage. What's the option going to be? 3-man knockup is huge. Now Ebby backing off, trying to buy a bit more space. Yanko's right to the back line. Yanko's trying to make a difference. He just keeps on spinning, trying to finish off Crowny, but he can't get the job done. The CC coming in. Ruby throwing himself into the fray, desperate to get the kill on the Crowny, but to no avail.
Nice try there by Heretics. They know they're losing the soul, just try a fight. There's no Baron on the map, and they're losing the soul anyway, so try a fight. It didn't work. Jankos couldn't get Crowny down. Ruby
left into some kind of CC. I didn't see what, but just immediately died.
Yeah, I think he tried to flash ult Crowny or something. I don't know if he got charmed or knocked up or something along those lines, but he couldn't get the full execution off. We'll take a look at it again, because here Ebby knows that they can't allow them to exit here for free. Goes on the Crowny, stopwatch is popped. Let's watch Jankos and Ruby then, and Crowny. So, good knockup by Labrov initially. Crowny gets nice burst of damage out with the feather pullback. Jankos flash ult onto 4, gets the Q, gets the ult as well. Now let's watch Ruby. Dashes, flashes, gets knocked up or something. There's a Scion Q or a try, yeah, and then he pushes forwards and Crowny manages to live.
Yep.
Lost the flash on the Azir there and the Wukong. That hurts your threat onto the Xayah because you outrange her with the Azir. 2 minutes on Baron though.
Mountain Soul, gonna be tough to play up against.
And Guardian Angel as well.
Yeah, this is gonna be hard to take down Crowny again. The flow chart, or the Rubik's Cube as you called it earlier for Crowny, only getting more difficult, especially once the Gale Force is off cooldown. Flash still a few minutes away.
One man, 30 minutes in, 130 CS, level 13. About to win the game.
How does he do it? How does he keep getting away with it?
His secret? Bot lane.
Just get carried, forehead.
Just get carried. Just give up everything and make sure they can get ahead bot side. And that's what he did. That's netted them the Dragon. Long-term investment from Adam. They're going to get this top tier too. TV behind from Ebby.
Big pull back onto the Scion. There's no front line now to protect Crowny on the backside. Crowny taking a decent amount of damage. Actually, Crowny just untouched, completely pulling back the feathers now, trying to get a bit more damage down. Ebby doing what he can to try to win this fight. Crowny getting lower and lower, ticking. Ruby now finally getting into the fight, but Crowny still standing. Crowny still throwing down so much damage. You cannot kill this Xayah, but he sure as hell can kill you. Beautiful fight from BDS.
Only Jack Spectra alive in a 4v1. No chance whatsoever to hold the base here. Wave coming in. Nuke's going to base and TP as well. That'll be it. BDS, despite the early game shenanigans, maybe not going as much in their favor as they would want from the Scion. It's Crowny, Shio and Nuke who pull them through alongside Labrov to get the win. 31 minutes in. 5 seconds on Mercer though. 30 seconds on Ruby. I think that's it.
Top lane might be a fake roll, but BDS are a real team. Making their way down the mid lane, looking to break open this base. Taking their time with it. The wave here should mean that it's over. Jack Spectra going to click the Lantern. Jack Spectra not going to click the Lantern. Instead going to look for the kill onto Labrov. Buy a bit more time, but with the Nexus exposed, that's going to be it. BDS moving up to 2-1 as Heretics will remain winless in the LEC Spring Split.
Yeah, 0-3 weekend for them, but it's a 2-1 weekend for BDS. Very nice first week for them. A lot to review for BDS, but still managed to pull it through. Sigh of relief, perhaps.
Results-based analysis. Sigh on top, moving free camps, ganking bot lane. Winning strategy.
It is a winning strategy.
Oh, tough week, obviously, on the opposite side for Team Heretics. Hope that they can come back stronger. Obviously, some illness, but despite that, Yanko's still performing admirably. And moments where the coordination not quite there for the team. Tried to turn, but not everybody on the same page. Single members getting caught out, and it was a bit of a hard ending to the winter split and now a hard start to the spring. You have to feel for the Heretics team.
I like the Xayah Rakan though. I really like seeing Crowny on Xayah. He looks like his positioning is really, really good in these fights. And having Labrov by your side and Rakan, his engages are great alongside Shio. I feel like Rakan, such a powerful champ in Europe. I mean, Hylissang's a classic Rakan player as well. And I think hard engage and team fight just works really well in Europe, in best of ones especially. Just gives you a direction, and when teams lack direction, they tend to fumble. When you give them that direction, it feels like the game's a little easier to play, and you can see BDS in those team fights, despite that one around the Dragon where they're all split up and Yankees got a great engage and they couldn't really find any frontline access for Crowny. Rakan can just do so much work.
Yeah, and I think that that's why we've often seen champions like Ornn be so popular in Europe, even when they're not as popular worldwide, is that when there's a clear go button, there's a clear indicator to start a fight, it's so easy to follow that call as opposed to having to figure out, can you play at the edge of your range? Is this person overextending, playing Jace? It's very tricky.
Fresh, pick comp.
Player of the game, we see on Twitter, Shio crowning Lebrov. A lot of good options.
Where's Adam? That's rigged. What the hell? Where's Adam? You got them dragons, you got them bot kills. You got them bot
He's still in the
pressure.
jungle, bro. He hasn't come back. He hasn't come out of the jungle.
He's still farming Krugs.
He's still there.
Rumor has it.
He couldn't come to the pole because he had to be there Leishan camps.
Rumor has it he's...
Man's committed to his role.
Will he ever finish those Krugs? Will he ever get to level 16?
That's how they keep you going. That's how they get you excited for season 3 of Adam. Is like, maybe this is the season.
Is there gonna, like is Summer Split gonna have like season 3?
Oh.
First it was the Jace top dying twice before level 1, or it was Aurelia, sorry. Now it's the Scion. What else do you got for us?
I don't know.
Maybe
it's a
once
mystery.
a year. Who knows?
Some say it's the most compelling show on television.
Really?
Yes, this Adam.
Say.
The first 5 minutes of Adam's gameplay.
A lot of rumors going around this pick, isn't it? There's these plays. No, he spiced it up for us, didn't he?
Yeah.
You'll have to see it. Will that strat happen again? Nobody knows.
We will be ready for it, I think, and probably have more intelligent discourse for that particular strategy because we were lost.
I projected my trauma at the start of the game, and now you can see why, right?
Yeah, no, I get
More
it.
to your bot side.
I get it.
As a Scion.
We are
It
now
has to happen.
we are now trauma bonded, my friend. We will share that for eternity. And for now, we can go share that off screen. In the meantime, you can check out Goldberg and Adam standing by maybe to break down that level 1.
Break it down.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Drakers. I'm here with Adam, and honestly, I got some gist of what's going on. I got a lot of things I had no idea what was going on. How's the game like from your perspective?
Let's say the beginning was planned until...
It looked planned, yeah.
Yeah, until Mersa cancels my TP. We kind of had a lot of practice on it on scrims.
Yeah.
But never, I mean, not a single person canceled my TP, so that was...
Unexpected.
Unexpected. Yeah, that's the word. Yeah.
We can take a look at it right here as well. Because, okay, here's what I gather myself, okay? Like, you guys, you get that ward in the early game. You back specifically, you get the sweeper, which means that you know if, like, you walk in here, there's no wards, all of that. But talk me through the game plan from here then. Like, well, what is the essence of your game plan with this right now?
So, since top lane is useless role, I'm just like... I will just help my jungle clear the camps. Like back in the days, you know, there was this meta, Sion just, I mean, tank meta just helped jungle clear out the whole jungle. So it was kind of the same. And on this timing, since we have bot push as well, we can just try to dive on second wave. And if top lane doesn't answer with his TP, then I will just TP top, yeah?
So I have a question, because I thought when you... So I see the push in here, I see the TP come through in a bit from Gragas.
Yes.
Is the game plan just that you know you can pick up a full wave and then suddenly you win top lane because you go back top lane and the TP for Gragas has been expelled?
Yeah, exactly, because like...
We can queue it out and you can talk
in this perspective, if Gragas TP top and I TP top, so that means that I will have time to push the wave. So basically what I'm losing, he will lose it afterwards.
Yeah.
So then the lane is even, but bot lane got a massive advantage from this.
And yeah, we can see it here. Mercer even blind because it was
it was blind.
out.
Yeah, that was unlucky. Yeah.
And what goes through your head here? Because even though you get caught off, you get your team gets a first spot in the mid lane, kind of bow style without vision here as well. And somehow, some way, I believe you also managed to get a kill on Mercer. What's going through here?
That's true. So here I knew that I was dead, so I'm like, I will just try to die the closest of their turrets because they want to go back to lane. So I just want to like body block them from going to lane, so I give even more advantage for my teammates, even by being dead. That's the thing with Sion. Even if you're dead, you can still help your teammate.
Right.
So I got the kill here. Mercer doesn't flash. So yeah.
So before we throw it to a break here, I just have to know, since this never happened to you and the scrims usually go a different way, what was the game plan for you? You went off top lane, you realized, wait, I can't play the game. You just started playing Crocs. How was the comps like for you?
I mean, to be honest, since top lane is useless role, I'm like, guys, I will just chill around, don't mind me, just play bot, just play for 23 minutes all. And this was the game plan. Even though I can be 0-10, doesn't matter if we get Drake, I'm still Sion, I'm still scaling.
Right.
So, yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Adam, and thank you very much for ruining potential solo queue games as well.
No issue, no issue.
So we're going to go to a short break, and we'll be back. We'll be ready with a breakdown of the next game, so see you then.
I really want us to have fun today. It's so important. Because every time I say it, you guys say, oh yeah, it's all good, coach. And then we go on mid-game, we're like, oh, so stressed.
He's giving up the first 3 minions, Dracos. Look at him! What is going on? Is he gonna dive bot? Are they gonna dive bot? What is going on?
Oh!
He's gonna
if they force Evie to TP bot, it all falls apart. And then he gets the wave. Like, oh my god! And it's 5-10. And then he just leaves. And then he just reaches the wave. No one Mercy can stop it. Mercy can stop it. Hook out. Oh, no. Oh, the highest fan. He's dead. The highest fan. He's gonna die. What is happening? Wait, Ruby's dead. Oh, they go first blood first. They go first blood first. So they didn't get it. It was hit him again. One more. If he had phase drop. Oh, no way. There's no way. What is happening?
Moving. When did we stop doing it? When did we settle for technology that keeps us still?
So move me, baby, like if nothing left to prove.
The Kia electric range. Technology that moves you. Kia. Movement that inspires.
Where legends have walked, and even bigger legends will continue to make their name.
Winter Playoffs, Mad Lions versus Koi. Then it was greener pastures for both of the teams. Mad Lions made it to the finals, Koi made it to the playoffs. I think they would have expected to get further in those playoffs, to be honest, as well. Right now, though, not doing too hot. Mad Lions, definitely not. But Koi, they at least got one win yesterday over Team Heretics. GB, what's your impression of these two teams?
Oh, I think for Mad Lions specifically, because I think they have been quite underwhelming to a lot of people specifically. I think a lot of people has been talking about their bot lane, but I also think it goes further than just that. It feels like to me when I'm watching them, they're going for set plays, but some of the set plays are wrong. I think some of the plays that they see on their screen is not always the correct one. We've seen some of the impulses. We saw it yesterday when they were playing Thresh and Vega, trying to flash in and just make the Flay go into the baby cage. I think they just get too hypey at times, and they need to take a little bit of a breather and have proper communication, because both times I felt like they've had some good scaling on their team, but they throw it a bit away.
I think it's tricky with the Mad Lions, because sometimes I feel like I'm being unfair to them in criticism, because they made it to the finals and they actually had some really good games in winter as well, Yamato. But recency bias is recency for a reason, right? They're not doing well at the beginning of the split.
I think the main thing for me is just the bans and the champions they're not getting their hands on. I think Gragas, Rakan, Jace are the bans that are really targeting the essence of what has worked for them. I think always when you have a team come into a different meta, especially after the winter split fatigue, you know, take a break and so forth, and then you have to figure things out. You know, the main thing for me is they've been trying to play the Aphelios Thresh, something that is strong in the current meta, but it isn't working. And I'm trying to think of what is the way you go deeper, but in reality, Kazi is known for his Aphelios, Hilly is known for his Thresh. I feel like after the finals, it seems to me, with the very, very small sample size that we have so far, that it feels like Mad Lions has kind of lost their confidence. No more explosiveness around mid lane, no more, you know, synergy between how support is playing with jungle, and I think this is going to be a tough one to figure out.
And I think that's the big one for me, because Mad Lions used to be this team where they let Kazi stay in his bot lane alone and you made plays elsewhere on the map. We haven't really seen that same link up between Hylissang and Elyoy. We haven't really seen them take over the map. I think if you want to take a look for inspiration, SK has been really good at doing it recently, but for Mad Lions, they've been struggling in the 2v2 and they're not elevating their plays elsewhere on the map.
And early in winter, we were praising the bot lane and saying, oh, this is actually a match made in heaven. It's working so well. They were being quite aggressive in the lane, then also allowing Hylissang to team up with Elyoya. You're right. It seems like the confidence is not as much there as it was. So let's see what they do today. Elyoya yesterday, rough game as well. Sheo had him figured out. Of course, it was down to the matchup as well. But every single time he wanted to gank, Sheo was there. And Mad Lions is still very much a team, I guess, where so much starts via Elyoya.
Yeah, my impression was it feels like the decisions and the plays that they want to make kind of reek of desperation. I feel like everything is kind of coming from a position of, oh, we need to make something happen because the game is going to fall out of our hands. This was a situation where Darius already had first blood on Fiora, and Fiora is in this position where she's really low HP and is pushing out. This was also very, very forced. A lane gang with the Vi, and they managed to survive. You know, some cases maybe they get the kill here and it manages to work because it's very, very narrow, but I feel like everything is kind of predictable. I think when you're playing the Aphelios Thresh, you want to create windows with purple gun, you want to create situations where you can manage the wave to get guaranteed advantages that don't necessarily need you to force when the enemy is playing defensive, and then translate it into Dragon and kind of play around the enemy mistakes more, less so than trying to just force and pull the trigger to just make something happen.
But I think today is a great way to start that newfound confidence as well, because even on the other side of the end of their opponent with Koi, their bot lane has been underperforming as well. We've seen them get to the 2 kill, we've seen them struggle as well. Chigenda was a bright side for Koi, but the rest of the map has also been pushed back. We saw it when they played against Astralis, and we've just in general see them not have that same strength that Koi used to be known for with their strong laners.
In the winter, they also ended 7 and they still made a good run, but you just don't want to let that happen. You want to end higher if you are Koi. And a reminder that these two teams could potentially go, one of them at least, to MSI in London with their high championship points from winter. You can grab your tickets now. The URL is right there, axs.com/lolmsi 2023. And if you want some guidance on which days to buy for, LEC second seed plays on Tuesday, May 2nd, and LPL second seed plays on Wednesday, May 3rd. So maybe that might be of interest to you. Now let's head over to Koi versus Mad with Dagda and Quickshot.
Thank you so much, Sharks. Welcome to the Caster Desk. I'm Quickshot, joined by Dagda for the last 3 games of the opening week of the Spring Split. We're about to dive into picks and bans for Mad Lions versus Koi. These two teams have been the replacements for the likes of Fnatic here in Europe, 2nd and 3rd in the Winter Split, but frankly, not the strongest showing so far.
Yeah, not looking so hot, and now we'll have to see if they're going to be able to bring it back coming into today's games.
Just before we take a look at the picks and bans, I took a look at the all-time head-to-head between these two respective teams, and it currently sits at 18-19 in favor of Koi. 19 wins to 18, but it's heavily skewed. The regular season historically has gone Koi's way, whereas playoffs have gone the way of Mad Lions. This time around, this year, Koi, formerly Rogue, they've not had that power, that impact in the regular season that we grew so accustomed to. And I'm going to be quite frank, Dagda, I've been a little bit disappointed from what I've seen in the opening 2 days, the opening 2 games of our 2nd and 3rd place teams from Winter.
And my hope had built up a little bit when we saw them in playoffs, where they actually did look really strong. Comp and Trimby felt like they were back to being that stellar bot lane that we expect them to be. But unfortunately, as we have crested over into Spring, it just hasn't been that same dominance from them. Even we saw Trimby getting solo killed against, or duo killed against Astralis. It feels like they're falling apart again and have to find themselves in the meta once more.
Well, talking about the meta and finding themselves, Mad Lions and Max specifically talked a little bit about creativity, adaptations in the drafts that they're putting together. I want to see what they do today. They've lost both of their opening games this Spring. They've banned away the Caitlyn, the Ashe, and the Renata. Gragas and Irelia removed from Koi, so Annie still open and available. See what priorities they're going to go for. He's focusing bot lane again, so Xayah removed from the pool too.
Yeah, it feels like Annie going to be the big pick here. We've seen Hilly bringing out the Thresh, but it hasn't been exactly the highest hitter, I'll say, for Hylissang, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them try and go something like the Annie, maybe go towards Karzi on the Aphelios still, which is in the past worked out relatively well for him, and you compare that Annie with him in the bottom side of the map. But also we know Niski is quite flexible as champions, but we're going to have Shigenda bringing out that Jace once more.
I mean, that Jace, I'll say this several times throughout the course of the game, set the highest damage per minute of any player ever in the LEC at 1,444 damage per minute. So fantastic performance there. Will be backed up by that Sejuani. And let's just remind everyone that technically that Annie could go to that support role. And I think for a player like Hylissang, I wouldn't mind that. I like him on the engaged supports.
Yeah, and I think it works really well again if you want to go towards something like the Aphelios, Ayoya, going to go towards the Lee Sin. The big thing that I'm keeping my eyes peeled for here is Larson Sylas. I think Larson has been absolutely fantastic on the Sylas. And when you look, you go, okay, well, we got the Jace that can go into top. We've got a melee mid now that compare with the Sejuani in skirmishes. And you've got some really good ultimates coming through on the opposite side for Mad Lions as well. Imagine that will be picked up, though, on the 2nd rotation. More than likely going to see an AD carry locked in here for comp.
Yeah, especially with all of the bans thrown out in that phase 1. Kazi has locked in the Zeri. He's played 8 games of it professionally. Out of his 300 plus, only won 2 of them, however. We'll find out whether or not that Annie will go to the mid lane or support, or whether or not Koi have an inkling of what direction they want to take it. This will be a hover and a lock in there on that Sylas.
Yeah, I did think they'd leave it for the next rotation, because as you already kind of pointed out, Zeri gone, Kate, Ashe, Xayah gone as well. We've seen Comp and Trimby bring out things like the Lucian Nami that could potentially be banned away here by Mad Lions if they want to. Even if you want to get rid of the Aphelios as well, make sure Comp can't go towards it. So I think going towards these AD carry bans is going to be really good for Mad, and really putting Koi on the back foot, unless they're planning to bring out something funky like Senna, Shogat or something like that.
I want to see how these comps also adapt, because in terms of synergy or play styles, you've got the engage tools there with Sejuani as well as the Sylas, the long range poke from that Jace. And the first ban will be the Sion, removing that frontline option for the Mad Lions. Another bot lane ban. So Rakan removed from the pool. Where do Koi take this next step, and where do you reckon this Annie's gonna go? Niski, began the year playing a lot of carries. As the season has developed, we got to those playoffs, he went a little bit more supportive, a little bit more of those tanky champions, but he has demonstrated an ability to play both. I still just don't know which direction Mad will lead.
I still think you need something that has a lot of presence in that mid lane though, because one of the big things the Mad Lions like to do is still play through that mid lane, whether it's going towards something like a control mage or whether you're playing something a little bit more tanky like the Gragas. They still tend to have a lot of pressure in that mid and then leaning that into bot side. So I think you need to do something similar here for Mad Lions if you want to try and have that success.
Oh, I love this. All right, so Comp has locked in Draven. This will be his first of the year. And I think whenever we have seen the Dravens completely take over games, it starts early, it starts aggressive. This will be the 5th time that Comp has ever played the champion. In his 4 previous, he's won 2 and he's lost 2. And they've left that final pick to Trimby's support.
This is something though that oftentimes Koi go for, which is where you basically end up picking your own champion across the board in Koi, and it gives you a lot of opportunities now to try and figure out what you want to do as Mad Lions. So it looks like they will send the Annie down to that bottom side of the map, knowing that they're pretty happy. It's probably going to be up against a Nautilus, which can be a little bit scary if Koi want to go towards, or sorry, the Nautilus is gone, but Leona or something like that, that hard engaged champion there in that bot side to help out the Draven. But at least you now know, hey, look, we're going to be dealing with a composition that wants to dive in, wants to get in close. So something like the Talia going to work out really well here for Nisqy.
And also there's a lot of mobility there from that Zeri. The Lisa and the Cassante will be able to dodge, dip, duck, and dive around the engage tools, the poke that Koi are throwing out. What does Trimby want to lock in here? And I think for Koi, how early can they look to get this Draven ahead? Lock in the Blitzcrank. Come on, Trimby, do that one for me. Looking into that Annie as well. One of the champions that is a pretty predictable playstyle, instead going Soraka. So Draven Soraka into what I'm anticipating to be the Zeri Annie lane. Zoom out, how do these comps work?
Especially when you look towards Mad Lions, it's going to be a case of, cool, can we play through that mid jungle? We already know that you're going to have that push in mid, so let's lean that into bot side, set up for some of the CC that Hilly can provide to get carries into position where he can stand out as a big carry. And I think once you get towards that, team fights galore, you've got a great front to back fight as long as you can keep that front line in check. For Koi, though, this is definitely a snowball comp. You want Jace to be in a position where he's free firing on towers, he's got good control over top side, Draven getting fed in that bot side. So it definitely feels like a huge amount of this is going to be on Malrang trying to get in and disrupt this game early, which honestly is just where Malrang feels comfortable.
I mean, that's exactly his playstyle. Has the ability to completely ignore and disregard his own jungle to ensure that his lanes are set up for success. For Koi, though, if they generate that lead, if they are able to get ahead early, it's the mid game that has been challenging for them this weekend. The rogue time, Koi time that we've seen a little bit coming back into fruition. So challenge for them, generate that lead, and then don't make any missteps in the mid game.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that has been down to their unwillingness to kind of go, hey, look, instead of playing off of all 3 lanes and just catching waves, we're going to drop a wave here on bot side so we can rotate mids, we can rotate top, get plays around the map. And I really think that when you're playing a composition like this, you need to be willing to obviously play around bot side, but once you get to this position, start to cross map effectively to keep that snowball going.
I want to see how they handle that, and I'm going to ask you to keep a close eye, Dagda, on the setups, on the lane assignments. I think especially on Comp and Trimby, this Draven-Soraka duo. Will they be able to punish the Zeri Annie that has been put forward? Mad Lions, this time a 0-2 here in the spring split. I've got a little slightly depressing stat for you. Did you know that for Mad Lions, Hylissang has died 14 times already?
2 games.
In their 2 losses. Can you guess how many kills the entire team has secured?
Please tell me it's more than 14.
It is 9 kills. Mad Lions have struggled in their opening weekend, but I think it is fair to say we've seen some more variation, experimentation, adaptation in those drafts. The thing is, you still have to play them once you get onto the Rift, and they've kind of been steamrolled in both of their respective games.
Yeah, I think it hasn't quite worked out for Mad, especially when you look at, as you're kind of pointing out, the fact that we saw the Shogath for Nisqy coming through against Perks already and Saw, gave Ace all the time to keep his team in check, but also just scale into infinity and be an absolute monster. They were losing it on the bot side as well, which is a lot where those Hylissang deaths were coming from. And even then yesterday as well, the fact that you end up blinding Chasey's Fiora into Adam's Darius, which just took over, kind of limiting your options. The drafts just haven't really been going the way of Mad, which is why I actually like the draft we have here. It's much more standard, very easy to execute. You're playing through lane prio, you've got good, strong front line. This feels kind of Mad going, all right, look, guys, we tried 2 of these wacky drafts. We're going to go back to a bit more basics.
Keep it simple. Go back to an easier to execute composition. A little shout out to Johannes, who was able to pick up a win for Mad Lions from the fan club just yesterday. As far as this early game has started out, Aljoya on the bottom half making his way top. Malrang the exact opposite. And I want to keep an eye on specifically Aljoya. If you didn't know, it is his birthday today. So congratulations, happy birthday to Aljoya. I think he'll be looking for a little present, a little self-awarded gift to pick up the first win here in Spring. And especially on a champion like Lee Sin, he has the ability to do so, and he can do it very early when you combine with a Cassante or that Talia.
Yeah, I mean, he's 23 years old. Do you remember what it was like to be 23?
Mate, it's so long ago, I can't even tell you. I think Mars Attacks had just come out, actually. Yeah.
So you just run around saying Akak or whatever.
Exactly,
Yeah, gotcha,
exactly.
yeah.
You know, that's how that plays out.
Well, yeah, coming back into the game, already you can see Aljoya moving up towards this top side. Going to be matched by Malrang in these early stages, but I really think from Malrang's point of view, you want to try and separate yourself a little bit from Aljoya here, because oftentimes Niski will have push in mid, so if you end up trying to match a lot of Aljoya's plays in the early stages, it feels like you're going to be outgunned in these situations. So if you can try and find a moment to separate, you can actually get into these lanes and make things happen.
And I think whenever I think of Niski, historically over the years, champion that can move to the side lanes, that can assist, you know, top or bot, is the thing that really has stood out over the years. This year he's trying to add those carries and the more impactful champions to his pool. Right now Niski's going to be backed up at least a little bit here from Aljoya, just shadowing the lane in case Malrang shows up. Malrang's the player that really has to try get either any of these lanes really ahead. Like you mentioned, Koi want to snowball, Koi want to accelerate, and that's not something that we've seen too often. I mean, when you look at the stats over the games over the weekend, goal differences negative for both teams, 2.4k, 1.2k. When you look at KD, Heralds, First Dragons, they are really, really struggling at the bottom of the table.
Especially when you say that these are the teams that are second and third from last split's playoffs. These are the teams that you expect to be having these massive performances, but it feels like, again, Comp and Trimby have taken a step back, haven't found that same success. We're not getting Koi getting these early leads through Malrang as much as they did towards playoffs and towards the end of winter. And as we already discussed, Mad Lions, weird drafts have kind of come back to bite them in a lot of situations.
So this time round, slightly less weird draft, slightly easier to understand and synergize in terms of playstyle. Aljoya looking for the engage. It's Helisang that flashes, finds the stun, the follow-up from the resonating strike, and first blood to Kazi. Beautifully done, and exactly what Helisang is known for.
And that's exactly what we wanted to see from Aljoya as well. We were saying, hey, look, play around Hilly, the CC is going to be fantastic. They turn it on to Trimby, make sure they're prioritizing that squishy Soraka. Now Malrang will just sit here to make sure the comp can't pick up this wave, but he's too late to the party.
I mean, really, really nice follow-up. Aljoya holding on to that Lee Sin Q to be able to chase down and help secure. In terms of Summoner spells blown, 1, 2, 3 on the side of Mad Lions, only Ghost available for Kazi. Comp didn't use anything there, as Shigenda is now trying to get some damage onto Chasey. Reminder that his performance on Jace set the all-time Jace record. He's going to be asked to step up here, but follow this, just great play.
Yeah, I mean, flash forward, Hilly doesn't even need to have vision there, just throws out the W, gets the automatic CC, and Aljoya having so much damage early as this Lee Sin, the extra buffs that he got coming into this patch, just making him so strong in that jungle.
I mean, do you like Soraka backing up the Draven in terms of the lane? Obviously, I think it'll dampen his ability to snowball and accelerate, but when I do think about team fights with the Sylas, with the Sejuani, I can see the value there.
Yeah, I think it's, hey, we're going to sacrifice this lane a little bit too. As you say, play for those team fights. Personally, I would have preferred something like a Leona or something you can actually play that all-in kill lane, especially when you're playing against an Annie. Annie does tend to max shield in the support role, but she's still relatively squishy, especially if you can CC her up. So I think that would have been your target. But if Trimby's going to go towards this, it's a case of, okay, well, Malrang and Larson have to be our front line. They're not exactly the strongest of front lines, especially in comparison to something like that Cassante in the top side. So having that bit of an extra health rollover is going to be so important for these fights.
I do think Trimby could have a significant impact with that wish. When you think about Talia's Weaver's Wall, when you think of the burst damage that can come out from the execute from Lee Sin, as well as that burst from Annie eventually, obviously in the support role. Malrang will be making his move into the top lane. I think Chasey just spotted him there. first attempted gank as both of these top laners are level 6.
I don't even think it's a gank that he's really looking for here. It's a case of Shigenda needs to crash this wave so he can try and keep himself safe. The biggest problem that they're having is with Larson not having control over mid, it becomes very easy then for you to be able to take control over this top side with vision and make sure that you're always keeping pressure on Shigenda, because Shigenda wants to play far up in the lane but isn't really getting a chance to do so, and that's why he's starting to try and set up this vision. But ideally they would like to try and get some vision deep onto this side to allow these pushes from Shigenda to keep moving in.
I mean, Shigenda, very, very minor advantage in that top lane, is the player that has at least received one gank there from Malrang, who's level 5, just behind Alyoya thanks to the assist that Alyoya's been able to pick up. And for Koi, a little bit of a nervous start. This composition really wanted to try generate leads. It's now potential for a 3v3 in the bottom lane. Gonna fizzle as Malrang's moved away, and Alyoya's got that Dragon's Rage, has level 6 already. Trimby is flashless as well as healless, so let's be a little bit cautious. If he finds the stun, if he finds that CC, there's another very easy kill being set up.
Yeah, it's a little bit harder though. Sometimes we see Annie in the support role running that inspiration tree so you can get access to that Hex Flash, but not actually doing so in this case means that he doesn't really have that big Hex Flash to try and go for it, but Niski's here.
Well, and Weaver's Wall will cut off the retreat. Flash used from Comp, steps forward, and Kazi picks up the second kill. While that's happening in the top lane, Shigenda forced to flash away, gets over the wall. Chasey cannot chase, and that means Chasey will win that out to Mad Lions. They get the second kill, and they get access to their first dragon.
Which is absolutely massive, because one of the big things for Koi is, hey, look, if we can get this early lead on bot side, fantastic. We can start to move around the map, set up vision, look for picks as we start to roll over towards the second, third objectives. But if Mad Lions have already started ticking away on these dragons, getting these kills on the bot side, especially for this Zeri, it's going to be very difficult for Koi to come back into things.
I just really like the proactive play here. Niski shoves that wave in, teleports back to mid lane, and instantly combos up with Alyoya. Easy kill. Flashless Soraka, locked in place, can't do anything about it.
And this is why I haven't been so quick to just send Mad Lions down the river and say, hey, Mad, this isn't your split, you're looking terrible, what's going on? I think when they get back to comfort, this is what we expect from Mad Lions, right? Niski roaming, playing around that bot side, Yoya looking great on some champions that he can have the early impacts. Now, Koi have started up this Rift Herald, but Mad Lions, after the reset, going to try and push them off.
In time, down to 1300. Hilly and Alyoya inside the pit. Trimby and Larson just over the wall is secured by Malrang, trying to pick up the eye. Whirling Death will put some damage down, and Malrang survives just with the skin of his teeth. And Koi will be able to pick up the objective and pick up their first kill onto Alyoya.
Big win, because Comp gets the kill as well, so gets all those extra stats. Niski now in trouble.
Oh, the Dragon's Rage stolen away! Beautifully set up and done by Larson.
I'd like to say it for Niski. I'm surprised that hit. That chain had a couple of extra links added to that one. But now Hilly in this top side wants to see if he can get on towards Shigenda.
Trying to find it. Chasey stepping forward. All out is on cooldown. Stun has connected onto Shigenda, who is flashless, down to 400 hit points and made it to his tower. The hammer will put some distance away, and for now at least he has survived. There's no other members of Mad Lions making their way up just yet. And as I say that, Alyoya is in the river. Shigenda's playing a little bit risky here, but Malrang is waiting in the wings.
Yeah, Malrang going to stick around for a little bit here to farm this wave up. Needed to make sure that Shigenda was going to be safe, but Hilly, nice job trying to get the roam off. Just unfortunate that Chasey didn't have enough damage to finish that one up.
I mean, just like that, Koi are back into this game. They even out the gold. They got themselves the 2 kills. Just like you said, Comp was able to cash in. I'm not 100% certain how much gold he was able to secure. But that is exactly the champion you want to be ahead. He currently is 20 CS down in this bottom lane thanks to the multiple ganks that have come from the Mad Lions. And now with the fact that he's not there, they're going to apply this pressure. So for Koi, brought themselves back in. They've evened up that deficit. This is going to be a replay of that long-range kill.
I'm really curious what happened to the Sonic Wave there for Alyoya. I thought he'd be able to secure that with the auto back on onto the Rift Child, but didn't have it up and available. Malrang being able to escape off the wall was heartbreaking, just on a sliver of health, and just great Whirling Death from Comp to secure a kill for them. So now Chasey.
His next target once again. Here comes Alyoya. We'll follow up with that resonating strike, and is just too much damage, too much mobility. And another kill secured by Alyoya. I want to take a quick second to talk about these junglers because Alyoya, obviously the graphic is swapped, so just Alyoya is going to be on the blue side, not the red side. In terms of the impact this game, significantly more action and proactivity from Alyoya on that Lee Sin. But in terms of the games this weekend has not been this consistent throughout all three.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting that we see LEC now starting to step up massively. Also the fact that he's playing around that top side because they want to try and shut down Shigenda, who has that Rift Herald, make sure that he's not in a position to really get use out of that. But I think when you looked at Malrang's stats there as well, he hasn't been able to have that same impact that we expect from him, honestly. And I think it's been very interesting to see that although he has 100% kill participation at 14, there just isn't kills coming across for Koi at that stage. It's been very quiet, very lackluster in the early stages. And now Koi trying to see if they can get something back here for Shigenda, but because Chasey already picked up that kill, that early Iceborne, it's very hard to do so.
Very indicative of the fact that the solo laners from Koi, as well as Comp and Trimby, haven't necessarily been able to generate their own advantages, create those leads for themselves. All come from Malrang, who is still 0-0-1. Showed his face in the middle lane. The number of members from Koi. Larssen will now be caught back. Seismic shoved in. They've dropped the Herald. There is some support here. Both Chasey and Alyoya nearby. If Larssen sticks around, he could be in a little bit of trouble, but it'll just be a plate gank. And all of a sudden, it's now Koi on the move. 40 seconds for Dragon. They're starting to group up towards this bottom lane, potentially pushing some vision forward, potentially looking to challenge for this Ocean Drake. That does seem to be the case for now, as Mad Lions are backing out. So 13 minutes. This early game has been trading blows, still dead even. Are you starting to get a little nervous for Koi and the composition? Or are they still in with safety zone?
You're still fine. At this stage, it's Essence Reaver completed for Comp. He's actually in a relatively good spot. Like, yes, he's down 10 CS and a kill, but you actually look, it's only 300 gold because of the cash in that he got. If you end up fighting at this next Dragon, very easy for them to start picking up a few more kills. I think the big question mark is going to be more of a case of, can they keep this snowball going? Again, you got the early Rift Herald, yes, you got some plates, but I think second Rift Herald opening up the map a little bit more, trying to give a little bit more pressure to Shigenda, because Shigenda's supposed to be winning this matchup, but he's not.
Well, right now, it's going to be a challenge for the Dragon, stolen away by Alyoya. Here comes Niski, throwing out the threaded volleys. The damage is already landed, as Hylissang has been dropped. Alyoya will step forward and take out Larssen, and Comp forced to flash for his life. Ultimately, a trade of 1-for-1, and the Dragon goes to Mad.
The fact that Hilly ended up giving his life for Larssen is incredibly worth it there, though. The fact Niski now gets to push in because Comp has to cover mid. Look at bot side now. Karzi also gets to push that in with Alyoya. They'll be able to get some good damage onto this phase.
And look at this, all out thrown down. Shigenda pulled backwards. JC finds the solo kill onto Shigenda. And that was beautifully executed. Every single skill shot landed.
And this is why I'm not always the biggest fan of Koi's drafting at these stages, because you end up showing the Jace, K'Sante gets picked into it, and it looks like Shigenda can't have the pressure he wants, but we're just going to have a look at this Dragon. Great steal from Alyoya, just managing to get the E and also the smite even down. And Hilly does end up going down, but oftentimes I find that when you're on an Annie and you're trying to play that support, it's worth giving your life for the cause. If you end up getting 1 or 2 kills off it, your support, trading up in a lot of situations, it's so worthwhile. And just a good example there, Hilly, because he gets the kill on Larssen, opens up that bot lane turret take as well.
And the complete opposite of Mad Lions' 2 previous games. Active in the early game, finding those kills, moving around the map, applying pressure in multiple lanes, and they managed to build up this 3,000 gold lead. Whereas up until today, the 2 previous games, they were down 2,500 at the 14-minute mark. I think when you also look at the side lane threat from Niski on that Taliyah and the advantage that Chasey's built up, Mad Lions will have a number of opportunities to push those side lanes. Both towers are down. They want to look to take out that mid tower, push that vision forward, and now for Koi, it's a defensive stance.
You have to try and defend this Rift Herald, though. That's the big one, because Mad are already moving over it. If you've got 2 side lanes down and mid turret is the only one left, it becomes very easy to play around this Rift Herald and make sure you create numbers advantages at that objective, especially when Chasey is just destroying Shigenda in the top lane. Shigenda cannot push out against this K'Sante, which automatically gives Chasey move into mid lane.
I mean, yesterday, Koi struggled against Heretics as well. Early game didn't go their way, was put into a deficit. They were able to claw that game back through their team fighting, through their skirmishes. And I think when you look at the Sejuani, the Sylas, the Soraka, they do have some tools, but they've got to be a little careful. The potential fight is on the horizon. Red buff, numbers advantage means Koi will secure that, but it goes to Malrang instead of Comp, so tiny, tiny win And for Mad Lions, let's look at their lane assignments.
You do know it's bad when the win is you get your own
Exactly,
ball. That's
exactly,
when you
right?
know things have really taken a turn. Carzy, though, might be in trouble.
Whoa, Vic is going to be able to hop over the wall. And I think, let's look at these lanes. Mad Lions, they're pushing out the bottom wave, pushing out top, and now look to be grouping around mid. You have to assume that mid outer turret will be a focus with 2 minutes until Dragon.
And this is what I was talking about, right? Chasey gets pushed in top side, fantastic. He now gets the roam down very quickly in towards the mid, which means they have the numbers advantage. Even bot is pushed out as well. So you've just got all 5 members of Mad on this mid lane, and there's no way for Koi to try and survive this.
I mean, yeah, Malrang committing that ultimate to try find the pick onto Carzy means that one of the gigantic tools in the team fight, in the defense, is unavailable. So they lose 2 towers to that second Rift Herald. They've lost complete control of the top half of the jungle. And will Mad Lions be able to chip away that inner turret as well, trying to catch that wave, stealing more camps, pulling even further ahead, 4,000 gold up. Mad Lions are just running away.
And a minute until that next Dragon as well. And now you've got the double mid lane turret down. Fantastic. Reset, shove in mid, get your vision, flood it into that bot side jungle, and just fall back onto Dragon. It's super easy to do. This is why a lot of people were annoyed to see that Mad Lions hadn't been living up to the standards. They had some weird drafts coming through, because this is what Mad Lions look like when they're just able to execute on standard stuff. They look so much cleaner.
And I think a lot of credit has to be given to Alyoya, involved in 4 of the 5 kills. I think he's shown up in bottom and top lane multiple times, has comboed with Niski on that bottom lane dive, has been instrumental in controlling Koi and building up the advantage, the gold lead. And right now, Alyoya and Hilly, they've teamed up, pushing the wards forward 25 seconds until that next Dragon is up. Shigenda's got his TP available, but he's in the mid lane, making his way. Koi, do they challenge this one? They are significantly behind. It is the 3rd Dragon, so they could concede it by a few more minutes.
It's going to be so difficult too. Alyoya already spotting out Malrang.
Well, Malrang gets jumped on with that resonating strike, level 11 as well. Throws out the prison to slow down the Mad Lions. The Ultra Shock Laser goes forward, and now looking at Larssen. He's hijacked away. That summon Tibbers can be huge on the Sylas. Shock Blast damage connects. Nobody falls. The Mad Lions, they're inside the pits.
Don't have any flash, you don't have her stun. That was everything used by Mad. You don't have Sejuani ult on the opposite side. Niski trying to wall off.
The Waver's Wall will slow down Koi. Larsen's got the flash available, but doesn't use it. Dragon is secured by Mad Lions and relying on those accelerated Shock Blast. Shigenda landing the poke, but no one else from Koi is committing. So the 3rd Dragon is secured. A potential team fight avoided. And Koi are now in dire straits. 4 minutes, 45 seconds until the soul is available.
It was the best attempt you're probably going to get from Koi, especially when Alyoya was that little bit separated, but they just don't really have the manpower right now to try and go against Mad. And as we said, Mad, once they get these leads, just better front line with K'Sante, Hilly even being able to follow up with the CC and stun, great front to back. It becomes very difficult for Shigenda and Larssen to connect on to high priority targets in the back line.
Of course, when you think about how the champions are going to be playing, Malrang and Larssen want to be diving into the thick of things, going all the way forward. Shigenda ideally wants a little bit of time to land some poke, and then you want to hopefully see Comp's Draven cleaning things up. The problem is they've lost complete control of their jungle. They've been pushed all the way back to the inhibitor turrets, and they just simply don't have the vision or the time to look for those fights, to look for those opportunities. They're down 5,000 gold, they're down 1 to half an item for pretty much every single champion. And Koi are now looking for the miracle CC, looking for the prison to lock down a carry, for a hijack from Larssen on, you know, huge maybe Tibbers, or even the ultimate from Carzy to maybe find that impact.
And that's why they're trying so hard to keep control over this topside jungle. With Baron up, you know that's what Mad Lions are going to be keeping their eyes on. So if you can contest them, maybe find that pick where Mad Lions take a step too far forward, trying to get vision, that could be your moment back in. But at the moment, Mad are doing just a really good job of shove waves, reset, play this slow, don't give Koi the opportunity to actually find these picks at any point in time.
And this was the period of gameplay throughout 2 previous matches where Koi struggled a little bit, didn't necessarily have opportunities, didn't necessarily play those side lanes as effectively as they could have. I think for Shigenda on the Jace again, we're seeing Koi trying out a carry, trying out unlocking Shigen in the top lane instead of him playing those supportive sort of tanky engage tools.
It is something that I've noticed with Koi though, is when they go for these drafts, a lot of the times it's like, cool, we're going to take our 2 solo laners and our junglers. And then the enemy team is like, on red side as well. So the enemy team is just like, oh, well, now I just know what I'm going to be going into. So I can oftentimes get good matchups like we see here for Chasey. Niski ends up with a great matchup in the mid lane as well. And it just becomes harder then for you to operate on the map, especially around mid lane. So this is where I'm kind of questioning why Koi decided to go for these picks so early. I don't mind the Jace, right? But keep open the flexibility there. Go for an earlier AD carry pick. Make sure that you're able to keep that flexibility open and you're not stuck in bad matchups across the board.
Yeah, because it already gives that advantage to your opponents, in this case Mad Lions. Elyoya ganking the bottom lane, Niski roaming. And look at this, again, Vision being pushed all the way forward in a turret in the bottom lane, being chipped away from those minions. Niski is in the top lane, so numbers disadvantage for a little while. Not sitting on the teleport, but I think we're just waiting for this next dragon. 1:45 until the soul is available here for Mad. And for Koi, if they want to win the team fight, how do they have to do this? I think comp picking up that Infinity Edge, very, very important. But how else do they win a fight?
I don't know if you can win a straight-up fight. It feels like you have to try and find a pick beforehand, which is why if you look at topside, Malrang is kind of saying, hey, look, tier 2 Terra is gone. Let's see if we can find a pick on Niski. Let's slow this onslaught. But if they're not really given that opportunity, and good job for Mad, right, to read it. Niski just shoves the wave and backs off and doesn't give Koi those little moments to get back into it.
I mean, when you take a look at the minimap, there was a lot of vision around the blue side of Koi's jungle. Nearly nothing from the top half. So by process of elimination, Mad Lions, they lingered. They've basically pitched a tent in the jungle of Koi, and they waited until there was simply no one to defend that turret. So 5 towers secured, 45 seconds on the clock is another huge advantage. And with this soul on the horizon, let's take a look at the summoner spells. Absolutely everything available here for Koi. Small level advantage for Larson versus Niski, and Chasey's one up over Shigenda.
And at the moment, Mad just get to push in mid, push in bot, and make sure they're able to fall back to Dragon. But even if Koi tried to contest Dragon, there's always the opportunity for Mad Lions to go, okay, yeah, we just leave Dragon. We're only giving 1 Dragon to Koi. We'll just rush Baron. We can just immediately move over towards that objective. So you're always keeping your options open here as Mad, and that's why you can see where they're positioned.
Well, right now, Malrang has been stunned up, pulled backwards. 10 seconds to go until the dragon spawns. At least 1 bounty secured in the top lane. As Shigenda takes the tower down. The rest of Koi making their way towards the river, towards the top lane, and they're simply not going to challenge this one. Kazi and Chasey 2-manning the Drake. Koi are not flipping it at the Baron. They are not necessarily shoving in to that turret, and Soul is just given away, picked up, uncontested by Mad Lions.
It's good assignments from Mad. They read, okay, Koi are going to give this up and try and flip Baron instead, but as long as Elyoya is in the vicinity, they're going to be totally fine. So Hilly with Elyoya now, resetting themselves up in this top side, making sure that they can keep control over Baron and stop Koi from being able to trade anything.
I mean, again, the vision, the lack of information, if the observers can just toggle to what Koi see, it's absolute darkness. They've been practically alone in the top half of the map, and they've only got a couple of wards down, but they have no idea where the Mad Lions are. It is so risky to move forward because they are at risk at all times.
The problem as well is that your only tank really is Malrang. Anyone else moves in to try and get that vision back, it's game over. You're just out of it. So you are heavily reliant on, well, Malrang has to be the vision game for Koi, but he still isn't exactly the tankiest. Yes, he's got that Radiant Virtue change to give you more healing, but it's really just not enough.
Okay, so Koi now under threat in this middle lane. 4 members of Mad Lions stepping forward. Chasey dives onto Larson, who hops away for now. Larson re-engages, forced to flash to safety. Hilisangs over the wall, drop tippers down, but Comp catches out 1,000 gold from the passive. Chasey stunned up by the prison as well. Mallory looking for another target, as now Shock Blast raining down on the members of Mad Lions. It's a 5 versus 4. A gigantic cash-in from Comp, and Mad just chased too far.
You can see the downside to Mad's composition. They're heavily reliant on Hilly having flash for the engages, so if they start objectives and Koi are drawn into them, fantastic. 2 big thumbs up. if you end up having a situation where Koi are kiting backwards, that's where you're going to struggle because you just don't really have anyone that can easily set up those fights.
Teleport is available for Shigenda. He's towards the bottom lane. Trimby, Malrang, Larson staring down the Mad Lions. Teleport being channeled here from Shigenda. He's making his way forward. 3,000 HP on the Baron. The Mad Lions peeling away. Malrang's hopped over the wall. The seismic shove has been able to catch Trimby, but the Wish keeps him alive. Malrang's stuck inside the pit. Flash is available to him. Gets away from the stun. Pressing, buys time, but it's Mad Lions that pick up the Baron. They pick up a kill, and they are once again in absolute control.
Shigenda has completely pushed in mid-wave to try and stop Mad from just getting their entire base off this Baron push now. Really good job from Mad to peel away, put pressure onto Koi, and force Malrang into the pit early.
I mean, we have to look at that once again. Koi, what was the call? Where were they going? Malrang hops over while the rest of Koi were moving towards the ramp to river. Left out to dry, jumped on by the Mad Lions, and with Baron empowered minions, with the soul in their back pocket, they are now looking to take down more towers, and this is getting even more dire for Koi. They simply do not have the fighting power, and at the moment, it doesn't look like the synergy yet to pull off those team fights.
They just don't really have anything left in the tank, to be perfectly honest, at this stage. Like, this is, okay, Malrang goes in thinking, right, maybe I can get enough damage down onto this Baron to actually get the kill onto it, but Mad Lions immediately turn over towards him, finish him off just after they secure the Baron. It does end up going to that 50-50, with just the healing coming over the wall from Trimby, but it just doesn't matter. And now, Hilly does end up falling to Shigenda once more. Bit of a consolation prize there for Koi.
Well, he's managed to pick up a little bit of gold there. I don't know, I look at that and I wonder to myself, what if Koi had hopped into the pit? What if they'd committed to the fight? They had that numbers advantage. They were able to pick off Hylissang a few moments before. They end up going for that 50-50 on the smite, and it goes the way of Alyoya again. Alyoya stole away the dragon just a little bit earlier, and on his birthday, having a fantastic performance. I mean, you saw the team fight there, Shigenda just taking pot shots, you know what I mean?
I mean, the only one who actually managed to deal damage in that fight. The problem is, though, even though Hilly is missing, there's so much damage left over on Mad Lions. Niski, Karzi, even Chasey at this stage with how big he is going to be impossible to deal with. And I think that's really what this comes down to. But Niski, going into the base now, wants to prove that Mad Lions can end this quickly.
Well, they managed to throw out that Weaver's Wall, open up the inhibitor. We'll take the bottom lane down as Chasey steps forward, Ghost available to him, and the all-out multi-man knock back, but all of a sudden, it's Chasey that's in trouble, forced to run for his life. Alyo's looking for a target, and Kazi is firing from behind, staring down 4 members of Koi, looking to pick up their first win here in Spring. Nobody's dropped just yet. The teleport's coming in, saving the minions. Baron still empowering them as the first Nexus turret has fallen. Koi have got nearly no ultimates to work with. Larson needs to have a huge impact here if he wants to save the game. Trimby is going to survive for now. Sidesteps as the turret is still standing. Shigenda looking to fire the shock blast from behind, but the minions are blocking it up.
You got 3 cannon minions here, though, which are now going to deal so much damage. It goes in.
He manages to find the Dragon's Rage kick, jumps backwards, and Tibbers is not going to be able to do a lot. The Nexus turret will fall to those cannon minions as Chasey is now the next target. Mad Lions are retreating, and is Chasey going to be able to escape with his life? There's a re-engage here. Kazi still relatively untouched. Once again, zapping his way through. Larson goes golden for just a few seconds and is taken down by Alyoya. The all-out comes from Chasey. He will drop in the fray as Comp is now running for his life. Malrang, the last man standing, in the Mad Lions turn their attention to the Nexus, turn their attention to the win, and Mad Lions pick up their first win of Spring.
Mad Lions finally able to get one on the board. A very confident win from them. Alyoya dominant in the early stages, setting up the team across the board, and from that point forward, once they got control, they were never letting that go.
I really, really appreciate the impact that Alyoya had when supported by Hilly, when supported by Niski. Those early ganks, the very aggressive engages on the enemy, it worked out this time.
Yeah, I mean, I will say Hilly was definitely separated at times. He did struggle to get into a lot of these fights. But when you already have the Cassante, Niski on this Talia as well, it becomes very easy that the second Koi tried to jump into you. All right, fantastic. We're in a happy place. We're just buying space for the back line, and they're going to be able to rip through that very squishy front line.
I mean, I just go back to the conversation point you had in-game around draft, around Rogue's approach in terms of revealing some of those solo lane options, enabling or allowing Mad Lions some of like soft counters or at least a more conscientious approach to how they want to deal with
Well,
it.
that's the thing that I find really interesting about it is like the whole thing around Reg side is, oh, I can get a counter pick here, I can get a counter pick here. The fact that you're just kind of showing your hand so early lets blue side have so much more control, and when you're already getting a big pick like the Annie, it just gives so much control over.
It really does, and of course, when Hillisang manages to get those early kills, it unlocks the advantage. Player of the game at LEC, Chasey, Alyoya, and Kazi. Happy birthday to Alyoya. A very dominant performance here in the early game, the first time that we've seen it in Spring. A bit of a statement win against one of their rivals, another head-to-head is all tied up, 19-19.
I mean, it's a nice way to start off, especially a big win for them coming into Spring as well. The fact they finally got that one on the board, looking good, it hopefully is only up from here.
Well, we'll find out a little bit later. Right now, we're going to head onto stage with the birthday boy himself.
Birthday boy indeed. Cumpleaños feliz. Feels good to win on the third day. How can you reflect on the first two? Mac was telling me that some of you guys were sick this week. How much did it impact the prep coming into week one?
Well, I don't think it impacted much. I think it was just a disaster week, to be honest. Just they were much better I don't think our drafts could have been better, and also our gameplay was just disaster. Like we were really not on the same page. Everyone was playing really randomly. And today, I think we showed a way better performance, even though we didn't play as aggressive as we usually do. I think we were just a bit scared, to be honest. Also, it's my birthday, so I need my win today. If I go 0-3 on my birthday, I don't want to spend my night crying. So yeah, we had to win. So yeah.
Third time's a charm. Birthday win indeed. How do you reflect on the impact you had in the early game here playing Lee Sin? I love the fact that the champion is meta again, but tell me about how it went for you.
I think early game was fine. I'm not even like that happy. I think I could have played better. Like for example, my Rift death was impactful.
Yeah.
And some other mistakes I could have optimized, even though I think it was fine performance. Yeah, it was just a 6. I would say a 6.
All right, a 6. Worth getting player of the game here. I think you're in contention.
I got it? No, I should not get it. I shouldn't get it. I don't want to get it for this dirty performance. So like, just give it to Chasey, give it to someone else. I'm fine with it, you know?
Listen to the birthday boy. Give it to someone else. You guys played finals. You just had a 1 week off before coming back for Spring. What did you guys do? Did you stay in the office? Did you use this to take a break? Tell me how you guys utilized this.
So it's been 2 months in Berlin, and I saw the sun 3 days. So I had to go back to Spain. It was a must, and I went like for 4 days. I was just playing with, all I did was stream and play with my dog, literally, watch some movies. It was some good off time, and it was really needed. I think that this split has been really intense, and the fact that we played finals, it meant we played 3 BO5s in a row, which, hey, I mean, at least we won more BO5s than last year already, so that's you know, it's something.
Yeah, let's not stop there, though. We still count on our international events later during the year. I had a talk with Trimby yesterday about winter and spring split, and the fact that for teams like you guys who make it till the end but not quite win the split, it can be very tiring to have this rhythm, because you hope that you're going to get the win and then you back like 1 week later. How did it impact you? Do you guys feel tired right now? And how did you reset between winter and spring?
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone for sure feels tired, but it's also appreciated, the fact that we are playing more games. It means our level is just going to be higher coming into international events, and we can hopefully make it out of quarters, maybe, hopefully. Now we will for sure. And yeah, so it's, even though right now it's harder because we are obviously all tired, at the end it's the job you like. It's the dream job of every one of us. So it's just what makes us better. We need to keep playing.
Staying positive, keep playing, and maintaining the energy levels. Yeah, thank you very much for the interview. Happy birthday once again. You can applause button, of course. Thank you. And that's all for us on this side of the stage. We'll be right back in a couple of minutes for Excel versus G2. Stay tuned.
Big win because Comp gets the kill as well, so gets all those extra stats. Niski now in trouble.
Oh, the Dragon's Rage stolen away! Beautifully set up and done by Larson!
Okay. But they stayed with low health, okay? They stayed with low health.
Look,
you
1 HP.
Ult, Cassante?
Look, Jace, we finish, you ultimate. Okay. Kill.
Hey, Jace is not there, guys. Jace is not there.
Kill.
Jace!
It's okay.
Guys, together, we're fighting.
I'm not.
I'm here.
Come.
Kill him.
Look, Silas. We can win, we can win. We're winning this. We're winning. Jace, go. Hey, just play with Jace, guys. We win. I shoot it two, shoot it one. Jace, the flash, the flash. Go. Okay. It's fine. I don't
Good job,
flash.
guys.
Just end. Good job, Jace.
And Mad Lions pick up their first win of Spring.
Mad Lions finally able to get one on the board. A very competent win from them.
That was such a great game.
It was amazing. I can't wait to see what happens in
Right?
Picks and Bands in the next one.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
What's up, guys? Guys, I was saving that for later. I called dibs.
The winter was harsh. Some flourished while others withered. The cold is an everlasting test. As spring approaches, some can't handle the heat.
Winter was just a warm-up.
Hey, warm up with us. Spring is coming.
Just a scar somewhere down inside of me. Something I cannot repair, even though it will always be. I pretend it isn't there. I'm trapped in yesterday, where the pain is all I know. And I'll never break away, 'cause when I'm alone, I'm lost in these memories, living behind my own illusion. Lost
Welcome to Caps Lock, the best game show you've heard about in the last 10 seconds. I'm your host, Christoph Oppler-Fremen. For the next few minutes, our contestants will compete for the right to cast the early game of G2 versus Excel. This is Caps Lock!
Is it gonna win us the game?
Of course. Now, the rules are simple. I've collected 5 wacky champions that Caps has played. Thank you. Thank you. Quiet. I've collected 5 champions that Caps has played in solo queue over the last week or so. The contestants will be given a series of clues and earn points for correctly guessing the champion. Each contestant, that's you, will only be allowed a single guess per round. Let's meet them. First up, hailing all the way from I don't know, is Jake. Jake, thank you for coming on the show. Next up, we let go of my hand. Next we have Eve. Pleasure to have you here as well.
It's such an honor.
Yeah, okay, that's enough of that. And Mike, I can't wait to get you on the show. All right, let's go ahead and bring up our first champion, although we're going to give you a few wacky clues to give you an idea of what you're going to be up against. This first champ was played in solo queue up against a Jace in the mid lane, a wacky counter pick. Go ahead and call out if you would ever like to give an answer. And these are the team comps: a Belveth on the team, a Malphite. Perhaps we need an AP champion and an aftershock. Excuse me, yes?
Ramos.
Remus?
My
Is
guess?
that your final answer?
Yes.
Ding, ding, ding. That is correct. Remus is the correct answer. Now, I believe we can also show the scoreline that Sir Caps had on the thing. Maybe we don't have the score. We can go ahead and move on to the next if we don't. But what do you think about this Remus? He played the Malphite as a
I saw the Flash, I saw the Ghost, I saw the Malphite, his brother-in-arms, armor against Jace, engage, blah, da, yada, yada, boom, boom, boom.
That's not very good analysis, but 100 points to Jake. I don't know why it says tomato. All right, moving on to the next option here. He was playing up against an Orianna in the mid lane. Orianna, the clockwork, wind-up girl, or whatever. He had some Gragas, some Pantheon on the team. What do we make of this here? Your options are A, Rakan, B, Kog'Maw. Okay, Eve, what is your answer?
Rakan.
Ding, ding, ding! Yeah! That is correct! Well done, Eve. 100 points to Eve on that. All right, we're getting.
But it's so hard. I can't see these things, man. You stole my glasses.
Maybe you should wear some glasses if you're having a difficult time.
Also?
So what do you think about the Rakan mid? This is something Caps has played before. Any thoughts?
I think it's a tried and true thing.
Yes.
And did he pick it once?
No, but it made sense when I saw the phase rush.
He's playing with the proto belt as well. A lot about the mobility.
It also made sense to me with the phase rush, and then it came up, but you were so slow in saying me.
Yeah, but I wasn't really sure if I was looking at Comet or phase rush, so I saw blue. That's how I guessed.
Well.
You're really embarrassing yourself here, Mike. Do you have anything to say for yourself?
It's my job
and
on the
you need
broadcast.
every help you can get getting on the caster.
All right, the next champion. Let's go ahead and bring up what it was picked into against in the mid lane. We have an Aurelian Soul. Oh my. Here we have a Flash Ignite Conqueror, and your options are A, Jarvan the Fourth, B, Camille. I'm going to be honest, I don't know who said it. I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt to Mike here because he's been making a fool of himself.
Who's Mike? Am I Mike?
Yavin.
A Yavin. Can we give me Yavin? Oh, no.
Second.
Yes.
Riven, won't go to heaven.
Give me Riven. Ding, ding, ding. Well done. Straight. Haven't talked to me about this Riven pick. What do you think?
We just saw, Riven got buffed, punching turrets, blade, broken exile thing, broken blade, also champ inspiration, green color. Attack.
This is very poor analysis. I expected better. Let's move right along to our fourth champion. I'm going to give you your options early this time to mix things up while we give out the clues up against a Cho'Gath. Your options are A, Vanyé, B, Trundle, C, Viego, and D, Warwick in the mid lane. Oh, Eve, yes? Me.
I don't know, but I need points. Warwick.
Warwick. Ooh!
Me. Said me. Good.
Give me Warwick. What? All right, yes.
I've already said it.
No, it was Mike. I'm sorry, it was Mike.
Yes, it's gonna be Viego.
Give me Viego.
Yes, I saw the Conqueror, I saw the Revitalize. I knew Viego's been played mid already, so it feels like with the...
Wait. Let the program tell us if it's true.
I'm not really hearing anything, but I have the answers right here on my sheet, and that is correct. It is indeed
I'm just happy to be here.
Yes, so we have Rannis, Rakan, Riven, Viego. So many amazing picks. Now, again, we are going in to the final champion. If we have a tie, we will have a
Grudge match.
Base.
Oh.
Oh. I'm gonna steal my glasses back for this last one.
We will have a grudge match. All right, let's go ahead and move on to the 5th champion. Production, please bring up its counter pick in the mid lane. This is an exciting one. We have a lot of wonderful options. We have a Gragas in the mid lane. Your options are A, Shyvana, B, Kennen, C, Singed, and D, Nico. Oh, Mike.
Mape.
With that first strike, oh my
3,
lord.
2, 1.
Shyvana. No, wait, Armin.
No, what would you like? What is your final answer?
Nico.
Meep.
No. Eve was first on the prediction here, yes.
Oh. What are you looking
You
at?
can't phone a friend. What is this? This is absurd.
I don't know. Kevin?
9.
No. What's it?
Jake, please give me your answer now. Yes.
What were the options? The options are gone.
No.
Well, you already meet.
no,
The options were Shyvana, Kennen, Singed, or Nico.
This is not. Oh, wait, I was
let's
right.
keep in mind, he went 8, 3, and 3, so it's not completely true. It actually did pretty good. Maybe we could go ahead
So
and
he
throw
said
up the
Nico, you said
build
Kennen.
as well.
He said Shyvana also.
Oh, so I can just wait. I can just see.
Yeah, but I should have Shyvana. I'm in.
No. Oh, I thought.
Can we see the build, please? Here comes the build.
Yes.
5,
That's
4,
Nico.
3. He already said Nico.
Yes!
You
said Shyvana.
Shyvana.
No, he said
Eve is
Shyvana.
correct with Shyvana. That will bring us to a tie. A head-to-head grudge match between
I
Jake
thought
and
his
Eve.
guess
You
was
do not
Shyvana.
knock it off again. This is for the right to cast the very first few minutes of this next game. And it will
I
be
can't
decided
win.
by a battle of wits, a battle of analysts that Trevor, Quickshot Henry, you will certainly appreciate. Rock, paper, scissors, immediately. You will go on, shoot. Here we go.
Okay, but what is it? 1, 2,
It's on 4, right?
Yes,
on 4.
on 4, yes.
Got it.
All right. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Best of 3?
No best of 3. You didn't say it.
Jake is going to go. Please go up to the caster desk. Yes, well done. Well done, sir. Yes, very well done. Fantastic work.
Well done,
all around here.
Can I please get an
Well
autograph
done.
or something?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll give you an autograph.
I'd like to
Don't
take this
mind.
chance to apologize to absolutely no one. The Caps Lock champ does whatever he wants. Yeah!
All right, let's go to the caster desk. And that was disturbing. I'm sorry for that.
What a fantastic game. And I really love to see how GB, Eve, as well as Jake, they really got into that one. So Yomats Cannon will be joining us in just a moment for G2 taking on XL. And what can we glean from that? What cooking champion ingredient do you think Caps will bring out today?
Here, trying to predict G2 is like trying to win the lottery. It's never, ever going to happen. But I also got to say, Yamato's attempt at a Conor McGregor reference wasn't really going
Swing and a
so
miss.
great.
Swing and a miss, as you say. I mean, look, yesterday, G2 took that loss. I don't really know how to feel about it because I do think it is fair to say that G2 are playing around, experimenting a little bit, cooking in the draft, as you will. But I just personally do not like seeing Caps on a champion like Malphite. It's too one-dimensional, and I think it limits his ability to impact the game.
I agree,
so it's not
but
something that I love.
I like that they're trying to mix about this as we say hello to you.
Hello.
Congratulations on
It's the biggest win I've had in a long time.
How much did you study the solo queue, by the way?
Honestly, nothing. But Ender spoiled a little bit, and it got the brain juice going.
So he literally leaked information to the contestants, and you were able to benefit from it, basically.
I heard a conversation on the side.
So you snuck that info in.
But also call me Mystic Mac because I predict these things.
I mean,
you just admitted to cheating, and then you're saying I'm going to do Mystic Mac.
To be fair,
dear bud.
if anybody out of the 3 contestants should have won that game, I would have expected it to be yourself with your experience and pedigree in coaching. I'm going to ask you, what did you think of G2's draft yesterday? What do you think of how and why they lost?
Yesterday, I think they've gotten away with being very cocktail because they always figure out the right way to play it. But I think in that composition, they had to play around the Caitlyn and the Heimerdinger, but they kept going in and they gave the Xayah value. And I think the key thing there is just the Kled on 3. They invited the Aurelia Renekton on 4-5, and I think you can pick full AD with Leona Sejuani. And I think this is something that you have to expect when you just do your research on Astralis.
Yeah, I think as well, the fact that you end up getting those early kills onto the Xayah, I mean, she just gets full control of the bot lane. It becomes very, very difficult to try and play it out. So really nice job from Astralis to try and keep that one in check. And now we got to see if G2 can try and bounce back here against XL.
And whether or not XL will be able to replicate the success. I mean, yesterday, Lita had a fantastic performance. That Irelia was completely unlocked, which is what you expect or anticipate from one of his signature champions. VTO's had a slower year than what we saw from 2022. And as you see the XL members taking to the stage, we will be jumping into draft in just a moment or two. But I think, Yamato, when we talk about XL, talk about the struggles they have had this year, some of the changes when we look at them here in spring. What do you want to see from them to challenge and, contest G2?
I think the main thing, what I would like to see is just, as the meta is progressing, we see more and more action around mid lane. And if I think back of VIT's greatest moments, it's when Mersa, Zlatan, Zanzara were playing around mid and they created advantages. And I think with Limit's addition to the team, I think he can play the melee champs. And I'm hoping we see that type of progression where maybe the Annie, Lee Sin, okay, Xerxes, Lee Sin maybe not a thing, but just the 3v3 around mid lane and then spread the pressure and just play around those Drake, keep simplicity.
I really need to see a bigger impact from Xerxes in particular. Quick update for you. The delay before picks and bans is due to some peripheral issues, which league officials are currently investigating. And Dagda, I'm going to turn to you because I think when we do talk about Xerxes, when we do talk about his play style, he hasn't been able to find really any sort of impact, either from farming up to teamfight level or looking for those ganks. He's just had a slow start and has been kind of outclassed by his peers.
I think a huge amount of it is, one, not being able to track where the enemy opposition is doing or how they want to try and set up a play. So every time we see, say, dives onto the bottom side of the map, he's never really in a position to try and answer for that. But also, even if he's not on bot side, he's not really cross-mapping particularly effectively either. So when you look at like, okay, well, we've lost bot side, let's see if we can try and make something happen on the top end. He's not very willing to do that. Oftentimes you'll end up just going for an invade and maybe a steal away a camp. So I want to see Xerxes either, one, being more cognizant of where the enemy is and setting up so he's there to counterplay, or looking more for those cross maps rather than just getting the CS lead but not really being able to do very much with us.
I think to add as well, my favorite version of Xerxes historically was the one that actually beat me in a best of 5. When he was busting out these champions, it was always ahead of the curve in terms of what he picked. I remember when he busted out on the scene, he was playing the Warwick, the Ivan, the Zax. Maybe if he adds that element of creativity, he can find that edge.
I mean, when you take a look at Xerxes' most played champions, Zac, Trundle, and Ivern are in the top 6, right? So this has always been something associated with Xerxes playing a little bit away from the meta, a little bit his own unique style. The problem or the challenge that XL are facing this year is that style or that approach is simply not finding success. Other junglers with their more meta picks or their own unique approach, like sort of Marang Bo spending a lot of time ganking, are finding more opportunities. Now Xerxes is going up against Yike, who has demonstrated a very versatile approach. He can play the carries, he can play the engages, the tanks, and this is a guy that has absolutely taken over the scene. Yike is going to be a difficult opponent to contain. How the hell do you track him if you're XL?
Well, that's the biggest problem, and it's the fact that as well, we've already kind of touched on it for G2. They're so good at being able to play through multiple lanes that you got to keep track of everyone, not only the fact that Hansam and Mickey X can run away with that bot side.
Well, as you have already heard, XL, the underdogs, taking on G2 Esports. We jump into the first phase of bans. Yamato, do you think G2 have been cooking more? Do you think they will place that? Do you think there's any way you can predict this team?
I think on blue side, it's a little bit more predictable. I'm expecting 2-3 counter pick into whatever bot laner except clicks on 1-2. I hope they deny Gragas and also Rakan here on blue side. Either pick it themselves or just ban Rakan on blue, please.
Yeah, I mean, also the Ashe going to be taken off the board as well. I think your Annie's still going to be a fairly big one as well. I think it's just so good at the moment with the flexibility that it offers. But we'll have to see exactly what the game plan is. Caitlyn also going to be taken away from Hansama there.
I think with what we mentioned before about tracking Yike, I think the trick against G2 is to track Mickey. Because if he's always on the run, you know that the next play is going to happen there. And that is the strategy that Astralis employed. If Limit can match that, that they can begin to fight around the 3v3, that's where you can contest G2.
Right now, the Annie was the third and final ban, along with that Ashe and Jace. Sejuani, Caitlyn removed from XL.
Oh, Draven is in, guys.
Will be the final ban.
Yeah, Draven in, Gragas in. There's still a lot of these big picks that can be up and available. And I mean, Hansam has been absolutely fantastic on that Draven. So they're just going to go for that immediately.
Taking a quick
Gorgeous.
look here. I want to just look at this. Throughout the year, 5 games played on Draven, all 5 of them wins, a KDA of 20 for Hans Sama. He has obliterated everybody that stood in his way.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't expect to see anything different here, especially if Mickey can go towards something like the Nautilus to facilitate this as well. It's become so incredibly strong for them. And now it gives a definitive lane to try and play through again and punish Patrick and Limit with Yike in tow, like we've seen from the last 2 games that Excel have tried to play.
I wonder if the answer will just be a Aphelios. Maybe you can play Varus, maybe you can get away with an Ezreal, but the issue is always G2 have found ways to break any matchup. They lock in the trash when Heimerdinger is out, and this is for sure the takeaway with potentially a strong jungler.
Yeah, I imagine you're going to end up going towards something like
Trash Jarvan, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. I think the Jarvan will be really, really strong here. And then you're probably looking, as you say, the Thresh could be the takeaway here, but also just going back towards the Nautilus and just going, hey, look, we're going to have that easy setup here, make sure that we're absolutely fine. And then I'm curious to see exactly how they want to try and go forward, because as the desk was already highlighting, Caps has got so many different things that he can try and bring out in that mid lane.
Question now is, Excel, where do they throw this Gragas? Is the Thresh thrown down in that bottom lane for Mickey? There is the flex opportunities for Gragas. And the question is, Patrick and Limit, first of all, can they stand the 2v2 against Hans Sama and Mickey, who have been the standout duo all year long? And secondly, will Xerxes or VTO look to play around, look to try and support that bottom lane, prevent Hans Sama from running ahead?
I think the main thing we will see in this game, already with the 3 champions locked in, is heavy ganking around bot. We need to pay attention to how the wards are being placed, if Sweeper is going to be started, just to deny that vision, to potentially set up that gank, because Purple Aphelios, very easy to gank. Jarvan Thresh, very easy to gank. Whoever gets ahead in this bot lane matchup is going to have a good time in this game.
I am curious to see exactly what the plan is for Xerxes, though, what they want to try and bring in. Are they just going to give him the Gragas? I feel like it's not going to be the case. So I think there's still a lot of opportunities here for Xerxes to try and take something that's a bit more aggressive into that bottom side. And if you want to go towards something like the Elise even maybe here, just to make sure you can match that early power, you still got the ability to repel some of this engage as well, which could be so crucial in these 3v3s.
I mean, Elise is a champion that we have seen Xerxes play. Look, he's got about 400 professional games, only 11 of them on that particular champion. Is one of the options, and Limits on the other hand, he's got himself a 50% win rate on that Nautilus. Going to be a difficult task to deal with. Yasuo and Olaf banned away. Gragas, what do you think? This is probably going jungle, I would presume, because I don't think it's really a VTO champion.
I would assume the same thing. I think that Xerxes had a good performance on the Gragas, and I think the hope here for Excel is that on 4th pick they can pick something that maintains the flex. Maybe something like Lee Sin, something that I've heard in the rumbling, something that has 80 damage, just flex it on 4.
Well, we're going to have to wait and see exactly what's going to happen as we get this back up. But yeah, I'm curious to see exactly what the plan is. Again, waiting for that flexibility to see exactly where the Gragas is going to go. But as well, keeping the opportunity for VTO to go for the counter pick. There's so much here for Excel that they can really opt in towards, but I don't think it'll be a set anytime soon.
Okay.
Well, it was Vi locked in, so that's going to be Gragas top lane for Odo, I'm presuming here. And Odo's had 2 vastly different performances. First game of the split was fantastic, picked up a bunch of solo kills, and then got bullied very badly yesterday.
No, for sure. I think just when I think of the Vi Gragas, it's something that Mad Lions have played. It's a combo that works very well. You Vi ult in the Gragas ult, but it's something that doesn't do too well in, of course, the 3v3 fights on bot.
Yeah, I think it's more so just to say, hey, look, we've got a very strong burst mid jungle that we can actually try and very quickly solo out something like the Draven when the Vi goes in onto the back line, and then just have our consistent DPS coming through from the Aphelios. I feel like Odo's probably eyeing up something like the K'Sante or something along those lines on the top side, but Broken Blade just going to go back towards this Kled once more. So very aggressive, skirmish-heavy team coming through from G2.
Right, I'm just still feeling that 3v3 on bottom side is going to decide the game. Kled, of course, good to engage in. I feel like if Excel find like a long-range artillery mage on 5, and LeBlanc works too, I will be very, very happy. Something that can poke from a distance is super, super good.
I think when they look at this G2 death ball that has been put together, every single one of these champions wants to be running at you. They can group up. It is a terrifying 5v5. It's going to be the Ahri locked in at the end. What do you think of Excel's composition here and the answers that they'll have to provide from the early and the mid-game power of G2?
I think the main thing is just that as the game progresses, the way they need to fight is so straightforward. Just play around the Vi ultimate, CC chain, attack the same target, very simple and clean. The main difficulty will be that early game, because if the blue side composition snowballs, very difficult. If Excel can survive, very easy to play.
And that's actually why I like the pivot into the Ahri here. It feels like you set up for a very strong mid jungle that you can basically go, hey, look, the 3v3 is going to be tough, but we've now got VTO in our back pocket with the Ahri. Play through, making sure you shut down Caps, move Ahri with you, and then you're able to disrupt some of those early skirmishes.
Really need to see an impactful performance here from VIT. The Aris there in the LEC have struggled a little bit this year, haven't necessarily taken over games the way they possibly could.
But also from Xerxes, right? We're saying, hey, look, Xerxes hasn't had the best performances so far. This is where he really needs to be on his goals, getting in towards these early lanes, making sure they're snowballing, in particular, shutting down G2 from getting their ball rolling.
Let's talk a little bit about G2's early game now. With that, Jarvan in Yike's hands can literally go anywhere he wants to try set up those kills. He's got a lot of power during the laning phase. So the options available to him, but also theoretically needs to cover. If those lanes are going to be overextended, if those lanes are going to be pushed, I mean, Dagda, you were talking about it. One of the goals, one of the keys that Xerxes needs to do, track Yike and find a way to impact that early game. What do you want to see out of Yike?
A huge amount of it is going to be, hey, look, getting early vision. Again, I think playing through video in the early stages, working around the fact you've got so much set up on towards this Cassiopeia before she really gets rolling. You can go for these quick 1-2 punches with the flash charm, with a flash in from Vi, and just make Caps very uncomfortable, open up video for those roams.
I think a very important detail about this level 1 is if G2 can find ways to spot the potential wards, because Jarvan can cross walls, he wants to rush level 2, level 3, and potentially pressure the bottom side. The main thing here for Vi is to change the path into bot, of course, deny the potential dive that the enemy is going to stack, and then on the push out, a fellow should have purple gun, and that will be the opportunity for red side to strike.
Man, it's going to be very tense. The early game can determine this entire matchup. I mean, Yamato, you talk so much about that 3v3 in the bottom lane. And that's where my eyes are going to be. I actually just got some updates here from our stats team. Ari's been played 4 times this year, only 1 win. And VTO is going to try to pick up that second. Yike and Broken Blade stepping into the jungle. There is a reply here from Excel, but don't really anticipate anything to happen. The first trade of damage there will just go to Caps.
I wonder if we're going to see a situation where Jarvan is going to look to invade the bottom jungle, 2 push waves into bot and then potential invade. That's something that could happen with this information of Vi being on the red buff.
Of course, I'm going to talk about Vi and Xerxes for another moment or two here. I mean, Xerxes is a player that is being discussed heavily on social media from fans at home, hasn't had the strongest of years. When you look at his stats, team proximity, second in the league at 56%. Kill participation is lowest at 20, and he's behind. So he's spending a lot of time around his lanes, but not really doing a lot.
And that kill participation only goes into the rest of the game as well. Still lowest in the league. And it's a case of, hey, look, he's been sitting around those lanes, but not actually getting a huge amount done. As we talked about, not actually getting cross maps or being able to track the enemy jungler. So I think this game in particular is going to be a big test for Xerxes. Can he finally step out of his shell and be the difference maker here for Excel?
Can he maybe punish Hansama and Mickey, who are already pushing forward on that bottom lane? VTO will place that one in the river. You see both Xerxes and Yike pathing towards the bottom half of the map. And exactly as expected during the opening levels here, Mickey and Hansama pushing forward already, chipping away at that tower, and Patrick starting to lose a little bit of CS, but we do have to keep a very close eye on the river, keep a close eye on those junglers.
I do like that Hansam and Mickey went for the second wave crash there, though, because if you try and crash third wave, it leaves you so vulnerable for Vi if she wants to go for something sneaky. Even the fact that Video had already started to teeter down towards this bottom side, it shows that at least G2 at the moment are very cognizant that, hey, look, with mid push and with Vi in the bot side, we need to be a little bit more careful. But now that Yike has hit that level 3, now they can start to play that little bit more aggressive as he's hovering around this bottom side.
I think Yike should know that there's a river here, since the river ward, because of course Ari placed it. Potentially maybe just clean it. No, he's just going to continue clearing. No action on bottom side. They know Jarvan's position.
Both of these mid laners have been trading fairly heavily. Jungler's just looking for those opportunities, and Xerxes now stepping towards Yike's position, placing those wards down. I really like the vision here from Excel. Hasan Summer will get locked in place for now. Dark Passage available to him. But Patrick and Limit actually come away worse for wear.
I think the beauty of Draven with the change to his passive and how it works, even though you don't get these early ganks going, you don't get those early kills, there's this tension that is building that this passive is going to stack and stack, and you have to do something proactive in order to break it. Oh!
Caps is going to flash forward and picks up the solo kill, but it is traded back under the tower.
So close there, nearly end up getting the solo bolo, but ends up trading one back, and now Yike spots Xerxes on the bot side.
All right, both junglers standing toe to toe. Yike forced to flash over the wall to escape with his life. Limit ready to respond. That's a good play reaction from XL. Broken Blade chasing forward, dismounted, and we'll get that rocket shot onto Odo. They end up trading 1-for-1, 500 gold advantage to G2.
So far, though, Xerxes has actually been doing exactly what we're talking about, making sure he's tracking where Yike is. Moves in, gets that ward just beside the enemy Raptors, makes sure that he can spot out the mid play, and then moves down to match the bot play. It's just unfortunate here for Video that he ends up going down.
I really like the miasma placement to just deny, of course, the flash away, and then the charm, of course, to follow up after the flash. Just well played from both mid laners.
Dancing on the absolute edge. Caps able to secure that advantage. VTO pushing the wave back in. Both mid laners TP'd in. Keep in mind, VTO's got that flash still, and say nearing level 6. But this is what I was talking about during the draft. When you see Caps making that play happen on Cassio, you can't really do that on a Malphite, and I just don't like seeing that.
Not with that
personally.
attitude, you know?
No, exactly.
But seriously, I think it is true. The fact that we get Caps onto a bit more of a damage dealer, something that he can be the big carry. But already, even though we're seeing G2 and XL kind of trading tip for that, the big winner is going to be on that bottom side. Draven already with a massive CS lead. This is what Hansam has been able to do so effectively for G2.
I think another layer of what just happened in this game, I think the important way that G2 can convert the lead on bottom side is into that Drake. And I think the biggest hope for XL to get a swing back is to punish this Cassio without flash. When Vi is 6, when Ari is 6, the tools to approach her and attack her is, of course, available for you.
We're sitting in a 3v2 for now. Yike waiting just behind. GTO has just dinged onto level 6, so Limit left the lane, looked for the opportunity, wasn't able to find that engage, and Caps escapes.
But this is why G2 have been so good. They had a ward, Blues Award in Riverside Brush, and both Pixel Brushes, and now they're looking for the play.
Well, there's the death sentence, already connected, followed forward. Hans Summer's got 125 stacks. He's focused down, he's flashed away, he's below 200, but he stays alive. Mickey's now low and running for his life, as Vito's already used one of those charms. The death sentence goes just a little bit wide. The Foxfire won't find its target, and luckily this time round, nobody goes down.
Blinking health bars, but that was so close to Hansama being able to finally cash in. But Patrick now going to be able to push in this big wave on bot, and should be able to crash it before Hansama gets back.
Something that I really like about what I'm seeing from XL in these first few minutes, not only have they got a little bit of the answers to Yike's movement in comparison to the two previous games, you know, 2,000 gold at 14 minutes down, 0.45 at KD. I mean, gold difference is sitting 9th is absolutely atrocious. They were able to avoid the engage, and I think they're a little bit lucky that G2 weren't closer to punish.
One of the big problems that they've had, though, is that Patrick and Limit have been so hard focused in their last two games. Even though they are sitting, they were sitting slightly behind, they're now sitting even in this lane. They've actually been able to get themselves into a decent spot, and it feels like as long as XL are able to kind of coast through this, they should be in a relatively okay spot as they start to get in towards the later portion of the game.
Okay, so small CS advantages for Caps and Hansama, and with the back timers for XL, this will open up the Dragon, as you were talking about, Yamato. For XL, Xerxes is getting closer to that level 6. It feels to me like he needs to have an impactful ultimate, try to claw back this gold deficit and push one of these lanes ahead.
I have to point out Vitio's conditions here in the mid lane is going to deny a big window for them because the flash cooldown is ticking. Vitio was low mana. They leveraged that into a Drake with the bottom lane prio, and there's no pressure at Cassio at all. Vitio needed to find the base after that fight in River, but it just didn't happen.
And I think that's why, again, coming back to G2, they're so good at like looking at what the enemy team wants to do and thinking, how can we shut this down? They had a ton of vision all throughout River the first time XL tried to go for that play. And then as Yamato's pointing out, by the time they get around to the second one, well, you're already wasting time around mid because G2 are going for Dragon. The pressure's on XL to try and trade for something, but just the waves, everything just isn't in a good state for them to make things happen.
Yeah, and Xerxes this time will be able to pick up the first couple of hits here on the Herald. He has hit level 6 momentarily ahead of Yike, and actually has backup from Vitio. Death Sentence will connect onto Limit, and the Dredge Line pulls him to safety. So that was well buffered. And will this be able to be secured? Yike stepping forward. It's in a 3v1 for now. Caps making his way into the river, and that's a big advantage. Odo commits everything for the engage. Cataclysm is thrown down. Caps waiting for the petrifying, won't find the stun, and it's all of a sudden Yike that's taken down. Odo should be traded back as Broken Blade flashes for the auto. Vitio's running for his life as the poison is ticking. Can the Wolves finish it off? Down the jungle creeps dead for Caps.
That's heartbreaking, but in the bot side we're still going.
All of a sudden Limit is dropped down, a gigantic cash in for Hansama. It's traded immediately back by Patrick. Didn't see how that started out, but a 1-for-1 in the bottom lane.
Honestly, Wu-Tang said it best. Cash rules everything around me. Cream. Draven is now super rich. this cash out is going to make the bottom side very, very difficult. And of course, Caps' flash after this situation. I'm not sure where XL is going to look to find the punish because platings are falling.
And it's heartbreaking because we get to see XL trying to make proactive plays. They're looking at the Rift Tower going, okay, we can sneak this away. G2 are on bot side, but they just end up finding that little bit too late of a window where Yike gets a great buffer onto the flag and drag, immediately turns around and somehow manages to get away from this, which forces Video and Xerxes to overextend.
I think the key thing is just that they're burning all of their tools on the Jarvan that actually got his ultimate out, got a good EQ in, and then the follow-up hero, we actually didn't see this, so let's see what happened. Mickey's engaging aggressively, and now he's gonna play him in. Oh, the cancel!
Very nicely done by Mickey. The damage back from Moonlight Vigil, able to at least trade 1-for-1. But Yamato, I gotta pick back up on something you said. All of the tools thrown onto Yike's Jarvan, Caps completely untouched, Broken Blade able to have a larger impact on that fight, and unfortunately for Vitio, not finding the charm, not having the time to get those orbs out in the Foxfires, meaning they fall 2,000-ish gold behind. It's 2 kills for Caps. He's already got the Roa stacking and the Kraken Slayer picked up for Hansam. It's such a difficult situation.
Oh, it's super, super tricky. They need to look for picks. They need to find ways to maybe outnumber. Broken Blade, of course, is running the Ignite. Maybe that is going to be next opportunity with Odoamne has the TP, find a 5v4 when Kled is catching a wave. I think that's the best way in. They also have the Rift Herald. Maybe they can catch G2 off guard.
I mean, Yike has got that Cataclysm waiting in the tri-bush. Nobody from XL stepping forward. They're placing some defensive vision in the river. Right now, it is once again Mickey landing the death sentence. Here comes Yike. Cataclysm dropped onto limit. Hansama stays alive long enough to once again cash in. The Whirling Death picks up a double. And now Patrick's running for his life. Here comes Yike. Flashes available to Patrick, and there's no support. Beautifully done from G2.
If Cash rules everything around Hansama, Yike rules everything around this bot lane. Every time he steps up, he's catching Xerxes when he tries to make a move. And it feels like XL are just a little bit slow to the play. They try to move Video down, well, they don't get quite into position before the wave is back, but now Video wants to move top.
All right, Broken Blade is dismounted. Vito's going to use the ulti, step forward, barrel comes out and taken down by the explosive cask. Odo picks up the solo kill. Yamato, I'm going to have to ask you to leave in just a moment or two, but how do you feel this game is going to play out, and what do you want to see from XL in order for them to pick up the upset?
Honestly, just find some catches. Odoamne has TP, use your Rift Herald for an advantage. Thank you so very much, gentlemen.
Thank you for joining us. Berlin, put your hands together for your Martyr Cannon as he will once again rejoin the analyst desk. So Dagda, I'm taking a look now at the state of this game. It is a 2,000 gold lead here for G2. 3 kills in Hansama's first pick, Draven. And Rift Herald is at least going to be dropped here for a couple extra plates in VTO's back pocket, but we've seen in the skirmishes so far, the Ahri has not been able to output a similar or a equivalent level of damage to the Casio.
The biggest problem is that the whole oh, hang on.
Well,
Video?
there's the charge, the flag, the drag, and the dunk. Broken Blade, as well as Yike, easily taking down VTO.
The charm going wide was kind of the cherry on top there as well. G2 are snowballing this game so effectively, and they've been incredible at doing this. Every single time they seem to take the Rift, they've been able to get these leads very quickly, decimate and move around their advantages, and now Broken Blade, see what he can do.
He's the next target, but it's going to be up to Xerxes to try find something. Broken Blade is flashless and will be able to pop off on Skull. A lot of damage in reply. He's going to look for that shot from the cannons, and now here comes Xerxes once again. Denting blows out. Broken Blade, if he remounts, can turn this one around. He survived the 2v1 for now. He's a little bit more time. There's another fight in the bottom lane as the Cataclysm as well as the Whirling Death pick up another kill onto Patrick. Broken Blade has remounted. Skull has done it for Broken Blade. He outplays the 2v1 and picks up the kill.
He was waiting with another blast of the shotgun there underneath the tower to make sure he'd be able to just about get away from XL, and now Mickey back in the mid lane. Limit to answer though.
Well, Limit's not going to be able to find anything. The death sentence going just a little bit wide. And again, fights in multiple lanes. Broken Blade outplays the 2v1. Yike is able to support Hansama and Mickey for another kill. The first tower is going to fall here in just a moment. And it is another gigantic lead for G2 in the early game.
And this is the thing, it feels like G2, its efficiency is the big difference maker here. Every time you see Mickey roam, they're not really losing out on it in bot lane, they're getting something for it. When Yike is doing his jungle path, and he's making sure he's in the right place at the right time to answer for Xerxes without falling behind when it comes to the CS numbers. And now Caps just getting to farm up, and this late game Cassiopeia will be such a massive threat. Even you can see here, Yike is on a ward, and Patrick just doesn't respect it at all.
Patrick is taken out through the flash down as well, and the jungle does not belong to XL. Yike is moving that vision forward, and I think we're going to be able to see this remount in just a moment.
The big thing here is the ultimate from Xerxes doesn't get the full damage because Broken Blade was dismounting. So you don't get that full burst damage. Even here you can see just a double shot there from the shotgun to get him a little bit more space. But now we're straight back into the action as he's gone.
Cease and desist thrown down, and Mickey is dropped. VTO picks up his second kill of the game. He's still down 500 gold, but I think with a numbers advantage, I was feeling confident about the second Rift Herald. VTO stepping forward as Hans Summer and Yike waiting. The backup is coming. Caps from the south.
Broken Blade coming as well. Odoamne does have TP to join though.
His limit, Dredge line connects. Cataclysm is available. Who's going to get locked in? Patrick is not. He's sidestepped for now. Hans Summer's on a rampage with another whirling death. The charm connects. This time VTO trying to take him out. But Hans has got the Kraken Slayer. He's got the damage. But it's VTO that gets the kill. While Broken Blade runs down Patrick and XL escaping for the time being. Flash forward from Broken Blade. The bear trap on a rope will not find the fat man, but Skull is stepping forward, continuing to chase him out. Pulls Odo backwards. Cap stepping forward too, and Mickey's death sentence, his body slammed away. A fight across the entire Rift, and it's a 2-for-2.
And now Broken Blade and Mickey should be able to turn over to get this Rift out. A very, very close fight that just came down to who could kill the other AD carry faster. And G2 with Broken Blade able to just about eke that one in. And then look at Broken Blade, he's 5-1.
I mean, it's unbelievable. Hans Summer's got the Bloodthirster completed as well as that Kraken Slayer, and VTO nearly taken out. If that charm had been just a little bit wide, he would not have had the time. Of course, because VTO does at least pick up that one kill, G2 were able to win the fight, and Odo just dropped again. I mean, they've stuck around, they picked up the Herald. They simply have a significant advantage, and they are using every single piece of CC to punish XL.
Because they know on bot side there isn't really any pressure.
Oh, look at this. Once again engaging. Dog passage available. If Broken Blade can get to it, he is taken down. Patrick at least gets a kill. Teleport is being completed. Here comes VTO. Charging forward. Needs to find the charm. Hans Summer, stand aside. Whirling death, as well as the autos will pick up just another. I mean, there's just too much damage to deal with. XL cannot stand toe-to-toe.
Every time they look for a pick, it's just more and more members of G2 come out of the woodwork to turn around. Yes, they get Broken Blade, but now Hansama will get the top lane turret. They got the kills in return, and they don't even have to use the Rift Herald here on top side. They won't even have to use it on the mid lane turret either, which is already incredibly low thanks to Caps. They now get to use it on those crucial tier 2 towers as well.
I mean, take a look at the scoreboard. CS advantages, a minimum of 1,000 gold advantage for the top half of the map. 3,600 for Hans Sama on that Draven. And as soon as he was able to pick up that first kill, G2 have just run away with it.
And look, this was a little bit too much of a step forward for Broken Blade just because Hans Sama wasn't quite quick enough to get off the mark there. But XL returned the favor. They go way too deep trying to follow up on this, not respecting the fact that Cassiopeia had her TP to get up here. And once they realize that Caps is coming into the backline, they want to get the hell out of Dodge before it all goes south.
And I mean, Mickey, multi-man flay, the box slowing everybody down, then followed up by the Cataclysm. Hans Sama was just never under threat, never at risk of being taken out. I mean, you look at the damage dealt throughout the course of this game. You mentioned Broken Blade's impact. He's currently 6-2-2, and he has run Distraction. He has destroyed the back line. He has initiated for kills of DeVitio. This cleared that was blind picked. Correction, actually, was they knew it was into Gragas. Has been very, very impactful. But the truth is, everybody has. They've just run over XL once they started running around the map.
And again, you will have Patrick that eventually become to a point where he is relevant, right? He has gone Gale Force IE, so in a relatively decent spot here. Would love to have a BT as well under his back pocket before he really hits his stride. But the problem is Caps is massive, and G2 don't want to let this up as Yike on the flank.
And of course, the 10,000-ish gold difference is G2 can just hit them with their wallets. The flag, the drag, the three-man Cataclysm. them. Limit will at least take out Mickey, but the rest of the squad are petrified, are rooted in place. The barrel throws Caps under the tower, but VTO will be the next to fall. Caps is tanking the turret shots and escapes as well. 1, 2, 3, 4 members taken down from XL. And G2 dominates in the mid lane.
The support dies, while on the other side only the support survives. Hansama now will get the tower. They're going to get that immediate charge onto this inhibitor, and with the 20-minute mark just around the corner, Baron is going to be significantly easier for G2 now to pick up as well.
I mean, G2's composition in the mid game just absolutely accelerating. Rift Herald will get that charge, 2 more towers. The inhibitor is under risk. It's 5 towers to 0. It's a 11,000 gold lead. And that Draven was the first pick. That Draven has been influential in this game. But I think more importantly, XL have been unable to answer G2's aggression, G2's rotations around the map. And despite avoiding, what, like 1 gank early on, almost every other skirmish has gone the way of G2.
Yeah, I think it was just a case of the moments that they tried to move video out of mid lane weren't really working. And at this stage now, G2 are just way too big. Hansama, yes, he gets CC'd in the back line, but Broken Blade is running through them. Yike has a ton of damage. Caps is coming in on the flank. And everything that we talked about in the early stage about, hey, can XL try and find the windows to get video involved in that bottom side, just weren't there, and now they're paying the price.
They really are, and I think a little bit of credit yet to G2's positioning and sort of like creative approaches to the team fights. They're using Jarvan's mobility, the ability to get over walls, flawlessly. We saw that late flank coming in from Caps. Even when they're invading, you just feel like they have the advantage in every decision. And right now with Baron being available, as well as the vision being set up in the jungle, Caps is backed up here by Yike, unable to kill Odo for now. Cataclysm locks in Xerxes, whose flash was on cooldown. Caps will pick up that kill, and now 5 versus 4. This lead is just getting even bigger. I mean, itemization-wise, 2-3 items completed here for G2 members, and they should be able to pick up this Baron uncontested.
Yeah, and then look, in G2 again, just playing off 2 lanes. They push mid, immediately have the Kled to follow up. But the cool thing that you always miss about G2 is, like, even on bot side, they've got a slow push starting there as well. So essentially, they have 3 pushing lanes, and with that, they're able to get the Baron off the back of this too. Now they'll be in a position where you can already move Broken Blade down to that wave that's starting to pick itself up speed in that bottom lane. And on top side, they're already looking for that tier 2.
Of course, going back to that draft discussion just a little bit, some of the options, some of the answers to how G2 are going to play, not working out. The Ahri has not had the impact that XL would have wanted. It just makes me think a little bit more and give a little bit more praise to how Astralis approached the game yesterday. You know, that Irelia was not only a great pick, it was executed extremely well. And I think you've got to be very, very diverse in how the hell you plan to, you know, stop G2.
Yeah, and again, it was Leader having access to that backline that was so big of a difference maker there. The problem now is, like, XL, yes, you technically do with Xerxes and with Video, but realistically, Video doesn't have damage, Xerxes doesn't either. Caps and Hansama are going to be more than happy to welcome you with open arms if you try and dive the backline.
And take a look at the gold differences here. Total gold secured. 1, 2, 3, 4 members of G2, all above Patrick and then VTO. So even if XL can find a advantageous position, they're going to get through so many more stats, and G2 are just going to push the bottom lane. There's no answer here, no defense. XL trying to shove in the mid lane, they get punished for it.
Yeah, I mean, Broken Blade standing 1 versus 5 in the mid lane, and G2 are just like, all right, bro, just take bot lane. That's grand with us.
Oh, man. Okay, so G2 looking to close this one out in style. XL, they picked up that 1 win against Fnatic to open up the spring split. Unfortunately for them, have not been able to contain really anybody here from G2.
And it feels like every other team in LEC is going to be cursing Astralis because they beat G2, and now GT are going to be angry and annoyed and take it out on everyone else. And unfortunately, XL are the first team that they're going up against. And I mean, this G2 just will not stop.
No, they will not. Mickey goes over the wall, and Limit escapes for now. Mickey forced to get out. Cataclysm locks in a few. VTO is escaping with his ulti. There comes Broken Blade with the charge, and Patrick gets himself a kill onto Yike. White-Red is the perfect combo for the fight in a 5 versus 4. But it is into the Baron-empowered minions as well. 2 inhibitors have fallen. XL find themselves a consolation kill, but that is about all, as we're a minute away from the Dragon's Soul. G2 have got 2 inhibs down. They have got control of every single part of this rift.
Yeah, I mean, at least he gets some go back over to Patrick. Again, we're talking about getting towards that BT, but I don't know if he's going to have a finish. I wasn't quite sure how much gold he picked up there off the kill onto Mickey, but maybe that can push him over the edge, but he's very far away from being able to get that. So it looks like instead, XL are saying, hey, look, screw the Dragon. We're not going to be in a position to contest this, as Odo kind of rightfully showing what G2 can do, so XL will trade onto topside.
Just able to body slam away to safety. I mean, look.
Oh, no,
Broken Blade is now going to find Limit. Fair trap on a rope, pulls him backwards, and the rest of G2 arrive. Hansama and Mickey as well. That's just unfortunate as all of a sudden Patrick will be the next target. Gets himself a bounty, gets XL's first tower, and the kill will be donated to Hansama. 8, 1, and 6.
This week is St. Patrick's Day, but today is not Patrick's Day. And G2 right now immediately turning on to Xerxes. They want to make sure that they're going to be in a fantastic spot here. They're just taking over topside. They have full control. They don't care about the Dragon. They're just going to go for the end.
I mean, it's just pure style at the moment. G2 can do no wrong. And as we approach the last games of the first week of spring, it does make you look at the bigger picture. 3 games apiece, we see a couple of teams like Astralis, BDS, SK stepping up. G2 having a little bit of fun cooking in their draft somewhat, but once again delivering. It's lost that game to Astralis, and it's all of a sudden XL paying the price. The petrifying gaze, the cataclysm locks XL in, and there's nothing that can be done. 24 kills in 25 minutes, and they might not be done just yet. Moonlight Vigil gets yet another for Patrick, but the Nexus is being focused down by Broken Blade. Hansama cleanses out the charm. He's looking for another. Nexus is being ignored for now, and it looks like finally G2 will take down XL. That is one of the more difficult games to actually commentate and discuss, because the moment G2 got a minor advantage, they just decimated XL across the map.
And again, I think this is why for G2, a lot of people, myself included, are excited to see them on an international stage, because when you look at it, no offense to LEC, but G2 just feel head and shoulders above everyone else, and it feels like their real competition is going to be stepping up against teams like Vitality, but also then looking towards teams like Top Esports, the LCK guys. Like, this is where realistically it feels like these guys are really going to be tested.
Well, G2 will be playing Vitality next week in our match of the week on Sunday. G2 versus Vitality could be one of the potential biggest matchups if Vitality can continue to develop and to grow. We'll actually see Vitality in just a moment to close out week 1. And I think my biggest takeaways from what I've seen over the 3 days is that some of the teams that you didn't anticipate or expect to deliver, to pick up wins, to impress, like Astralis, like BDS, like SK, those are the teams that are supplanting the likes of Fnatic and XL, who are floundering a little bit in this new format, in this new season with their new players.
And I think that the big thing that I love about teams like Astralis and BDS is that they're taking these newer players, or at least sticking with players that they have built up themselves and kind of bringing them to new heights. And it feels like, at least when you look at G2 at Yike, that's exactly their plan as well. Bring in this guy that has had a meteoric rise throughout LFL, the Amazon EU Masters as well. Now coming into this year, this guy's been absolutely insane.
Yeah, plays absolutely everything. And of course, the Player of the Game nominees at LEC on Twitter: Broken Blade, Caps, and Hansama. I think we will be speaking to Caps in just a moment. For G2, 2-1 on the week. I'll be a little bit bitter about that defeat yesterday, but I'll take one more pot shot at Caps. I think his Malphite was a little bit sucky. I'm just waiting. There we go. Great. I don't know if you heard that. Anyways, Law, take it away with Caps.
Thank you, and thank you, Caps, for joining me today. Nice bouncing back from yesterday. I know that the fans had some strong thoughts about the Malphite picks. Can you explain the reasoning behind this, and what did you think of your performance on the champion over the past 2 days?
I mean, so we were going for some Malphite drafts this week, right? I mean, yesterday they were going full AD. The day before we were flexing it a bit. They kind of picked us top, right? So we got a better matchup for it. So Malphite always clutch in the moment.
Always clutch in the moment. I was talking to Romain backstage, and he was telling me that you had some spicy picks planned. Of course, knowing that it's G2, I'm not even surprised. But that Dylan was actually stopping you from playing them. So I actually want you to look at the camera right now and defend your case to convince Dylan to let you play these champions next week, maybe.
I mean, to convince Dylan, I just want to say, of course, Rimbo the Vayne pick worked out great. The Malphite might have failed yesterday, but it worked the first time. So it's just, we don't repeat the same pick, but we keep up with the new troll picks, right? And we always have to stay one step ahead. That's the saying.
That's a very nice defense, Caps. Thank you so much. We are done with week 1 right now, almost 1 game left. But I'd like to overreact on the league. What is your biggest overreaction after this week 1? Who's the best team, you would say? You can't say yourself.
I can't say yourself?
No.
I mean, probably, I think VIT played the best so far. I think they came in strong with like the meta read.
Yeah.
Like they got some strong picks, and they are doing pretty well.
All right, we'll see them against Fnatic in just a couple minutes. Last question for you, completely not game related, but I heard that the fans sent you some nice socks, apparently. You were wearing the serpent socks, I think, yesterday. Unfortunately, you were playing Cassio today, but what do you have today? Which ones?
I mean, today it's actually the monkey socks. Kind of to show off our gameplay, right? Luckily, like I have a very supportive like community, especially from the Discord community, and they sent me a bunch of socks, so I'm wearing them basically for every game day. And so far this year has been bringing a lot of luck. Hopefully they can keep bringing it.
Should have been a Wukong then, maybe in the mid lane.
Yeah, I would have loved to, but still, you know.
We'll see if the champion matches the socks next week. Caps, thank you so much for a fun interview. We're going to take a break here now, and we'll be back for the last game of week 1 in just a couple of minutes. Fnatic taking on Vitality. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
This tension that is building, that this passive is going to stack and stack. You have to do something proactive in order to break it.
Oh, Caps is going to flash forward and picks up the solo kill, but it is traded back under the tower.
Oh, nice. Well played. He flashed as well. Yeah. Good call. No one bit. Yeah, I'm coming with it. Go! Nice, bro. Nice, bro. Let's go, BB. Let's go, BB. I will take guys. I'm not there yet. CB. I'm dead. Bad. Wait, if we can turn here, maybe with TP. Go deep. Yeah, look TP. Nice. Good. I go. Guys, mid and top.
Red Bull gives you wings.
it's Chronicler here from the LCK, and I am here to tell you a little bit about one of my favorite challengers, top laners, Photon. And he has made his way towards the LEC, but you might not be very familiar with him, so I'm going to take you through the journey that this player walked over the last couple of years to get where he is right now. Photon, back then known as QV, named of course after QV, the player on Gen G who won Worlds in 2017, was scouted in 2019 for the Academy Series by Gen G, and he played on that team for a good year. Then in 2021 Spring, still named QV, again out of respect for one of the best top laners in the LCK at the time, he moved over towards LEC Sandbox in Spring, and that's where he also met one of his favorite teammates, Toland, who he would go on to play for quite a large amount of time. In 2021 Spring, he wasn't a starter yet. He was able to play a few games left and right, played a game in playoffs, but not really the most stellar of records. But in summer, he was actually able to become the starter, and even though LEC Sandbox as a whole had a lot of issues, him and Toland specifically were a large part of the reason why that team made playoffs in the first place. They were very well coordinated, and there were a lot of win lane, win game type of games where both Toland and Photon were able to shut down many an opponent. And it's also for that reason that they were picked up the next year by T1. And T1 has a known track record of raising incredible players, such as Zeus, Owner, Berserker, and Gumayushi. And over the 2022 season, we slowly saw that the T1 structure had an incredible positive effect on Toland and Photon as well. Photon was okay in Spring. The problem was that he was suffering against a DRX that at the time was by far the best team in Challengers, but he individually always looked good and was in the running for one of the tops within that region. However, when it came to summer, Photon was able to completely pop off. At that time, also had changed his name to kind of set himself apart a little bit more. And he was able to, during that split, be able to pick up the round 4 MVP, in of itself a big achievement. Challengers played 4 round robins, so incredible amount of games played across the course of the season, but additionally was also able to pick up best top laner of the entire league, which in of itself another big achievement. But on top of that, he got a third award. He was also the regular season MVP. Now, unfortunately, T1 was not able to get a lot going in the playoffs. They were unable to deal with the pressure that came with it, but Photon individually still had an incredible showing there. And overall, I think a player that has a lot of creativity, is known for playing really weird picks. Akshan actually one of his favorite picks, but also Lilia, Kill, and Shyvana in a meta where it was mostly just the staples like Gnar, Gwen, and Renekton, which he fortunately also plays extremely well. Now, I am personally unable to watch the LEC due to time zone and LCK scheduling, but I am incredibly excited to see how this player does. He is one of my favorite players in Challengers, would even be a boon to some teams in the LCK, and I expect to see great things of him in the future. So hopefully you guys will treat him nicely and he'll show you how good he can truly be.
Thank you so much for that, Chronicler. We very much appreciate Photon joining the LEC, and he's also played fantastically with Vitality. Vitality overall has been on a tear so far, and now they get to close out week 1 with a grudge match because it's upset facing off against his former team, Fnatic. Vitality versus Fnatic. They couldn't be further apart in the standings and the way they have left an imprint on people, I think, in winter even, but especially right now in spring. Goldborg, it is dire for Fnatic.
Honestly, yesterday in that game, I had a small glimpse of home just in the beginning. Hope, just in the beginning, because like, wait, they're actually playing through bot side. Razork is making ganks happen. They're getting leads. They're actually even. They're going into this mid to late game in a potential where they can actually play through their Seri, play with their Gangplank, play with their Seer, which sounds really nice in the late game if you just go even. And then this happens. And then after this play, once again, the same kind of tendencies we see with the Fnatic roster, the same mistakes over and over again, where they're just disconnected afterwards. They start going for desperate play, they start being isolated. It seems like there's no team cohesion, and it looks like you have to have a perfect game for Fnatic to win. It felt like as soon as one thing went wrong, everything went wrong afterwards.
And you got to feel for a guy like Oscarinen, who's just getting absolutely bullied on the top side, camped, put behind both of his games, really struggling to sort of find his footing with the team that has historically been a very bot side focused team, so not easy to step into the top lane position on this Fnatic roster. And that leaves us in a situation where Fnatic are currently 0-2, at risk of going 0-3 here, playing against what Caps just said, besides G2, the best team in the league here in week 1. And for context, the breaking point to make it to top 8, which is the first goal for Fnatic to hit, was 3 wins. Astralis needed 3 wins to make it into that top 8. So the fact that you are at risk of going 0-3 in week 1, that you've already lost to Excel, the 10th place team from last split, there are no easy wins left for Fnatic. Every single game has to be a grind.
And this is going to be one of the hardest ones if we look at what Vitality has shown so far since adding Upset to their roster. It's Fun Day Monday.
Yeah.
Maybe it won't be for Fnatic, we'll see, but this guy has been having so much fun. I mean, just frothing to get back to the league, and he's just been doing so well.
I mean, at this point, Fnatic are going to be on a mission to get the first kill up against Upset here in the LEC. I mean, that's just insane, going up against his former team here and looking so good after a split where he just didn't exist. He was in the nether realm waiting to find his way onto a starting roster, and he has slotted in absolutely flawlessly. He has been grinding in solo queue even while he wasn't in the professional stage, and it's shown here.
Yeah, I just think in general, this is the time for Upset to actually come out and show, hey, you had the chance to build a team around me. Now I'm on a different team. This is where you're really going to have to prove yourself. And unfortunately, Fnatic, I don't think it's going to be the game where they do it.
You know, accidental renaissance?
What?
Accidental renaissance is like when a picture looks accidentally like a Renaissance artwork.
Okay, I'm
That's
following.
what you guys are looking like right now. It's really
Yeah,
cool.
well, you know.
Anyways, Vitality doing so well. In fact, their stocks are rising through the roof, and we'll get into the... What? Oh, it's in this ear. The producers just told me that we have an expert standing by, a financial expert, to explain why you should invest in Vitality stocks.
Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? VIT Connect. Vitality is changing the LEC as you know it. Super teams failing. No, no, no. VIT Connect. VIT Connect.
To the moon! To the moon! Let's go to the moon! To the moon! I will be honest though, I've had this feeling, I've heard this message, and I've heard this story before, and Vitality have always found a way to disappoint at times, not live up to expectations. Do you think it's a little different this time? Do you think this is finally the Vitality that was promised?
I want to believe so bad. I really do. Because look, I'm a big fan of Bo. Obviously, he got to cast him in the LPL and then coming across, I had super high expectations for him. And I think he definitely lived up to them at the start of winter, but then it started to fall off course as it went over the rest of winter and then in towards, playoffs and that. So I think this is where the big question mark is. We're seeing them look fantastic now, but can they keep that going?
I think Vitality as a team didn't necessarily show that synergy, that cohesion that they needed to have in order to challenge the best. Right now, they're taking on Fnatic. Vitality have looked phenomenal in their first 2 games. We'll let you know that only 2 of their players have died, Photon and Kaiser. Perkspo and Upset currently deathless in their opening games. They've only died 7 times in total. They'll be looking to destroy Fnatic, who've struggled this weekend in Spring, and in particular, I'm looking at Upset to see what he's going to do, because there might be a little bit of backstory, a little bit of desire to crush.
I really want that button to just enter as a voice clip saying grudge match for this one, because it feels like it's so important for this upset, trying to see if he can go up against his old team. And already we're still seeing things like the Caitlyn that he popped off of in the first game still being left open. I'm curious to see if it will be left through the entire draft, especially with Ashe. Greg is still up on the cards.
The thing is, Upset is one of those players that you never really have concerns around what champion he's going to play. He has consistently performed at an exceptional level across all metas, across all champions. Rekkles, on the other hand, a little bit more stuck in his ways, a little bit more adamant around the pool he wants to play. Draven will be the champion that's banned away along with Annie and Jace, Asol as well as Varus, and Caitlyn the final ban.
And I think a huge amount of this is actually the Xayah pick that we've seen him go towards an awful lot, but with the Caitlyn banned, Ashe is going to be taken onto the cards. Now, again, we've seen this a lot in the support role, so chances are that he's gone towards Advian, as Photon gives us a little wave as he locks in the Gragas on the opposite side. So essentially trading those two big pair of picks back and forth, but definitely the Ashe, such a menace at the moment.
I mean, that Ashe has found herself in the ban pool so often. And we'll find out whether Rekkles or Advian will be running it. Upset has locked in the Xayah once more. Used that exceptionally well yesterday. And I think the ability to peel for himself, the ability to reposition in fights for a player who is as mechanically proficient as Upset has been fantastic. So that will be the Zeri and the Vi now locked in. So Rekkles and Advian can be running that in the bottom lane. Kaiser most likely going to lock in this Rakan. We've seen that once before, and Razork will be running the Vi. Let's not forget that Gragas is a flex, can be moved into multiple lanes.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see exactly where they are going to end up putting it, but at least the moment it feels like a lot of attention is going to be down towards this bottom side of the map. You have this strong pushing lane with the Zeri and also having that Ashe toe, so trying to get down there, make sure to disrupt this early is going to be very important for Vitality. But with Razork already having the Vi locked in, it feels like he's got a pretty good start here when it comes towards that jungle matchup.
Of course, assuming that Gragas goes that way. So Vitality now looking at phase 2 bans. Immediately going to remove the Talia, denying that from Humanoid. What a Fnatic want to prioritize. In what direction are we going to see Perks going? Because we've seen the Asol out of him, has been willing to cook a little bit as well.
Yeah, on the opposite side, though, one of the people I feel like who has been a bit limited is actually Humanoid. We saw him going back towards the Azir the other day, going back towards what was a little bit of comfort, and I feel like at the moment Azir just isn't it in the meta. Heavily nerfed when it comes towards his pushing power. Yes, he is stronger late game, but realistically what you need from Humanoid is someone that can control the lane state, buy time for Fnatic to scale into that later portion of the game, and not having the tools to do so, kind of be the savior for Fnatic in these early stages. Limiting him felt like such a weird move to me.
It's going to be very difficult because not only is he facing off against Perks, who is a fantastic laner, but I think Bo is one of those junglers that just seems to always find a way to disrupt his opponents, always find a way to punish lane assignments, punish people wherever they are. And I think if Bo ends up trying to play around Perks, that can be another way to shut down Humanoid, who's lost access to the Victor.
Yeah, personally, I think Bo is the best jungler in the LEC at the moment at finding enemy vision and then playing around it, whether it's going for a weird gank angle or coming in over a wall that you're not expecting to avoid vision. He's been incredibly good at it. Now, I just kind of criticized the Azir pick. It actually is going to be Perks going over towards the opposite side here, taking that one for himself. So I think for Humanoid, might be a bit of a help here where you're kind of going, okay, well now I can actually take something that has push into it, but with Talia gone, the Victor gone, that's going to actually be a little bit of a slimmer pool now, since a lot of those bans have already been put into place by Vitality.
Well, what do you make of the Azir in terms of the composition here? Because you just talked a little bit about it in terms of the meta, and we'll be playing into Humanoid's LeBlanc. And of course, you've got that disengage tool, the engage tools of the Gragas and the Rakan. So I can see the synergies being built up here from Team Vitality. On the side of Fnatic, pick power. Use that Ashe arrow to lock someone down. You can follow up with the Vi. All the mobility from Zeri LeBlanc. He'll have that front line of Oscarinens on.
Yeah, I think it gives you great setup when it goes. The Azir gives you great setup when it gets to the team fights. Same thing along this side. You're definitely playing for a strong team fight here as Vitality. It's just a question of how well can you control the lane. Now, this is still the quote-unquote, like rework LeBlanc. She still doesn't have the extra damage on her, or sorry, the reset on her Q, the extra damage and all that kind of stuff. So it is going to make it a little bit easier to try and deal with her in the mid lane as Perks. We'll just have to see his Photon going towards the Camille here to try and be that big split push threat. And I think this is something that Vitality have been very good at is, okay, well now we're going to give more resource Upset. Can we let Photon just have a good matchup and scale into the game by himself?
How do you see these two team compositions playing out because it feels to me like looking for those picks for Fnatic can be one of the early to mid-game options, but it's going to be very difficult when you look at the disengage tools on the side of Vitality.
I think a lot of this is going to be a case of seeing how Advian can set up on this Ashe, because as you said, pick definitely the name of the game when you get to the mid portion of the game, but certainly when you look towards, hey, how are we pushing that bot lane? Are we unlocking Advian so then when he hits 6, maybe he's fishing for Ashe arrows onto the Azir mid lane, setting up this LeBlanc for a success alongside the point-to-click CC of the Vi. You have a lot of opportunities to try and use Advian in creative ways, and I think it's really cool as Fnatic to kind of give the reins to one of their newer additions here and see if he can perform.
I mean, Advian has played one game on Ashe previously. It was a loss. But on the flip side of that, Humanoid's LeBlanc has a 68% win ratio over 35 games. One of his most successful, most impactful champions. He'll need to use the entire skill set, because when you look at the Azir, when you look at the Xayah, the Rakan, those are all champions that can be a little sticky, can be able to at least dodge potentially some of the damage coming down. So Fnatic looking to pick up their first win here in Spring. And just to let you know, we do have a very brief pause as soon as we've loaded up onto the Rift. My eyes are going to be pegged and drawn to Upset in that bottom lane. Upset and Kaiser have completely run away with every single matchup that they've played this weekend.
I mean, 30 kills and assists, 0 deaths. Upset has been absolutely fantastic in that bot side. And I think it has been a great addition. Because as I said, I think the biggest problem that you had with Vitality from last split was, hey, look, we're going to leave Leon on weak side and see if he can play elsewhere. But when that wasn't really working out, they didn't have a fallback. They didn't feel comfortable playing around Neon. Now with Upset coming in, it feels like they have 3 super solid lanes they can play around, and Fnatic are going to have to deal with that across the map. And one of the big things as well is like looking at Bo. He's been so incredibly effective at, hey, I'm going to drop CS to just go and be a menace on the for the opposite team.
He's done that so much because Bo's stats are not particularly impressive, but the impact that he's having is undeniable. I mean, you talked about it. 3 members of Vitality deathless in their opening 2 games. I've got a quick stat for you just before we continue with this. Kaiser's damage percentage is higher than 5 of our junglers when coming into today. Now, obviously, this is a team that is 2-0'd in extremely dominant fashion, so their stats are always going to be inflated, but that is just phenomenal. And then you consider again, it's because he's working with Upset. It's because Bo has been able to find impact. And I think that first game as well, Perkz playing the ASOL, roaming around the map and dropping comets to create chaos.
Yeah, also just Heimerdinger things. This champion is so absurd in the support role with the amount of damage that it's able to churn out, and didn't manage to pick it up in the first game of the split, and had a really good job, as you say, in that ASOL game against Astralis. But we'll have to see now, as we start to go forward, what they can try and achieve here. Already, not really too much happening. Bo going to move back up towards this top side and seeing if he can try and get into the spot lane a little bit sooner than expected, I think. Trying to, again, disrupt Advian and Reckless on this push.
Okay, keep our eyes then on Bo. Where is he moving? Does he make any creative plays? Starting in the top half of the map, as is Razork. Razork will have to find an answer in a way to at least contain Bo. I also do have to mention that Oscarinen has been struggling a little bit, has been focused and punished over his debut games here on stage, has been killed 6 times, isolated. And sometimes in the solo bolos, but also has been the recipient of so many ganks. Punish the rookie, get in his face, and try to put him behind.
And definitely a bit of stage jitters as well. You can kind of see that some of the stuff that Oscarinen, even going back to when he was playing in EU Masters, looking significantly stronger, very good in that carry role, but transitioning to the LEC stage, you can see taking a little bit of a step back, maybe feeling the brunt of having a bit more exposure there. But have to see now, back on the Ornn, bit of an easier to manage champion already, trading well against Photon.
Very nicely done there. Getting the Bellows Breath and the chunk down onto Photon. I think for Oscarinen as well, making his debut here where the top lane pool has really progressed and developed in Europe. A couple of imports increasing the amount of competition, and as those two continue to trade, Humanoid will dash forward. Perkz moves towards the Sand Soldier, gets the shield up, and will at least pop the passive. So a lot of aggression between the solo laners. Reckless and Advian as expected. are pushing with this double AD carry bot lane. And Kaiser and Upset, they haven't conceded too many minions just yet, but they are playing defensive under their tower.
Yeah, I think a huge amount of this for Vitality is, look, we have the opportunity if we want to go very aggressive, because Gragas can try and be a bit, oh, hang on.
Look at this, waiting for the hook shot, bouncing forward, catches out Oscarinen, flash forward for the last shot, and Photon gets the solo kill.
It was going so well until it wasn't. Oscarinen getting just caught out there by Photon at the end. I mean, that's so sad. It actually had looked like he had at least a decent start, but trying to throw it all away now.
Now, unfortunate, and of course, the moment you get in range of those walls, I was just waiting for Photon's hook shot. He chased the dash and picks up another kill. That will be Oscarinen's 7th isolated death. And we'll say that at least on the Ornn, with the Call of the Forge God, as well as the ornaments that he can bring out, even if he does fall behind, the value he will bring the rest of the roster is still going to be very, very impactful, but he cannot afford to concede too much because Photon can just play the side lane as Kaiser will interrupt the back.
And that's the big problem here, is that you've already kind of got a decent setup when it comes to disengage on Vitality, with good engage in your 4v4, with Bo, Perks, disengage, Kaiser being able to leap in and set you up for success. So if Photon is getting these big leads early, he just becomes a bigger and bigger threat on side lanes, and even looking towards things like Rift Herald, right, where you can actually start to even snowball more of that gold in. Photon having push and top is going to make things significantly easier for him.
Yeah, right now Photon is a little bit behind the CS, but thanks to the kill, obviously up in gold. Let's give some credit here to Humanoid, Reckless, and Advien, who've generated some minor advantages thanks to the ward that Photon has placed a little bit earlier. Fully aware that Razork is making his way towards this top lane, camping out in the top lane bush. So Photon playing defensively. He is flashless for now. Uses that sweep shot, gets caught out. The passive shield keeps him alive. Razork takes a tower shot and Bo is in range to counter. Razork took a second tower shot as well and is now forced to back out.
Bit of a mistake there from Razork taking both those shots. I think Photon was kind of trying to bait, see if he could wait until Oscarinen and Razork overextended as Bo moved up, but not going to be the case, and doesn't have to burn too much, should be able to catch the wave. But at least Fnatic trying to get this Ornn back in shape.
Yeah, trying to, again, apply that pressure. Humanoid diving onto Perks once more. Bo's got the flash available. Oscarinen has surged forward, gets jumped on with the hook shot, and takes another death. Just using up that mobility, and Bo in the right place at the right time.
And again, the fact that their Vitality are getting this success on top side is fantastic, but when we look at mid, here comes Kaiser in towards it, but not quite able to get anything, because the bot lane already for Upset, he's winning. He's already getting that CS lead. They're not getting the push that Reckless and Advien should be able to get with this Ashe, and it's unlocking Kaiser to start playing around the map as well.
Yeah, Upset farming phenomenally well under that tower, under that pressure. Level 4 for both duos. Waiting to see once Advien unlocks the Enchanted Crystal Arrow if they can make some more plays. With Bo getting that gank in the top lane, his first of this game. When you look at his stats, down in CS, down in experience, but up in gold because of the kills.
And that's the big thing for Bo right now, is that the way he's playing is, I will suffer so others may rise. I'm going to fall behind when it comes to CS. I'm going to fall behind when it comes to actually clearing out my camps to make sure that I can... I mean, there's been times where he's gone literally, I'm going to gank Upset, screw all the camps, run immediately towards topside and just gank Photon straight off the bat as well. So Bo has been very good at finding that success and kind of catching people off guard as results. But Vitality, these wards and bushes are spotting Razork everywhere.
Yeah, they really are. Really heads up play. Bo's also around, level 6 unlocked. Could jump onto Reckless, who's still got that flash and the ability to hop over the wall. And they recall finished from Razork, so Reckless maybe a little bit unawares of the risk that he is in. I think for Bo, he might even make an argument that this is one of his slower early games. He's consistently farming up. He's found that kill in the top lane, but now he's just waiting for an opportunity to dive.
Look at mid, though. Everyone is congregating around Perks. Has flash.
Perks needs to do something magical. He's going to be able to use the Emperor's Divide in just a moment. Flashes underneath the tower, and the damage simply wasn't there. Perks escapes and didn't even need his ultimate.
And Fnatic needed that to work. Look how much they're losing on the bottom side. Reckless can't farm because Advien had gone up towards top side. They know Bo is in the area, and Advien had shot out the Hawk shot, but I think it was a little bit wide and didn't actually spot out what Vitality were doing.
No vision available. Turret plates are starting to fall. Bo engages, throws out the Q, throws out the R. Kaiser is the one that secures the kill. The third of the game for Vitality. The tower is under threat, and remember that when Oscarinen left that top lane, Photon was able to shove the wave, continue to chip away, and right now.
Oh, Reckless, no.
He's going to take himself another plate. Reckless, level 5, caught out by Bo's barrel, and Advien's trying to get the autos down, but they're staring down 3 members of Vitality. They're losing minions, experience, and tower plates.
1,000 gold bot lane, 1,000 gold in the top lane. Vitality are demolishing the side lanes here, and Bo's just going again.
Kaiser's level 6! Kaiser's level 6 to Advien's level 4. Reckless is forced to ghost away to safety, and Advien gets taken down once more. The 2-level advantage, just dominating this bottom lane. 2,500 gold in the lead. And this is another game where Vitality just steamroll from the laning phase.
Someone needs to get upset in the dirt. Someone needs to kill this man, because his stats are going to be, they're just so skewed at this stage. He's demolishing every bot lane with Kaiser and Bo. And when it comes towards, you know, the fact that we're finishing off our first week, and potentially this man is going to go deathless, like, something needs to change here. You can't just come back after a split out and look this good.
I mean, Perks, Bo, and Upset, the 3 members of Vitality who are still deathless, and continue to do so. As Photon has got himself the Exec Ultimatum, will lock Oscarinen in place, and he is dropped once more. Fnatic tried to set up the play, but frankly, we're not on the same page. We're not there quickly enough. And the ultimate was all that Photon needed to survive.
Yeah, I like how Bo was like, oh, me, as he just came in to steal it. Now might need to help out a bit, though.
Let's find out. Cease and desist underneath the tower. Photon gets a passive shield. The turret helping out. And another kill donated to Vitality. Humanoid is not backwards thanks to the explosive cast. And Photon's looking. He's got no mana to work with, though. Cannot chase with that hook shot. And Humanoid stays alive. And if there was a little bit more mana, Vitality could have picked up another.
I'm trying to find a polite way to put how badly Fnatic are situated in this game now. There's a lot of words that I can't say on broadcast that are coming to mind, because they ain't looking so hot. I mean, Vitality, you get bot tower, you got a plate in mid, you're getting 2 hills on the top side, like...
Yeah, it's absolute decimation. And for Fnatic, on the cusp of closing out this week 0-3, I mean, you look at their statistics between winter and spring. Obviously only just a couple of games, but it has been a struggle. It has not been what you anticipate or expect from an organization with the pedigree and history of Fnatic, and they are not adapting either with players or support staff to this new format and to this new meta.
And the problem is that that stat from Spring is a 2-game sample pool. We're about to add a 5,000 gold for game 3. This stat is not going to be looking so hot, and I agree. Not being able to adapt, not being able to find ways to try and play around a lot of their key members just hasn't worked out. Razork and Humanoid not finding the mid-jungle success. Reckless and Advian now still not finding success in bot side. And Oscarinen still trying to find his feet in the LEC. It's been a bit of a disaster for Fnatic, who haven't won anything since 2018. It feels like a long time ago since they've actually been able to contest some of these top teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now they're looking for their first kill of the game and call the Forge Guard and cease and desist, and Fnatic will get it. Kaiser will drop. Kill was secured by Razork. Remember, they do have the pick options, so if they are able to group up, use some vision to their advantage, they can pick off individual members of Vitality. They'll have to do that several times over to claw back this deficit. And for Fnatic, this composition, it needs time, it needs items. Vitality, how do they accelerate? They've got a tower, they've already moved Upset to the top lane, and Bo is just waiting in the wings as Photon once again engage on Oscarinen. He's got a 20 CS lead and the Mythic completed already.
And this is the biggest problem for Fnatic right now, is that Photon will automatically win sides, so you need 2 people to deal with them, which is why Vitality can create numbers advantages on the top side now.
And this is the engage here onto Reckless. He's flashed already and just dropped in that bottom lane. Advian and Razork now surrounding 3 members. Humanoid completes the teleport. Nishan and Crystal Arrow still not available. Upset lets the Feather Storm fly. Now arrows continue to fire out from Advian, and Razork gets another. The second of the game. Vitality a little bit overcommitted and get punished.
They will end up getting the 1-for-1 trade. The wave still down to the top side, and as well Perks did get that played in mid. So even though it is a trade 1-for-1, Vitality still playing the map out a little bit stronger. And again, Photon just clearing out these waves on bot side, putting a ton of pressure onto that tier 2.
I mean, the net positive overall, because they're applying pressure in so many lanes.
Oscarinen is dead.
Fancies himself and jumps forward, gets that sweeping shot. By the way, while all of this is going on, Perks is still just left basically alone in that middle lane. He's taken a couple extra turrets. That's 2 turret plates already to his name. And he's just safely farming up to this mid game, scaling to wait for those potential team fights. And Vitality doing exactly what you mentioned, Dagda. They're applying pressure in multiple lanes, they're looking for cross maps, and they're doing it every single minute.
I think this is a really good game to show, though, the way Vitality play it. I think it's super unique to them is they're not actually a team that cares about Dragons at all. They're much more focused on, okay, how can we quickly snowball gold advantages by not wasting time on a Dragon and just overloading one side of the map. And again, you're seeing it here. Even Photon in tow here, as Fnatic are trying to hold on to this top tower, all 4 members are already here.
And that gold just allows them to continually look for those skirmishes and the kills. I think you've got individual players that really like to play on the front foot. Bo, Photon, and Upset have been players that just consistently play aggressively, consistently look to challenge individual members. And I think what I really like from this spring version of Vitality, they seem to be coordinating very well. On the same page, the roams have come out. Oscarinen has locked inside once again, taken down before he can get that second charge of the ulti. Reckless knocked back with the barrel, and he's taken down. Empress Divide buys enough time to keep Upset alive, and another kill secured. 10-2 at 14 minutes. It is once again domination from Vitality.
The caster blessing there. You say, hey, look, they look coordinated immediately. They some miracle managed to keep Upset safe in this one. And Oscarinen, the focus here, which is never a good sign that your tankiest member is dying this quickly as soon as Vitality get in. But Kaiser, really smart play here. Pops the ultimate onto Reckless, doesn't use the W, follows back onto Upset to actually keep the charm there and then get the knock up, which buys space here for Perks to come in with the Emperor's Divide. Upset survives on a smidgen of HP and Vitality walk away.
What was it that Yamato was saying? VIT Connect! The Vitality need to keep this one up. Next week they play the only other undefeated team, assuming they close this out, and I think that's a safe bet. They play SK, I think, on the Saturday, and then they play G2 on the Sunday for the match of the week.
Such a banger.
It will be, and hopefully both of these teams will deliver, will have a competitive game, because I think this weekend we've had a lot of fairly one-sided matches, especially from the top of the table squads. Once they get those advantages early, they just snowball. I mean, look at this. Upset, 3k gold up. Photon, 2k gold up as well.
But that's the thing. It feels like you're starting to see the cream rise to the top in the LEC with teams like Vitality and G2. And especially as you start to look towards these guys going in towards MSI and the internationals, I think that's where people are really excited to see these guys pop off. I mean, technically, Bo, undefeated against LPL teams, might be one of the best junglers you could possibly send to an MSI.
Well, that means Vitality have to get to MSI.
True.
Right? So they have to make it all the way to playoffs, have to pick up that win, or have enough championship points if G2 pick up the win. And we'll explain all of those rules later on throughout the season, but I think it would be very interesting to see how Perks alongside Bo potentially challenges an LPL squad, as Perks is now the target, gets locked down under all the CC and will be taken down for the first time this spring. Fnatic finally coordinating their CC exquisitely, managing to pick up the kill and managing to pick up the Rift Herald. So they've got some tools. There's a bounty available on the top, well, all of the outer turrets as well. So standing gold available to them if Fnatic can have enough time.
I mean, at the moment, though, Vitality not wanting to let up. You put pressure on top, we put pressure on bot. Good knock-up from Mascara, will buy some time.
The tower's going to fall, though, and Oscarinen is going to be once again the target of 3 members of Vitality. Caught up by the charm, and Bo now on the retreat. Here comes Razork. No cease and desist, no flash. Charging up the engage, and Reckless unable to close the distance. It feels like Vitality have got out.
Fantastic timing on the ultimate from Upset. The second Razork uses his cease and desist, you immediately get the cancel thanks to the ult from Upset. Now Razork still hunting, but doesn't want to go too far into River.
Gotta be very, very careful. Finally has Advien as well as Reckless making their way towards him. It is still 6,000 gold deficit, but it's much riskier for Vitality to move forward, to move to those inner turrets. That does open up those pick opportunities. That's the only way that I think Fnatic can claw back this gold deficit.
And that's what I was going to say. I like that Fnatic aren't just rolling over and giving all the space to Vitality. Playing around Advien, looking for picks with Razork and Reckless. Like, Reckless is going to be your main source of DPS, so getting these kills onto him is going to be so incredibly important. So at the moment, 2 Rift Heralds, both goals have gone into towards Reckless. They want to make sure this area can try and get to her items. And if you can keep going for these picks, catching Vitality out, maybe you can slow down the pace of this game enough, but 7,000 is a hefty gold lead to try and overcome.
Yeah, it really is, and Reckless right now only got that shield bow. into the Gale Force and the Quick Blades from Upset. So a big damage disparity.
I'm fishing here, all right? I'm trying my best.
Channeling all the copium that you can. I think for Vitality, on the other hand, they're just looking to, once again, style this out. Double TPs. Photon's going to hop over the wall. He's still got Flash available to him. Throws down the ultimatum, and Kaiser has arrived with the quickness, charming up multiple members as Reckless hops over the wall. Now Humanoid dashes back, and Photon, who was the initial target, turns it around. Bo throws out the barrel for another kill, and Advi and Humanoid running for their lives. Oscarin targeted down by 3 members of Vitality, and this could be an ace. Photon considers the dive, but instead backs out. 4 members dead. Remember, Fnatic started that play. Vitality finished it.
Yeah, Fnatic went fishing and they got booted back to their Nexus. That is not exactly how they were hoping that one to go. 18.5 minutes, the base is being cracked open. Vitality looking like Spring is a much cleaner start for them, and I'm really hoping that we get to see this continue.
Looking to close this week out 3-0, just like they started Winter. As Humanoid will dash back to his W. For Vitality, next week they will face down the surprise of 2023 in SK, as well as G2, the only other squad that is also looking as dominant. But I mean, look at the minimap. Vitality already making their way down.
Incredible performance from Photon here as well. Immediately gets the ult, which means he doesn't get hit by the Q from the Vi. Able to flash away then. And once you've got the entirety of Vitality here, that gold lead, as Atlas would say, smacking them with the wallets there, and you got 2 bag loads at this stage with how far ahead Vitality.
I mean, I know we're in Oscar season, but maybe Oscar needs a Razzie award. Unfortunately, has been jumped on. Thank you for the few of you who know what that is. To be fair, every single team that has played Fnatic has just ganked the new guy.
Yeah.
It reminded me of old school TSA when Darius was still playing on the roster. He was the recipient of every single gank for so many games, and right now he's once again under threat as Kaiser's looking for an opportunity. Photon's got that TP, and it's just beautiful from Vitality. It's that simple.
Yeah, I mean, look, apparently all we need is Yamato before every Vitality game to just come in and scream Big Connect at them endlessly, and then they just pop the hell off. Now Baron started immediately at 20 minutes. Fnatic might make it there, maybe.
Oscarinen's got the Orn Horn, can throw it down. Baron 2,500, going to be a little bit late to the party. Vitality have secured Baron already, and they've turned the attention over to Oscarin, and everybody's up in the air, flying. 1, 2, 3 members of Fnatic down the feathers, flying Reckless.
Run, Reckless!
Run will be taken out, and it's all of a sudden an ace off to the Baron, a 14,000 gold lead. And I feel fairly confident in saying that if they push and close this out, it'll be the quickest win here of Spring.
And they should. 20 seconds still remain. They have a ton of damage, although Upset is going to back away. Looks like they won't try and fully end here. They're just going to be happy with cracking open another turret. Honestly, might even get a turret on the top side as well if Photon's able to push fast enough, but not even taking the inhibitors. This is brutal. They are not giving Fnatic any gold.
No, nothing whatsoever. They get the Baron. Fnatic managed to make it to the river in time to see it fall. But look at this engage here. Kaiser, multi-man charm. Knockup comes in as well. Both throwing those barrels, and it's just, Fnatic can't do anything.
Photon is so far ahead. Level 14, already has everything you'd hope for to keep himself alive. And the Camille's are terrifying when they get to 2 items. You're looking at nearly a third here for Photon. Vitality just reset, they pick up Dragon. Red buff going to Photon as well. I imagine he's going to be sent down to the bot side here to just start escorting these minion waves in. And then there's not really much that you can do as Fnatic. This game is a long time over at this stage.
I mean, it's just, it's an interesting, couple of splits. We've got the new format. We've had some changes in terms of the teams here in the LEC. And expectations versus reality could not necessarily be further apart. Exile and Fnatic really struggling, and CoinMad, yes, they stepped up in the playoffs. They struggled during the regular season. Like, there's not a foundation yet to really know what is going to happen. And teams that are adapting to this new format, adapting to the 3-game-a-week schedule, are the ones that are surprising. It's like SK, Astralis, BDS, and now, of course, this split Vitality.
It's really interesting to see, though, as Ultimate will get out. Arrow.
Let's take a look here as Kaiser manages to find the charm and the knockup. Upset stepping forward, has the cleanse available to him. Perks manages to get the scoop.
Oh, the stopwatch.
It's a double kill already for Bo. Make that a triple as the Nexus turrets are falling. The shortest game of this split was 23 minutes, 41 seconds.
Don't do it.
And
Don't do it. No.
are going to break that record. They fancy a potential fountain dive. The Nexus turrets have been dropped. 1 and 2. And Vitality, do they go for it? Do they go for it? Looking for a Zork. It's 40 seconds to beat if they want to break the record. They're waiting for the respawns. Oh my god, the style, the BM, the domination. Vitality daring Fnatic to fight them. And Fnatic cannot even step outside the steps of their fountain, letting the minions do the work for them. And Vitality have the fastest win of Spring.
Playing with their food at the end of that. Vitality, that was incredible to watch. Just complete control from the start from Bo, Upset taking over bot, Photon having his way in the top side in this Camille. Beautiful stuff from Vitality, and they honestly look terrifying. I'm so excited to see them play against G2.
Very, very excited. The 3-0 at the top of the table. They play SK first. See how that one goes. SK have had a couple more competitive, challenging games throughout the weekend. But Vitality, once again, destroying their opponents. Taking a quick look
I like how
back.
speechless you are. You're just like, I don't.
I'm just watching the players on stage. I stand to be corrected, but I believe a few of the players just feeling a little bit unwell. So making sure they keep a little bit of that social distance there. For Fnatic, on the other hand, not a confidence-inspiring, not the start to Spring. Obviously, they would have wanted. And more importantly, they maybe even look a little bit more worse for wear than Winter.
I agree. I think, honestly, Wunder, big loss for the team. I think a lot of people didn't realize how much Wunder did for Fnatic outside of what was on camera. Oftentimes being very clever in how he picked up waves, how he set up waves inside, how he was able to be in the right position at the right time in the mid game, even the amount of pressure he absorbed in the early game. And unfortunately, like, you're not going to be able to do that as Oscar and coming into this. You are new to the squad, you're new to the LEC. There's a huge amount of pressure on you to try and step up to fill one of the most legendary top laner shoes, and that's no easy feat.
No, it really isn't. And of course, the surprise hits on the other side is one of the nominees for player of the game, Photon, Bo, and Upset. I think Photon is one of the players that doesn't get talked about quite as much, but this game was able to dominate in the solo lane, got a couple of ganks go his way, and then as a squad, they are playing the pressure game. You talked about it. They are eschewing those objectives to get the gold, and it's allowing them to accelerate.
And also you can see there for Bo as well, not exactly sweeping through his camps. It's a case of, hey, look, I'm actually going to be focusing on my lanes, playing off of when their lane states are in the right place, and just continuously keeping that pressure up. So really nice job across the board from Vitality. And again, it does feel like this could be their split.
Absolutely the case. Upset still unkilled and managed to take down Fnatic. He will not be the interview, however, as we're going to see it on stage with Hjarnan and Lol.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. Long time no see on stage, Hjarnan. Thank you for joining me and for doing this interview. Congrats on taking down Fnatic. We knew that this would be a very unbalanced matchup in a way, given how Fnatic is underperforming right now and given how freakishly strong you guys are in the league. What was your understanding of Fnatic coming into this game?
I mean, we think they are not that bad, obviously, but we think we had a good draft going into the games, and we thought if they get Ashe, we will probably survive our bot lane against them. If we just want to get a last pick for Photon, basically, because we think it's a mismatchup in top lane, kind of big one. So if we get a good matchup top lane, I think we will be fine, and bot lane will also be fine if we get a good matchup as well. So I think draft-wise was all good.
Yeah, it was a difficult game for them, and again, played beautifully from Vitality. Quick question about the coaching staff. Tell me about your role within the team. How do you work with Carter, and how do you split helping and training the team?
I think we do most of the things together. Mainly, he's focusing a lot more about drafting, I would say.
Okay.
And I'm focused a lot of in-game, since I was a pro for so long. So I focus a lot more about how we improve with the in-game stuff. That's basically it, yeah.
All right, well, thank you for this insight. And being reunited with Perks, former teammate, now working for a different team. How is it working with him? On a different aspect, not as teammate this time.
I mean, I know him since I've worked with him for like a whole year, right? But it's different to work with him as assistant coach. I see it on a different angle.
Yeah.
It's hard to say. I think it's like I mean, I like his personality, and I think he likes mine. So we worked well together. I think it works the same as when I was to play with him.
All right. Well, we'll see if he's going to PGL afterwards, and maybe you have something to tell him before we end this interview. Focus on the bot lane now. As a former bot laner, working with Upset, him joining the team, I know that Kaiser was praising him, the whole team was praising him. Of course, he's been doing fantastically with the team so far. Tell me about Upset as a coach and your take on him as an AD carry and how he's fitting with the rest of the team, of course.
I think he's just really insane. Like he's playing really good. So it's really easy, and he has some great ideas as well for draft, so he helps us out as well. He gives us a lot of input, what he wants to do. And I would say he's just a very good player, so for me, it's just, I don't know what to say, he's just good.
Yeah, I mean, Vitality is just good as it is right now. That's just facts. Which echoes to what Caps was telling me when I interviewed him a bit earlier. I asked him who's the best team in the league right now. He said Vitality, which makes sense. How do you respond to this? Do you feel like the best team? It's just week one, I know, but still.
Not sure. I mean, I think we're really good right now. But I think it's like we had a really good week. And we started off like this the last bit as well. And then we dropped the ball a bit. So we just need to continue going upwards and not like slack down, I guess, now after 3-0. And keep playing well. Match
of the week against them next week. Former team for you as well. Is it the banger we think it's going to be?
I think it's going to be a good game for sure. And we'll see who wins, I guess. I hope we win, but yeah.
All right, really hyped about this matchup, of course. Last question for you. I told you we have Perks waiting on the other side for PGL. Is there anything you want to say to your mid laner about his performance today, this weekend, or in general, working with him as a coach now, as I said earlier?
No.
You can look at this camera.
No. He played good, but yeah.
Played good?
Yeah, he played good, yeah.
All right, Luca, you played good. Let's see what you have to say in PGL. Jarnan, thank you so much for the interview. It was a pleasure having you on stage again. And that's all for us here on this side of the stage for week one. We'll be back for week two and with PGL in just a couple minutes. Perks waiting with Ender and Shocks. Take it away.
It's right now. It's right now. I know, Lord. They don't tell me either. They just keep changing it. Is there a break? Is there no break? I don't know. There's no break. There's just Perks, Ender, and myself for the LEC post-game lobby. Yeah, what an intro.
Well done. What an intro.
Thank you. And what a game. You guys are unstoppable. It's crazy. I feel like the games must have felt super comfortable to play this weekend. Is that the case, or is there more than meets the eye?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this game, like, I don't remember when it was the last time I got so carried. Like, I literally didn't even have to play the game. Like, I could have been Teemo Midland and just put shrooms around, and like I would probably win the game as well. So it just feels super nice, you know. Like if you feel much more relaxed, knowing, wow, you know, you don't have to do anything and you can win the game, you know. And then when you play good, you also are more likely to win the game, right? So yeah.
Yeah, like 5 minutes in, you're like looking top lane, it's just a solo kill, then bot lane's getting dove, it's just kind of running over, and I feel like it's been really nice to see Vitality play throughout this weekend. I don't know, I feel like Upset coming into the team has made bot side look like really, really strong throughout like every single stage of the game, and I thought your top side was already absolutely fantastic, and even then, like, I think a lot of people are like maybe down-talking Vitality because you lost in the BO3s, but like your BO1s were fantastic all throughout last split, so I don't even think that, like,
I mean, they were like, that's like an overstatement.
Okay, you got the top
we
spot.
got the rank 1, but we were like the worst. I said it's like in every interview, we're like the worst rank 1 team that ever was, legit. Like, we got away with so many dirty wins, you know. So, but yeah, like obviously, you know, this is just the first week, you know, we're looking good, but it's always about not getting complacent and actually, like, you know, staying true and trying to be playing well the whole split, not just like the first week, right? But it you know, of course, it feels good to have a great start, because I've had poor starts in so many times of my career that, like, I'm really happy having a great start. Yeah.
I couldn't help but notice you kind of inted today. You died for the first time, which is I mean, big disappointment. Upset.
I was really tilted because I got my first death, and they had like Vi Ashe combo, which is so unskilled. And this is like literally like the moment of the game we lost like focus a little bit. So like they were talking some fun stuff, I don't know, and then I lost focus and I died, and I was like, my bad.
Do you think Upset can go deathless for the rest of the year though? Because he still hasn't had one.
The rest of the year?
For the rest of the split. Yeah, like
the regular season.
BO1s, yeah.
Oh, it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard. But I think there's a chance he can do it. Yeah, I think if we beat G2 with no deaths, he will give us really big confidence boost into other teams. Yeah.
What do you think is going on with Fnatic, Brooks?
You out here asking the real questions, right?
That was a tough pivot.
You're going straight to the heart. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's just like quite apparent to say they're not the team they once were, right? You know, just because they have this name, like, doesn't mean they're like this great team. I think there is like, it's not, you can't just pinpoint one thing, you know. I mean, for sure, like my boy Wunder not playing is gonna make them like a much worse team. I don't know how that was ever a thing, honestly. So there's for sure, in my opinion, some questionable decisions, I guess. But not to like throw someone under the bus, you know. It's just like the whole team doesn't seem super functional, and you know you can never know from the outside what is the problem, right? So I don't think it's on me to talk.
What I was asking in game, we should just play them. That's
in-game?
why I don't. Yeah.
I mean, in game, everything that goes in game is like connected to our game,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Like
true.
I don't know what happened exactly this game. They just got kind of smashed like everywhere. Besides like mid, Humanoid was doing well, and everyone else was just like collapsing. So I don't really know what is going exactly wrong, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I feel bad because I'm really worried about this team because it's already a really tough position to be put in, right? Like Fnatic 9th place, missing out on best of threes in the winter split, and then they bring in two, newer players. Advian already obviously has some experience, but like for Oscar and like this is first shot on the LEC stage with like big roster changes around, so just a really difficult position to be put in to begin with. But then on top of that, the fact that they couldn't have like really anything positive to take away from this first week, like that's where like I feel like you just get absolutely destroyed mentally, where it's like maybe if you pick up the win against Excel or something, it's like, okay, we got one, right? There's something like positive we can move away from this from, but you went from a terrible winter split to an 0-3 week one. Now you have 2 weeks to try and pick up the pieces. That's tough.
Yeah, and the system is ruthless in that regard.
Yeah, it is.
Because you don't have time almost to let the rookies get to their feet. You know,
I mean,
you
the
might
thing
be
is
out.
like you have to bring in the rookies at the beginning of year and not after a short split that's basically spring split. Like, I don't think it makes any sense to bring in rookies now. Like, if anything, you want to bring in like a veteran that can maybe help you with some experience. You don't have time to build, the rookies or integrate the rookies in the team right now. So that's like I think that's just a big mistake, yeah.
I think Razork made the comments, I think, on his stream after Winter Split and went through some of the issues like bad read on the meta, maybe like late to start scrimming as well. And I can't help but feel like if you're late to start practicing in Winter Split and then you're making two big changes with just a couple of weeks to try and adapt going into spring, like that just is, again, I don't know how you figure something out unless it just instantly clicks, which it hasn't for Fnatic.
It's crazy. Looking at the standings, unfortunately, it was like it was good that we talked about Fnatic, but I also want to talk about some of the extremely positives, which is Team Vitality and SK Gaming. And you're playing each other also next week. So you're playing G2 in a match of the week, and you're also playing SK, I believe. That's hype.
A hard schedule next week, yeah.
It is a hard schedule, I think, for both of you, because SK went 3-0, but if you kind of looked before seeing how strong Astralis was at the schedule, you would say, this is actually doable for them. What do you think about them? And are you surprised that they're kind of picking up where they left off in winter?
I mean, I think SK is a very good BO1 team. I mean, they're also a good best of series team, but just slightly better. Yeah, slightly better in best of ones, because I feel like even when we screen them, their drafts are always very solid. So they prepare the draft that they play on stage in scrims, and that always works really well in BO1s. And I think their mid-jungle plays really well together. Like, they always draft some like OP combo, like kind of like Vitalia or any Lee Sin, and they also play like really good with it. So they give their team a lot of presence in the game. I think probably their mid-jungle is the biggest reason why they have so much success right now. And not to take away from the other laners, I think their top and bot are very solid. So in general, they are just a very solid team with pretty high-performing mid-jungle right now. So yeah, that's kind of it. Yeah.
Honestly, Marcoon today was giving me like Peanut versus Gigabyte Marines flashbacks. That guy was on another level. You were at that tournament, I remember.
Yeah, I was playing in Spina's Lee Sin daily.
Yeah, that was not a good time, was it?
It wasn't fun, though.
No, that was absolutely miserable. But also, like, one of the things that specifically today has impressed me, because SK looked pretty solid, like very good team in the winter split. But today, like, their ability to like find multiple different situations to like tower dive in all 3 lanes, like top, bot, mid lane, tier 2, just repeating this. I think that's the one constant I think you'll see among the best teams in the LEC year over year. They're very good at capitalizing on crashing waves, punishing enemy teams that are just trying to like get good CS in. And so it was really nice to see like very clean executes on the dives and capitalizing in all those situations.
Yeah, it is. I want to bring up something different, not for very long because it's been a long weekend, but there was a tweet from Portillo from C9 this weekend or last week, and it really took off. It was about, I don't know if you saw this, Perks, but it was about pro players. And his take was basically pro players shouldn't be paid loads of money if they don't put the effort in taking care about their image. Playing the game, practicing, winning are not the only job of a pro player. Pros also have to work on their social numbers, personal brand, and content creation. This is a take, obviously. And there was a lot of discussion, and I wanted to know what you thought.
I mean, I think that's fair. Like, I've always done like a lot for my branding, like especially since younger days, I guess, when I was winning more as well. It was also easier like to be on social media, So it goes like it has like pros and cons, But I think it's definitely like pretty like kind of true, yeah. Like also that helps you in the future, to get some like affiliations with some teams or I don't know other events, like whatever, right? I think it's just in general helpful for you. Yeah, I've kind of always followed that route. And yeah, I think it's important, yeah.
But Andrew, it's like key. If you're winning, it's easy to do.
It's
like if
super
you're
easy.
feeling good, it's easier, right? Because then you can like make the memes and whatever.
And also you get like more attraction, if you're winning, like you get all the bandwagon fans that jump on the train, right? And then
it's
they're
like a self-fulfilling prophecy.
You're so good, you're
funny.
And you're so funny, wow, you're so good. But yeah, I think when you're losing, it gets much harder, and you don't even want to put yourself through that because it's just unnecessary stress. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you did some genius branding back in the day with like my rise is, bad, my is yours.
I literally have poems written about me.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
That's how legendary I am.
It's true.
It's great. Actually, I wanted to bring up, because I know we used to play a little bit of Valorant back in the day, back when it first came out, a guy that does it perfectly, Boaster from Fnatic, a version of Fnatic that actually wins things. Sorry, it's true.
You wanted to put that in the jokes with the water earlier, but we didn't because there were too many Fnatic jokes.
But yeah, I wanna. He's a master of like the walkouts. Can we get some spicy walkouts from you?
He literally made like some kind of rhyme for me as well. I remember.
Did he?
Yeah, he made like a song for me on Twitter.
Was this?
He's really talented. Yeah.
Yeah, he's like he can sing, play the guitar, stuff like this.
Everything.
It's crazy.
Nuts.
It's absolutely crazy.
You two are also very talented.
Also, just to mention, he was an Excel camera guy.
Yes.
So this just shows how much superior League of Legends is as a game to like Valorant. Like an Excel camera guy can be the best player or like the best team in the world, right? In Valorant. So just come on, guys.
I can't remember.
Let's not even like compare
oh my
this.
God, somebody clip this.
No, I actually think he might have technically been a sub for Excel at one point too, because I remember he was like desperately asking for like top lane coaching so he could like hit the rank requirement and stuff. Yeah, it's good times.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that was so funny. So let's talk about League of Legends a little bit and about your schedule next week. So you got Vitality versus SK, which is going to be super hype. Oh, I think your last game a lot. And the match of the week is also the last game. Unfortunately, Perks, I know it's been a boon. We've been trying. We want to start earlier, but...
I want to start at like, come on, five, please.
Yeah, it
at least
sounds
5.
great.
Like actually, though, I can't express how much 1 hour less like means. Like honestly, like starting last game at 9 and 10, it's like such a big difference, honestly. And like, also the games are like the lowest quality at 10 p.m. Like I swear, it's usually just one-sided stomps. Like usually just like one team just griefs it, runs it down, and it's like a one-sided stomp.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
And then we have a delay, and then it's like...
Yeah, and then you play
at midnight.
Yeah.
I know. They're gonna get mad at us.
The client, man.
Whatever.
Right, it's
so,
fine.
match of the week is G2 versus Vitality. Super exciting. Obviously, a grudge match. Not really, I guess. Are you angry at them?
I mean, I'm not I'm not necessarily. It's been some time now.
It's been a while.
I mean, like I mostly want to beat them because it's like Caps and Mickey there. Obviously, my former teammates that I've spent a lot of time with. So like I want to beat them, right? And they are the champs, the current champs. So you know, that's an extra reason to beat them. Yeah. So. Definitely want to beat them.
It's okay.
Have you seen some of the spicy?
Maybe I haven't said it enough. It's like I definitely want to beat them.
Yeah, good. I wanted to know if you'd seen some of the spicy picks that Caps has been playing in solo queue in the mid lane. Like he was busting out the Rammus, the Rakan is back for him. Some Camille, some Riven.
This I have to correct you here. Rakan was my pick.
Okay, my bad.
I legit created it like in season 8. There's a clip of me actually solo killing Caps with Rakan in solo queue.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was like it actually popped off. It was like 200k views or something. But yeah, he's bringing it. But I also played it mid like 3 weeks ago in solo queue. So please, like I'm the Rakan inventor here.
Okay.
But yeah, he's definitely been really creative recently. Like he's been very tricky to draft against. We played some funny matchups and scrims and some fun stuff. So I mean, it'll definitely be fun, you know, to see what kind of matchup we play on stage. Currently, I'm doing my A to Z marathon stage. If you haven't noticed, Anivia, Azir.
Okay, I like it.
What did I play? I didn't play
Aurelion
yet.
Sol.
Aurelion Sol, yeah. I'm currently doing my A to Z.
No, really?
Yeah, so so you guys know what champ I might pick next week.
Where's the Amumu?
My coach didn't know, like nobody from my team knew, but I knew. I'm setting up my draft for my A to Z marathon.
It's gonna be an awesome video one day.
That's
so
great.
yeah.
Do we have one for every letter? Probably.
Yeah. There's a champ for every letter.
Yeah? Really?
Got some wacky ones. Yeah. Q, Quinn. You know. Some Quinn mid.
Zara. Oh yeah, I feel like they got some out of the way early, like Xerath, like.
Yeah. Like, which just doesn't make sense. It's an X. Like, what are we doing?
But it's spelled like
you say it's Xerath. Like, come on.
What the hell?
That's
crazy.
That's crazy.
All right, photo.
Photo time.
Photo time. You should talk what Marcel said. This looks really awkward.
Yeah. What do you think about like? We're thinking like fun day Mondays, but like maybe like comfy Mondays, like coming out in like sweatpants, you know.
That sounds great.
Yeah,
We're wearing hoodies today, so.
That's the vibes. Here we go. Awesome.
Thank you so much. Oh, my shoe's open. Well, good thing the show's over. We'll be back next Saturday for more action. We'll see you then. Bye-bye. Hasta luego.
I really want us to have fun today. It's so important. Because every time I say it, you guys say, oh yeah, it's all good, coach. And then we go in mid-game, we're like, oh, so stressed.
That's just going to try to body block what he can. Easy kill onto the Pike. Finn now going to do it, but he's just trying to clear the wave. He knows he's already dead. Double kill on the top side for SK.
Big win, because Comp gets the kill as well, so gets all those extra stats. Niski now in trouble.
Oh, the Dragon Trade stolen away! Beautifully set up and done by Larson!
They stayed with low health, okay? They stayed with low health.
Look, Vincent, 1 HP.
Ult, Cassante? Look, Jace, we finish, you ultimate. Okay. Kill. Yeah. Hey, Jace is not there, guys. Jace is not there. Kill.
JC!
No. It's okay.
You have to do something proactive in order to break it.
Oh, Caps is going to flash forward and picks up the solo kill, but it is traded back under the tower.
So close there. Nearly end up getting the solo bolo, but ends up trading one back.
Oh, nice. Well played. He flashed as well. Yeah. Good call.
No mid.
Yeah, I'm coming with it.
Go!
Nice, bro.
Let's go, BB.
Sin is coming, and Leader needs to get the hell out. He is now running for his life. One more Q, one more kick. Dash out, but the Sonic Wave will connect.
Let's go. No. I put a pink order, yeah. Go. Guys, I'm starting to feel bad about it.
Let's go. 1, 2, 3.
I'm getting so much.
Please.
Look at him! What is going on? Is he gonna dive bot?
Are they gonna dive bot?
What is going on? He's gonna dive bot, Trinkles.
If they force Evie to TP bot, it all falls apart. But get the wave, like, oh my god! And it's 5 men, and then it's sleep, and then it's just a wave. No, but Mercy can stop it, Look out! Oh no! What is happening? Wait, Ruby's dead.
Oh, they go first blood first. They go first blood first, so they didn't get it. It was hit him again.
One more!
If he had phase drop, he got him. Why did he get him? There's no way! What is happening?